Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
Rubber King and Mirror Master by Lonely Wanderer. What if Luffy had another older brother besides Sabo and Ace, one who followed him on his journey to be Pirate King? Between Monkey D. Luffy and Serpents D. Chaos, the Grand Line and the Marines won't know what hit them. Adios.
Wait, you're an actual princess? Nine yells in shock, gulping when Vivi nods. Whoa, hey Chaos, you nearly got your ass kicked by a pretty, pink princess. She. Luffy laughs. Zoro cracks a smile and Chaos groans. One, she didn't kick my ass, and two, she's less pretty, pink princess, and more stripper. Can't argue with you there. I'm a little busy right now. Can you hold off your stupidity for just a few minutes? Vivi yells, surprising the pirates that she had actually remembered they were there. So they were doubly surprised when Igaram tried to grab them. Please, Igaram wheezes, spitting a little blood as he speaks. Save the princesses, causing Five to laugh. Are you that desperate you'd beg the people you tricked and tried to kill to help you? We're doing them a favor dealing with you. My nose fancy cannon. Ping. Vivi and Igaram look on in shock as Zoro grimaces. I just sliced someone's snot. Kaboom! Two explosions go off behind him. Your odd friend was right, by the way, Five explains. We did both eat devil fruits. Mine being the Bomu no mi. I'm a bomb human. I can explode any part of my body without doing damage to myself. More annoying laughter causes Chaos to look up and see Miss Valentine floating above him. And I ate the kilo no mi. I can alter my weight between 1 and 10,000 kilos at will, she says, waiting until she's directly above the researcher before letting go of the umbrella, increasing her weight to 10,000 kilograms as she does. 10,000 kilo press jiggle. Ah, you pervert. How dare you touch my aw? Valentine screams as Chaos catches her, then tosses her at Five. The building they get knocked into demolished by the explosion he causes. You mean the ass you tried to kill me with? Chaos asks, shaking his hands and wriggling his fingers to try return feeling to them after the impact damage, even partly reflected back into Miss Valentine's 10,000 kilograms state. It was then the rumble from before started up again, swiftly followed by Alvida crashing through one of the remaining buildings. Damn it, Luffy, control your girlfriend, or at least get her to stop tearing the town apart, Zoro grumbles. She's not my. Oh, forget it. Luffy throws up his hands before heading over to where Alvida is. Since they last saw her, she had stopped yelling, instead just a pit of silent rage. The downward swing of her mace was about as effective as the last time she did it. What was surprising was that Luffy's return jab to her ribs slid right off her skin and embedded itself in the wall for a moment. The fuck, I thought Luffy could interact with her, Zoro thinks aloud, to which Chaos shrugs and Vivi looks confused. Maybe all attacks slide off her, maybe her mood affects her fruit's power. We just don't know. Their thoughts were interrupted by Luffy flying through the air and landing in front of them. That I did see coming though, doesn't matter if does no damage. The energy behind that mace would send a man flying from an upward or even a side swing. He smirks as Luffy bounces up as if nothing happened and proceeded to plant his fist in Alvida's gut once more. Good thing Sanji's not around to see that. The blood-soaked beauty skids across the street till she smashed into a wall. This continued for longer than it should have, but less time than it felt to the spectators. Alvida tosses Luffy around with swings of her mace, while Luffy returns with strikes to her flat stomach and face. The sole strike to her chest. Her breasts bounced the attack back and had him basically punch himself in the face. Eventually it comes down to the final blow. Calm the fuck down. Delivered by Nami to the back of both of their heads, causing them to slam headfirst into the pavement and Vivi to come this close to wetting herself as those two had been wrecking the place with little damage being done to each other, even taking out Five and Valentine's Day when they tried to counterattack, and showed no signs of stopping, and this ginger slip of a girl took both of them out in one punch. Sorry Nami, the two grumble, causing Chaos and Zoro to snigger behind Vivi, who was too worried to notice her missing companion. We have more important things to do than fight each other. What was that even for anyway? Luffy shrugs. Alvida was on a rampage, seemed like a good idea at the time. And how did that happen? Nami asks, the others also curious as to the cause. Alvida sighs but looks elsewhere. I lost my temper. I was following the guys to try find and assist Zoro when I spotted a group of them sneaking around our moss-headed friend. So hoping to cut them off, I skidded in front of them, hefted my mace and told them they stood no chance against the might of Iron Mace Alvida. They laughed, they fucking laughed. At this Alvida clenches her fists. The apparent leader of the group pulls out my bounty and says how if I was trying to pretend to be a fearsome pirate to pick one I actually resemble like Nico Robin or Boa Hancock. Why I'm comparing her to those babes I don't know. Oh yeah, Nami's still quite flat-chested at the moment compared to post-time skip Nami. Same for Vivi, rather than this fat fuck. Then the bastard told me to run along while they dealt with the others, said he'll find a use for me when they're done. He didn't last another 5 seconds, at which point I saw red and zoned out until I tasted pavement a minute ago. You called it, Zoro mutters and Chaos nods in amusement. Alvida sighs as she drops her mace. I need a break. Go soak my head or something. Call me when we actually have a plan on what to do next. She mutters and walks off slowly. The others sweat drop then shrug. With the moment of silence, Nami turns to Vivi. Now, what was this about you being a princess in need of transportation? She asks with a grin that worries the princess. Vivi blinks. Yes, that's true. She begins. Great. We'll bring you there, for a price. How does a billion berry sound? Nami asks, eyes already shifting into berry symbols. Oh no, the guy's grown. Vivi sighs. Thanks but no thanks, though I appreciate what you've done for me already. Nami blinks. Why not? You're a princess and these idiots are crazy strong. Plus I doubt you're hurting for money. Do you know anything about the kingdom of Alabasta, Miss Navigator? Vivi asks. Nope, just heard about it today. Not in any of my books, sorry. The brunette sighs once more. My homeland was a good place, a peaceful one. But now we're caught in the grip of civil war. There were murmurs of discontent in recent years, but it all came to a head a little while ago and the entire island is a mess of chaos and despair. Then I discovered that someone else was pulling the strings, tearing my kingdom apart using its own citizens. Baroque works. Think about it. Why else would a princess join a shady mercenary company like this if not to uncover their secrets and discover why they're trying to raze my homeland to the sand it started as? So I went to Igaram and managed to convince him to help me infiltrate the company. Their stated goal is to make an ideal nation, but their boss's true plan is to take over Alabasta. I won't let him do this. I need to get back and warn everyone. Nami groans before nodding. That makes sense. Unfortunately, no money lying around during an upheaval as bad as you make this sound. So did you find out who this Mr. Zero guy is? Luffy asks giddily, causing Vivi to pale. I can't tell you. Your life is in danger as it is simply associating with me. If you knew I'd made myself an enemy of one of the 7 warlords, against Sir Crocodile you'll have targets on your backs too. She then realizes what she said and quickly covers her mouth. Crocodile's Mr. Zero? They yell, few noticing a vulture and otter appear when they said that. Hey Luffy, do we get a raise for taking down a warlord? Chaos asks with a smirk. You'll do it? Even if it means fighting a warlord? Vivi asks in shock. Yep. We're going to do this. Onward to Alabasta. Nope, no way, nah. I didn't join this crew to charge headfirst into a warlord's blades. I'm out of here, Nami bluntly declares before running Aishin. She does know the only way off the island is the going merry right? Luffy asks, to which both Chaos and Zoro shrug. Neither knew, nor wanted to know what went on in the ginger thief's head. After at least 10 minutes of standing around for the guys and Vivi, Nami finally returns, notable tear tracks down her cheeks. It's no use, they'll come for us no matter what because we know the secret now. She clenches her fists and tries to put on a brave face. The older crewmates, aware of her cowardly nature, were actually impressed by the attempt. Our best chance? No, our only chance is to keep going forward. We're probably screwed either way, but this way we might just W, and she states, managing to stop her knees knocking. Why are we screwed? Alvida asks, coming back to the group now she had fully calmed down. The Shichibukai Sir Crocodile is the Mr. Zero Vivi has to take down to save Alabasta from Baroque Works. Chaos explains, getting a punch to the head from Nami, but still grinning like a loon. You idiot! She shrieks as a vulture and sea otter appear on one of the nearly low walls. Trap tricks. Game over. Before being promptly eviscerated by a curtain of razor wire that escaped hubby, currently held vertically in a reverse grip. That should buy us a few hours at best, but Crocoman will hear about Whiskey Peak, be it from 5 and Valentine's Day or whoever Alvida didn't use to redecorate the island with. Let's go, he says, returning hubby to its Kopesh form and walking back towards the ship. Luffy running to get their still sleeping crewmates, while the others followed the first mate. Running into the building they'd been allowed crash, and Luffy found the others exactly where they'd left them. Kaya curled up against Usopp, his hand resting protectively on her hip, while Sanji quietly snored while doing a good impression of a starfish. Not feeling they had time to wake them gently, Luffy just grabbed Sanji by the leg and Usopp by the nose before dragging them back to the Mary. Having rolled out of Usopp's embrace in the scuffle, Kaya watched for a moment before tiredly rising to her feet and walking in the direction their idiot captain took the others. Ow, 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 ow. Meanwhile, Princess. The others, the ones not with Luffy right now, turn and immediately wish they didn't, as Igaram was standing in an outfit almost identical to Vivi, carrying 3 large sandbags under his arms. I have a plan. I really hope it explains the outfit or I'm stabbing you in the kidney, Chaos grumbles. Actually it does. Sooner or later Baroque Works Intelligence will learn of what happened here, and given you know the boss's identity, they'll send at least 1,000 agents. Vivi finishes. Exactly. So dressed like this I'd disguise myself as you and sail straight back to Alabasta. Meanwhile you'll go with this crew and take the long way using the log pose to island hop home. I'll pass on the information if I get there, but failing that I'll at least be able to stop them following you. Hey, Chaos, looks like the old guy just made your plan better, Zoro jokes. Good, then if we're all in agreement let us depart. Vivi, the eternal pose to Alabasta? He asks, and the blue net reaches into her pockets and pulls out a log pose, hourglass hybrid. What's an eternal pose? Nami asks. You don't know? East Blue natives, the lot of us, don't need them back home. Igaram nods in understanding. Oh. Well, an eternal pose is similar to a log pose, except where a log pose changes as you travel, directing you to the next one in the chain, and eternal pose is permanently locked. In this case it will always point in the direction of Alabasta. Like a compass pointing north, more or less. No, I must say goodbye. And see you soon, Vivi. He is surprised to receive a brief hug from the princess before she is standing straight and regal. We will see you soon, Igaram. Until then, good luck. The man smiles and makes his way to the boat he'd already prepared. How long do you think you'll last? Alvida asks just outside Vivi's hearing. Not long, they want Vivi dead, not captured. They could blow the ship out of the water with no worries, Chaos answers. Though like the smooth human he was curious as to how far the captain will get, and how long he'll be able to be a decoy, distraction for Vivi, their movements. Unfortunately for everyone, the researcher was right. The ship not even making it to the horizon when it was engulfed in a massive explosion. This spurred everyone to move as quickly as possible. Except Vivi, who had turned catatonic due to witnessing Igaram's fiery demise. In the end, Nami and Alvida just shoved her in the direction of the Going Merry. Back to regular time, Chaos stops and his lips curl into a smirk just as he steps onto the Merry deck. Though only Zoro, who had climbed, jumped up the side of the ship. Paraphrasing, he said, "Ramps are for pussies," saw it. Why do you stop? We're in a hurry. Nami yells before she yelps as Luffy, Sanji and Usopp speed past, Kaya following much more slowly. Let's go, Luffy orders, while the other guys groan as they try get their bearings. Wait, what about Karoo? Vivi asks, worried about her spotted duck. You mean this thing? Got here before we did, Zoro replies, pointing to the duck standing behind him. You were going to abandon me here, weren't you? You little bitch? Vivi yells with pointed teeth. Breathing deeply, she turns to Nami. There's a tributary that should get us to open ocean much quicker. It starts over there. Got it. Nami nods and runs to the controls. Meanwhile, Alvida explains the situation to Kaya, Usopp and Sanji. While she knocks the guys out for their yelling and complaining and slowly explains everything to Kaya, who as expected looks about ready to lose her lunch. And everyone else makes sure the Mary doesn't crash into the edges of the waterway in the thick fog. Hey, the fog's clearing. Think that mean we're out? Luffy asks. Yeah, open ocean. Now we just need to island hop to Alabasta, Vivi says with the first relaxed smile she'd had in quite a while. That was some mighty fine maneuvering. Any less and we could have been torn to shreds of thickly southern accented female muses with a vocal smile. Thanks, Nami says with a smirk, until she realizes, along with everyone else, that they didn't recognize the voice. Turning around they saw a tall, busty woman in a cowgirl hat, thick white furry coat and skimpy purple outfit grinning down at them. Vivi turning a pale shade of green when she recognized the woman. Okay, that's the rigging secured. Oh hey Robin, Chaos says as he steps away from the mast. His grin widens when her smile falls and the alabastin tan drains from her naturally pale features. How do you know Miss All Sunday? That name, Vivi and the now named Miss All Sunday ask, the latter losing all traces of her accent. In order, I didn't know she was Miss All Sunday, whatever that means, and he pulls out his bounty book from his cape. Stopping somewhere near the end, neither Robin nor Miss All Sunday wear masks. So identification is simple. He then pulls out and shows them Nico Robin's bounty poster, and they can clearly see it's the woman above them. That's from 6 months ago, Robin gasps in surprise. I like to keep my records up to date, was a little embarrassed when I found out Arlong had got a 2 million increase while I wasn't looking. It's an honor to meet the devil's child, Nico Robin. Don't see many 80 million criminal just walking around. What a coincidence, that's how much we are worth, Luffy says with a chuckle. It actually is a coincidence. I didn't plan it for their combined bounty to equal 80 mil. Just be more than canon because they beat Kuro, as well as killed him and Arlong. Can we get back to the important part? Who's Miss All Sunday? Nami asks, Vivi answering. High-rank agents work in pairs, the men are numbered, and the women have days. Miss All Sunday, she's partnered with Mr. 0 Feet. Crocodile, yes. She's the only person allowed know his identity, it's actually how we learned it, by tailing her. Foo. You mean I let you follow MPPY tail wouldn't be noticed by someone like me, who's been on the run since my preteens? I lead you to Crocodile, mostly to see what you do. See what I do? Vivi shrieks, clenching her fists. It was you who told Crocodile we knew then, wasn't it? She asks, already knowing the answer. Why of course, after all I'm not just Zero's partner but his spymaster too. MI talents make it rather easy these days. Ask Igaram if you need confirmation. It was you. You killed him. Vivi yells, everyone reaching for their weapons, even Usopp and Sanji appearing armed and ready to deal with the threat, slingshot and pistol in hand respectively. Sanji, any idea what's going on? Usopp asks, nope. But it's clear this one's a problem, and dangerous, the cook replies. Robin's smirk returns as she crosses her arms. Y'all need to calm her tits, she says, and the pirates yelps and drop their weapons. Then Luffy's hat flies off his head into the air and Sunday puts it on over her cowgirl hat. How'd I look? Give that back, it's my hat, Luffy yells. Sunday grins, then her eyes widen when the hat bounces off her head and flies back to the captain, who laughs, see, my hat likes me better. Luffy notices Robin turn an angry glare to Chaos, the only one still smiling, and given his weapon attaches itself to him, the only one still holding theirs. And he sees as she clenches her fist he brings his hand to his throat. Will look to be a twitch of his fingers and Sunday releases, wriggling the fingers of her right hand. Anyway, you can unclench Princess. Ruffles is still alive and on his way to Alabasta. That was just a message, mostly that we won't be fooled by such poor deception. If you thought a cross-dresser and some sandbags were going to even distract us, you're an idiot. Also, I wanted you to actually get there in time to try stop us. I have a little gift for you. She tosses a log pose to the captain who catches it easily. That's an eternal pose to an island just before Alabasta known as Nanamanai Island. Once there your log will adjust and get you to the end of your journey in 3 days at most. No, Luffy yells, crushing the pose to Robin's surprise, Vivi and Nami's shock, horror and anger, and amusement on the part of Chaos and Zoro. Having expected nothing less, I am the captain of this ship, so when I say we're going the normal way without shortcuts, we're doing that. Foo. You are an interesting boy, Straw Hat, Sunday says with a grin before turning to Vivi, and her grin turns into a twisted smirk. Little heads up, Princess. The next island on your journey is Little Garden. That's why I'm not here to kill you all. She pauses at the snort, scoff from the expected Straw Hats, because you're not a threat to Crocodile's plan. Good luck, though, she waves before jumping over the edge of the ship. When the pirates go check, they see her sitting on the back of a giant turtle. which had its own massive cowboy hat, as it paddles away. Well, that happened. Nami set a course for Little Garden, Luffy orders, the ginger nods and runs to the controls, while he leads his first mate to the front. So? The purpleette smiles. Every user to set foot on this ship has been Paramecia, he replies. Luffy nods. So she is a devil fruit user. But you already knew that. It was a statement, not a question. Yes, and what a skilled user she is. Like you, she takes a seemingly weak and simple ability and uses it to great effectiveness. Then it'll be interesting when we meet next. He then grins widely. I noticed you didn't actually have to check the book to know who she was. Your point being? Nothing. Just don't get in over your head. She. Luffy chuckles before walking away. Chaos sighing deeply in hopes the evening hides the pink of his cheeks. Either that or they'll presume it's from partial asphyxia. With Robin a little later. Those pirates are odd, but I kind of want to see them. Aga and Robin muses as a messenger bat flies over and drops off a letter. Confused but also curious, she opens the letter and reads it. Her eyebrows raise and her teeth clench. That bastard crocodile. She shouldn't be there. He promised she. The thoughts fade as Robin pinches the bridge of her nose. She should have seen this coming. Crocodile only cares about crocodile. He only keeps promises when it was useful to him. With Operation Utopia so close to fruition, he probably didn't care anymore, and with how close she was to completing her own goals, she was going to let it slide. Anything happens to Artemis though, she would remind him she was a master assassin and deal with this threat. So what do you think the problem with Little Garden is? I mean, Miss All Sunday says it neutralizes the threat we posed to Crocodile's plans, so it must be bad. Kaya asks the group. The trip from Whiskey Peak a lot calmer than the one to it. Maybe it's full of vicious monsters, or cannibalistic Amazons. Usopp panics, causing a shiver to shoot down the spines of half the crew, while Chaos hums and shrugs. That's not it. Well, I suppose it could be, but when Robin gave us the eternal pose, she said it was so we'd show up in time to do something. So I think the problem is something much simpler, but also outside our control. The log pose need time to adjust to each island's magnetic signature and point to the next one. So what if the problem is it takes weeks or even months to record Little Gardens? At the question, Vivi pales. So he could destroy my kingdom and I'd be helpless to stop them? She whimpers. It's just a theory, but we don't know anything, so it's all we got. The purpleette backtracks, trying to appease the light blue-haired princess. It wasn't much, but he had more things on his mind than Vivi's feelings, like the two presciences that the ship had picked up in Whiskey Peak, and were still nudging his sense. He just didn't know if it meant they had a shadow or stowaways. Not that it matters, the first mate thinks. Until we deal with Crocodile, we're going to have them and the other agents gunning for us. Those musings were interrupted by the appearance of a giant dolphin, spurring everyone to get their asses in gear. Then the appearance of Little Garden on the horizon, which at least gave them a target. The island at first glance appeared to be that of a thick rainforest, with little in the way of visible fauna due to all the trees along the edge of the river they used to enter the island proper. It didn't last forever though, as they caught sight of and were then skiffly attacked by a large bird-like creature which quickly flew away when it failed to capture any of them. Then there was the giant tiger which stalked the Mary for a spell before being attacked by a smaller but still large reptile which made swift work of it. All in favor of staying put on the boat till the pose resets, say I, Usopp yells, getting immediate eyes from Nami and Kaya just as the Mary stops. Zoro throwing out the anchor to keep her from floating away before they needed to go. This place is so cool, Luffy cheers, then quickly turns to his cook, Sanji. 2 pirate lunchboxes, I'm going exploring. Can we come too, Luffy? Vivi asks, surprising everyone, most of all Karoo, who was a little annoyed she had been volunteered by her princess to go onto the dangerous island when she could just stay here and sleep. Okay. Chaos pulls himself to his feet, brushing dust off his pants. Well, I've got nothing better to do. I think I'll tag along. What? We're stuck on a mysterious island of death, and you want to explore? Usopp yells. Yep, pretty much. Quack. Got it in one long nose. Ah, why would they do something this crazy? Plus Luffy and Chaos are some of our best fighters, but I guess as long as I'm heading out too. Need to replenish our food stores given these 2 endless stomachs, Sanji says as he passes backpacks to Team Exploration. Luffy grinning unapologetically while Chaos smirks and makes a joke about being a growing lad. If I find anything good, should I bring it back? the reflect human asks. Nah, I'll be fine. Plus Zoro volunteered to assist, the swordsman chuckles. Actually I said I could catch a bigger beast than you. Then almost swallowed your cigarette at the speed you entered my personal space to tell me I was deluded. Shut up Marimo, Sanji growls, nearly head-butting the teen. Make me swirly brow, bring me meat. Good luck guys, Luffy orders, then grinning widely as he hops off the ship. Vivi following on Karoo and a still sniggering Chaos not far behind. We're stuck on a dangerous island and they've left us alone and defenseless. Usopp sobs, till Kayad taps his shoulder. Not all the hard hitters is gone. Alvida's staying on the ship, she says, trying to raise his spirits. She's right. No way am I walking through the woods unless I need it. I'm using the free time for a little sunbathing, but yeah, I'll lend a hand if there's any threat to the ship, the former captain says as she sets up a deck chair and pulls out a book. Nami nods, yeah Usopp. We'll be fine till at least Sanji and Zoro return with food. The sniper nods and stands up, you're right. There's nothing to worry about, I guess I was being silly. The trio laugh until they hear a small thump. Turning they see Alvida passed out and lightly snoring, her book having slid off her smooth stomach and her hat having joined it on the floor. Seriously, she's asleep? No way, that's faster than Zoro? Think she's narcoleptic? Nami asks the remaining crew. Kaya shakes her head, no, we'd have noticed before now if she was. This is most likely her body reacting to the first proper chance to rest since we entered the Grand Line, the ship doctor. Gunslinger then gains a thoughtful look, I'm actually surprised she's the only one. Zoro, Chaos and Luffy didn't exactly get any sleep either and Vivi had to remain awake to spring that trap is Miss Wednesday. Add to that the stress of a death sentence over our heads, it's quite exhausting. With Team Explorers, it's a dinosaur, Luffy cheers, clapping his hands rapidly while Vivi, Karoo and Chaos were shocked to silence, the tall first mate for once not having a comment yet. When the shock finally waned he grinned widely, laughing and grabbed the rubber captain. You some know how to pick him Lou Sesezi, Vivi noticing the brothers' joyful expressions were nearly identical. They're treating this like it's a pleasure cruise. Are they stupid, insane or just that strong? She wondered before getting a new reason to lose her mind. I'm going to go ride it, Luffy declares, shooting his arms up to grab the Brachiosaurus by the top of its neck and springing up to land on its head. Chaos face palms but chuckles while Vivi sits on Karoo's back, her jaw hitting the duck's back while her eyes go pure white. That boy is going to get himself killed, or worse all of us killed. The princess begins to panic until she feels Chaos' bony fingers on her shoulder. Don't worry about Luffy, sure he seems like a reckless idiot and sometimes that's true, but he's too stubborn to die, the purpleette explains. Watching the Straw Hat Captain bounce from one angry dinosaur to the other, not a care in the world. That was until one of them manages to swallow him. Chaos not needing to look to know Vivi was glaring at him. The word, see, implied in her eyes. Chop yug. A massive sword slices through the dinosaur's neck, falling to the ground just in front of Chaos and Vivi with a loud crash. A moment later Luffy comes out the end, looking really confused. That was weird, he says, mostly to himself, but the three others agreed wholeheartedly. Hey, when'd he get here? Luffy asks, causing them to turn in the direction he was looking, at which point Vivi's heart decided to try escape out her mouth. Standing, watching them was a giant at least 12 meters tall, best described as being basically a Viking, down to the thick graying brown beard on his pointed face, nearly reaching his belt. Yug. You little people are very brave and a lot of fun to watch you grapple the long necks, the giant says with a huge smile. Now given they, being Luffy and Chaos, grew up in the East Blue, it had been quite a while since anyone called Chaos little, so his first reaction was to laugh. Is he okay? The giant asks, Luffy waving his hand dismissively. He'll be fine, it's just he's the tallest guy we've ever met before you. What's your name by the way? The giant flexes his muscles before raising his sword into the air. I'm Dory, greatest warrior in all of Elbaf and don't let anyone tell you different. That's so cool. Wait, where's Elbaf? Luffy asks. Elbaf is the home of the giants, on an island deep in the New World, Dory explains. Come eat, we don't get visitors to Little Garden. The pirates put it to a vote, Luffy eager for giant food, Chaos not having issues as Dory seemed nice enough and Karoo couldn't vote, meaning Vivi was outnumbered and followed the guys back to the giant's lair. Dory's home in the mountain, food. Luffy pounces like a wild animal, his rubber jaws enabling him to swallow the massive chunks he tears off. Chaos had to use one of hubby's larger forms to cut it due to the sheer size of the chunk of dinosaur meat in front of him, passing some to a reluctant Vivi before having his own. Karoo was fine with the drink Sanji made her, so simply sat beside the princess, ready for the first sign of danger, to run for her life. "Mr. Giant, it must be pretty lonely here on your own. Why are you here, by the way?" Luffy asks curiously, the other three also interested. "Yug yug yug. I'm not alone," Dory laughs, "you're not." The giant shakes his head, "Nope, there's another giant on Little Garden. His name is Broggy. As for why we're here, it's to fight." "What?" Vivi yells, "Why? We're not allowed fight in Elbaf, it angers our gods. If two giants have a disagreement that can't be settled any other way, they are set away to another island and only one will leave. The victor decided by the will of the gods and granted their divine protection. We've been fighting for the last 100 years. 100 years, it must be really important to keep fighting for this long. Actually, I've forgotten what we were fighting about. It's been so long," Dory admits with a slight chuckle, causing Chaos and Luffy to laugh and Vivi to groan. "If you can't remember why you're here, then just stop and go home." "No, even if we don't remember the reason, the fact Broggy and I are even here proves how serious it must have been. Plus this is a sacred duel, to back out dishonors the gods of Elbaf, as well as both our families." "But, Vivi," the princess turns to the taller Straw Hat, "this is clearly a wide cultural difference between you both, but you should let him follow his traditions unhindered. I'm sure if I knew anything about Alabasta, I'd be able to point out things I viewed as flaws in the traditions of the Sand People as an outsider. I mean, besides making crocodile a sir, even you know that was a bad idea. But they won't make you charge your mind or ways." He smiles as the brunette looks thoughtful, then winces at the light punch to the kidney Luffy gives him. "Hey. That wasn't nice calling Vivi a sand person. Actually it's fine, in the old tongue that's the name of the island before the Nefertari family took over and named it Alabasta. Sanagakure, the people of the sand," Vivi explains. "Oh, okay then, back on the merry GGG giant," Usopp yells, as a large and rotund man with a bushy beard and wide grin crashes out of the forest. Usopp, "Stop yelling, holy shit." "Whoop," Alvida groans before seeing the giant and slipping off the chair. "Hi, I'm Broggy. Do you have any booze? I drank mine and people don't come by very often, so I hope you have some," the giant booms. Usopp and the girls look to one another. "The only thing we have big enough for him is the cleaning alcohol, but that's not something that's meant to be drunk. Just give it to him. Worst case he doesn't like the taste," Nami argues, wanting to make the giant go away as quickly as possible. Any arguments were cut off by Broggy's loud yell, turning they see a T-Rex, to which they have the expected freak out, had decided to chomp down on the giant's butt. In response, Broggy takes his axe off his belt and swings, removing the dinosaur's head rather easily. "Holy shit, I'll go get the alcohol, just one moment," Usopp yells, speeding into the bowels of the ship to retrieve it. "Thanks, hey why don't you come with me? Let me feed you as thanks," Broggy offers happily. "I just caught dinner after all, so you know the meat will be fresh." He grins as he holds the T-Rex head above him. "Ya baba baba." "Oh, we'd love to, but, yeah sure, I got no problems." "What?" Nami screams at Kaya and Olivia, Usopp meanwhile stunned into silence. "Broggy seems like a nice guy, it wouldn't be polite to refuse," Kaya explains. "I'm just hungry and who knows when Sanji and Zoro will come back with food. This is my best chance to eat before nightfall," Alvida answers bluntly. "Yaba baba baba, it's settled. Let's go so I can feed my new friends and get drunk for the first time in many years," Broggy grins, placing his hand palm up on the deck of the ship. Later, at Broggy's camp. "This is actually better than I expected," Alvida says, Broggy smiling as she digs into the meat with a speed only beaten by their captain. The other slab shared by Kaya, Usopp and Nami, all a bit leery about the giant staring down at them, though Kaya was at least trying to eat enough to show she appreciated the meal. "I agree, it turns out dinosaurs doesn't taste like anything in the East Blue," the blonde responds, to which the others nod. "Hey Mr. Broggy sir, how long does it take for the log to reset for this island?" Nami asks, both to fill the dead air and find out how long they would need to remain on this death trap. 1 full year, the giant responds with his jolly tones, which made the statement even worse. Was the only thing going through Nami's head before passing out. Usopp not far behind her but managing to somehow remain conscious. Kaya paled to a greenish-gray while Olivia laughed thinking Chaos and Robin had been right. They were screwed not because of any nefarious plans, but because of the screwed-up nature of the Grand Line itself. The volcano in the center of the island began to rumble and explode. Bragi sits straighter and drops his meat before standing. Usopp shivers when he sees the steely gaze in his eyes. "I'm sorry to leave you little ones, but there's something I must attend to," he booms, picking up his axe and shield before walking off. The four stand and move to watch whatever was important enough to make the happy-go-lucky giant act so serious. Turns out the cause was another giant, the two running towards one another, shaking the ground as they go before colliding with the thud of their blades against the other's shields. "I have forgotten the reason for our brawl," Dory yells as he swings. "As have I," Bragi responds, batting away the strike with his shield. "But I will still be victorious," they both bellow, their very will felt wash across the island for a moment. That was the strength of their conviction. It was strange but also impressive that even after a century of fighting those two could still lay into each other like they were in their prime, something which amazed Chaos, Luffy, and surprisingly enough Usopp, who couldn't take his eyes off the two warriors' deadly dance. Concluding in one final blow as the volcano sounded once more, both giants slamming their shields into the other's face. 73,466 duel. Dory begins. 73,466 draws. Bragi finishes as both keel over with a loud crash. Yug 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 yababa baba. Interestingly enough, it seemed the animosity the two giants had for one another was limited to their fights, as the two had no problem just lying there laughing to one another and talking civilly. "Hey Dory, a couple of guests of mine gave me some alcohol. Want some?" Bragi asks. "Drinks? That sounds great. After so long I'll drink anything," Dory answered with another laugh. A little later, with Dory, yug yug yug. "So Bragi's new friends are also part of your crew?" Dory asks, slowly draining his alcohol barrels. "Yep, Usopp, Nami, Kaya and Alvida. Guess they got a little cabin fever too," Chaos replies with his usual smirk, himself and Luffy still eating the giant's dinosaur meat. "Well, if you're all here together, I guess I can thank you for the refreshments as much as them and Bragi." "Dory, does it really take a year for the log to reset on Little Garden?" Vivi asks, wanting there to be some kind of misunderstanding at play here. The giant nods. "Yes. Didn't you notice the mounds of human skeletons lying around here?" he asks bluntly. "Actually, I think she's been actively trying to ignore them," Luffy teases, words muffled by his full mouth. "Little Garden is hard to survive on for humans. Some get eaten by dinosaurs, die of starvation, thirst of exposure, or even being stupid enough to attack myself or Bragi. Doesn't matter. Point is they all die here." Vivi starts to break down into tears. "Even if we could somehow survive for a year, there's no telling what Crocodile could have done in that time frame. Alabasta might not even exist anymore," she blubs. "True, plus some of us don't exactly have that good attention spans. Chaos and me get bored easily. Is there any other way off this island, giant guy?" Dory sets down his barrel and sighs. "There is an eternal pose, but it's set to our homeland of Elbaf. You asked what we're fighting for. If you want to be materialistic, you could say the pose and the way home is our prize. You can try take it, if you think you can beat me and Bragi." Luffy frowns. "No, that won't work. We need one either to the next island or Vivi's island." Dory strokes his beard. "You could try sailing around randomly. Should hit an island eventually, if you're lucky. That's all you need really, any island for the log to register." Luffy looks to be thinking before bursting out laughing. "You're right, we could get lucky she. You could. Hey, you okay Tiny Girth?" Dory asks as Chaos silently pulls himself to his feet. The purpleette nods. "Yeah, I'm good. Just need a walk." he replies with a wave of his hand and a smile. But only Luffy noticed it looked pinched. Okay then, don't get dead yug yug yug, Dory yells as the tallest Straw Hat wanders into the jungle. Chaos groans once he felt he was far enough distance. This is not good. Bomberman and instant weight loss were bad enough, but there's another paramecia as well as what I suppose Luffy would call a mystery power. And I feel it, calling to me. What are you? He thinks, his lips turning into a crooked grin when he feels the strange prescience on its own move away from the other agents. Now was his chance. Following his senses to a clearing, he found a girl in a sun hat drinking tea and munching on rice cakes. He must have made some noise because she turned and he saw her blank, young face and rosy cheeks. Damn, she's just a kid, how'd she get mixed up in Baroque works? He thinks, a pang of sympathy hitting his heart, as she stands, twirling a paintbrush between her fingers. This is not good, she says flatly, frowning color trap, laughter yellow. Reflect armor Chaos felt something pass through him and sighed in relief, glad his childhood had granted him quick reflexes. The girl looked confused, tilting her head before asking. You're not laughing, you don't even feel like laughing, do you? Chaos grins, no more than usual. He then frowns when he realizes his legs feel like lead and his arms swayed uselessly. I may have stopped your attack, but I'm a little stuck, he muses. The painter gasps then smiles widely. Really? Oh, that would be so cool if I could get one of my color traps to do it. But what to call it, paralyzing purple? Freezing fuchsia? Immobilizing indigo? Despite himself, Chaos chuckles at her enthusiasm. You are an odd one, but such an interesting mind indeed. The girl smiles at this. That's what Mama says too. She taught me the odd ones are the best. That they are, kid, that they are. Hey, what are you doing out here moping? Come on, I'm basically a captive audience. You can tell me, Chaos asks with a sincere smile, which appeared to work on the girl. I'm worried about Mama. Crocodile isn't a nice man. He'll hurt her and I can't do anything to help her. I know she can hold her own. Mama is awesome. But Crocoman is so bad, she might die. Hey kid, Golden Week, or Artemis I suppose, but only Mama calls me that. Well Artemis, my captain is going up against Crocodile and we're going to win. I promise you I will bring her back to you safe and sound, Chaos declares, surprised when a crying Golden Week slams into him. Thank you Papa, I know Mama will be safe with you, she mumbles. The purpleette not sure how to process what just happened, which was why he didn't notice till he held her close that her missile impression had smudged her paint. Yes she will. We look after Owen. Nakama, he grins and Artemis mirrors it. Now we just need to get off this island. At that her face falls again. That's why we're here, me and Mr. 3. We're supposed to take out the Straw Hats and report back. But you're going to help Mama. I don't want to kill you and I don't want to go back to Crocodile after failing. She sniffles and bites her lips. Then blinks when she feels Chaos' hand rubbing her back. It's fine, you won't have to. I bet you'll be an official Straw Hat once we get back to Luffy. Then you'll have nothing to worry about. Artemis sniffles. Really, you'd let me join, just like that? Chaos grins as he lets her stand. Yep, that's how the others joined up. Luffy asked if they wanted to join and they eventually relented. The girl chuckles and begins to follow him back. Meanwhile, with Broggy with his axe handle broken, Broggy had to fix himself a new one. A brave warrior of the sea, you say? What's that? I want to be like you and Dory, Usopp explains. You want to be a giant? Broggy asks in confusion. Not sure there's even a devil fruit for that. That's not what I meant, Usopp yells. Meanwhile they girls all laugh at his expense. I want to be brave and strong like you and the other warriors of Elbaf. Oh, Broggy nods in understanding, continuing to work on his axe. You know, even though our lifespans greatly exceed a human's, we still think about how we're going to die. We know everything we are and everything we make will fade to time, as it should, but if we die as a brave warrior, without compromising who we are, then we die with honor, and that would be an everlasting treasure. It's something everyone in Elbaf wishes for, he explains, Usopp hanging off his every word. This lovely moment was ruined by two explosions, originating within the alcohol barrels. Broggy was more confused than anything while Dory had already drunken the tainted barrel and it went off in his stomach, causing severe damage. Old giant guy. That was the same alcohol from the ship. Why did it explode? Luffy wonders aloud as he and Vivi try to check on Dory. Do you think the other giant could have tainted it? Vivi suggests only to be immediately smacked down. YB Luffy. Were you not paying attention? These giants are honorable warriors. TVE of such tactics, they'd spit on you for even suggesting such a maneuver. Then who do you think did it? You stangers. The two look up and see Dory had pulled himself to his feet. Just barely, blood dripping from his mouth into his beard. Broggy wouldn't do something like this. He's a warrior or Elbaf. He has his pride and honor. So who else is there to suspect, but you? Luffy, we should go. Vivi begins but is once more cut off. It won't do much good. Here, hold this, Luffy says seriously, passing his hat over to the confused Bluenet. You're going to fight Dory? Don't have much of a choice. Man, Chaos is going to be pissed he missed this. He smirks for a second before turning serious once more. I don't want to, but we need to settle this, so here I come, Dory. The giant swings his sword, clearly slower and more erratically than when they watched him fight Broggy a little while ago, but still very dangerous had Luffy not jumped out of the way. Luffy tries to use one of his gum attacks, but his body was bounced off the giant's shield before he could even finish. Given the direct approach wasn't going to work, Luffy reached out to the trees on the other side of the clearing, extending his arms to do so, letting it pull him towards it, overshoot and use the energy from the journey over to shoot right back, slamming Dory squarely in the chest. Gum rocket. Dory drops his sword and nearly falls over, but manages to hold himself up long enough to stomp Luffy into the earth. Vivi shrieks as she worries the captain to be dead. So, he ate one of the devil fruits, Dory mumbles. Blood soaked his lips and the top of his beard at this point in time. I guess I underestimated him, was his final words before finally keeling over with a loud thump. Luffy! Vivi yells in happiness when she sees the boy pull himself out of a Luffy-shaped crater, inside a boot-shaped crater. Are you alright? I'll be fine, it's him I'm worried about, Luffy replies, pointing to the unconscious giant. How is he, by the way? He'll be fine. You were right though, the fighting actually calmed him down somehow. Happened a lot back home. Sometimes you just need to fight as a way to let off steam. Mama Dayton used to do so a lot, not to me or my brothers but the other guys we lived with. Her gang, Luffy explains before standing up, his hat on his head and a frown on his face. I on the other hand am not so calm. Dory is right. Broggy wouldn't do something like this. Their duels are important to them, too important to ruin by cheating like this. No, someone else is here and they ruined everything. Spat in the face of these nice giants and their honor, their pride. Damn it, Chaos, you picked a shitty time to go for a stroll. As the last 5 minutes haven't been going their way, the volcano sounded, alerting both giants to the next duel, to which Vivi and Luffy grimaced, knowing Dory was definitely in no condition to fight another giant if the Straw Hat Captain was able to take him down. But still they heard it. The old giant pulling himself first to his knees and then his feet, retrieving his sword on the way. Stop this, Dory, you can't fight Broggy in this condition. Vivi pleads but he ignores it. It doesn't matter, this isn't simply an attack, humans. This is a sign from our gods. Broggy has been blessed and now I must go. What, no, you can't just give up like that. Dory laughs, but it sounded pained. Yug. You really think I'd let Broggy win? I wouldn't dishonor my friend by handing him victory. He still needs to work for it. He then turns from the duo, straining his muscles to lift the rock formation behind him, then dropping it on Luffy, pinning him to the ground. Hey, what the hell? Let me go, Luffy yells as he squirms and flails. I'm sorry, little friend, but I can't allow you to stop me from continuing the duel. I am a warrior of Elbaf. That alone means I can't run from a fight. If I did, I wouldn't know who I was anymore. Goodbye. He then begins to slowly plod out towards the clearing him and Broggy had fought the last time in, ignoring Luffy and Vivi's attempts to get him to come back, or to free them. He's going to die. It's not right, Luffy growls. Someone's interfering. Everything's wrong. Dory's going to die and it's not even his fault. The rubber boy sighs. Vivi, take Karoo and try get the giant's attention. There's nothing I can do until get free. Vivi blinks before yelling, Luffy, are you insane? Probably, but that's not important right now. Getting them to stop their duel is. The princess sighs, seeing she wasn't going to get through to Luffy, so agreed, calling her duck before hopping onto her back. This is a bad idea, Lou. I'm not going to be able to do this alone. Then find the others. Vivi sighs. Okay, you stay safe here, alright? Not like I can go anywhere, Luffy grumbles as Karoo runs off. Luckily he wasn't alone for long as Usopp came crashing through the forest, flying through the air and landing directly in front of him. "Luffy, that god I found you, a dinosaur ate the girls." "What? Are you serious?" "Yeah. One moment we were all together and the next I was all alone. I got my crewmates and best friend killed." Usopp falls to his knees and begins to wail. "Hey Usopp." The long nose stops for a moment at the yell. "You didn't see them get eaten? Or hear a scream?" The sniper shakes his head. "Then they're not dead, just lost." Usopp perks up at this. "So they're alright? As long as they didn't all get separated like you did they should be fine. I presume Kaya and Alvida brought their weapons even if Nami didn't." Usopp nods. "Yeah. All the dinosaurs and other nasties, Kaya wouldn't leave the ship without them." Well, seems the giant may have just made our jobs easier," Five says with a smile while Valentine's Day cackles, the two entering the pirates' field of vision. "It was you did this, interfering with the duel, taking our friends, everything," Luffy accuses, to which the agents smile just a little. "Correct, Straw Hat. Seems you're not as dumb as they claim you to be. Right now Mr. 3 is taking care of your friends. We can take our time with you." She chuckles as Five steps forward to deliver an explosive kick to Luffy's face, throwing Usopp back with a nose-fancy cannon when he reaches for his slingshot. "Boom, you're a lot sturdier than I expected," Five muses as a slightly blackened Luffy coughs up some soot and glares at him. "But it just means I'll have to be more forceful." Color trap. Freezing fuchsia. The two agents seize up as a bright pink design appears on their backs, Chaos and Artemis appearing from the tree line moments later. "Hey Captain, looks like you're in a tight spot. Also look what I found. She's followed me home, can we keep her?" Both Chaos and Golden Week try the puppy dog pout. The younger obviously better at it than the elder. "Sure. Hey, did she make them seize up like that?" "Yep, awesome. I always wanted an artist." Chaos grins and turns to Artemis. "See, what did I tell you, official Straw Hat?" Chaos, Luffy's still stuck under a mountain," Usopp yells. Chaos sighs deeply. "Don't worry Usopp. I have this covered." His fists and forearms turn silver, flashing in the strong sun of Little Garden, just before he began punching around Luffy, only taking about 5 or so hits to do noticeable damage to the wall, though continued until there were deep cracks radiating from around Luffy's trapped form. "There we go," he says, smiling proudly, though frowns when he hears the agents chuckle. "What? Doesn't matter if you beat us, there's still 6 more officer agents, and that's not even including Mr. Zero." Chaos waves them off. "I don't care what you have to say about Crocodile. We're kicking his ass for Vivi and Artemis," he says, his declaration getting an odd response from the duo. "Crocodile's Mr. Zero? We've been working for that sellout this whole time?" Luffy looks confused. "Sellout? Crocodile's a warlord, an attack dog for the world government through the Marines. Therefore a puppet of the world nobles." Five explains bitterly. "Alabasta. It's Thonly group of nobles that still live on the line rather than their ivory towers on the red line, in Mariajoy's." "That's why you targeted it? 'Cause they're world nobles?" "Yes, or at least I thought we did," Five answers, unable to nod. "Yeah, they sit pretty while everyone suffers. They need to see the consequences of their ignorance," Valentine's Day adds. Chaos lip curls into a smirk. "Luffy, go kick Mr. 3's ass for interfering with the fight." "I have an idea," the two Baroque work agents gulp. "Still stuck here," Luffy points out, to which Chaos just waves him off. "Just blow up, the wall should be weak enough now." Gum Gum Balloon. Just as the other boy predicted, the wall had been weakened significantly enough that as Luffy inflated he caused the surrounding wall to give way and move out of his way. Luffy didn't need to blow up to full size, just enough that when he deflated again he was able to crawl out. Quack, 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 Karoo. Luffy cheers, hugging the duck before a weight settles in his stomach. "Karoo. Where's Vivi?" The duck droops, quacking sadly while waving her wings in the direction of where Dory and Broggy were fighting. "Like we said, Mr. 3 has captured the rest of your crew, and it seems the Candleman has the princess too," Five says, much more neutrally than before. Luffy clenches his teeth as Usopp stands and walks over to him. "Luffy? I'm going to kick his ass. Who's with me?" "I will," Usopp volunteers, wanting to help rescue his crewmates and follow his mentor Broggy's example. "Quack," Karoo responds, nodding her head. Vivi was her friend, she was going to help. Okay, charge, Luffy screams, running in the direction Karoo just came. The other two following just slightly slower. Your brother's insane, Valentine's Day comments, oh that's a given, Chaos replies with a chuckle, now, I believe we have a few things to discuss. A couple minutes later Gum Gum Rocket Mr. 3 turns and jumps out of the way just in time to avoid Luffy shooting past him, catching Broggy's helmet on the way so he could stop. You ruined everything. I'm going to kick your ass, he yells at the agent who just smirks. Luffy. He turns and sees a giant cake, candle thing, stuck to the base where Vivi, Kaya, Zoro, Nami and Alvida, who looked to be spiked to the cake just like Broggy was to the ground. Hey guys, Luffy grins but recoils when they start yelling at him. Mr. 3's trying to turn us into waxworks, break the tower and get us loose. Luffy nods, got it. One wrecking crew coming up, Gum Gum. Candle wall pistol Luffy goes for the direct approach as usual but 3 summoned wax from his arms, stopping it in its tracks, followed by more wax to restrain the boy, though it only caught one of his arms. Hey thanks, I needed something heavy and there weren't any rocks around to toss, Luffy says with a grin. What is this idiot going on about? 3 thinks then begins to panic when Luffy hops back onto Broggy's head and throws his candle-trapped arm behind them. Gum Gum's sledgehammer bam. The pillar breaks, practically explodes actually and the candles and their stand fall. During this Luffy's candle is shattered due to the impact. Unfortunately the section begins spinning again, faster than before. Ha ha ha, you really thought that it would be that easy? All you've done is sped up the process. Mr. 3 laughs before sending out more wax to try and snare Luffy. Luckily Luffy managed to hop his way out of the sticky wax's path. We'll see about that, he growls, sending his arm back. Gum Gum pistol before slamming it directly into the Candleman's face, sending him flying into the forest. He took out Mr. 3 in one hit. Vivi gasps, that's all well and good, but we still need him to get us out of here before we all become waxworks. Nami adds seriously. Take out the pumpkin head and then we can worry about getting free, Alvida chimes in, looking to be getting twitchy without her mace around to try break them loose. Don't worry guys. I've got this covered, Luffy says with a grin, throwing his arm back, twisting it as he does. Gum Gum re. Oh no you don't. Luffy then takes a solid punch to the side, knocking him over and sending his attack off into the sky. Ow, what hit me? Luffy says, wincing as he stands. That would be me, Straw Hat, 3 answers, now decked out in what looked to be mech armor. Wow, that's so cool, I forgot I already painted that, a female voice deadpans. 3 turns, ah there you are Miss Goldenweek, glad to see you finally arrived and here I thought you'd gotten lost, he says with a chuckle. Artemis shrugs, nope, just had tea and crackers with this guy. He seems nice, she smiles at the tall purplet, munching on a bag of crackers, looking at Mr. 3's candle making death trap with a look of quiet contemplation. Did you say something? Here you go kiddo, I have a weirdo to deal with, Chaos says, passing the bag to Artemis who grins and digs in. She, you are definitely not Gramps. Luffy chuckles. And why would I want to be that old grump anyway? So you're another of Straw Hat's crew? I must have missed you earlier, Mr. 3 says with a frown. Chaos smirks, I could feel the heat of your candle wax halfway across the island. You never stood a chance. Also I'm not the only crewmate you missed. Usopp sneak attack, quack, quack. Mr. 3 backhands boy and duck into the cake with minimal effort on his part then turns his fists to Chaos. All I missed wasn't worth making into statues, but I'm sure Mr. Zero will like proof you're dead. Candle trap mirror wall wax meets mirrors and luckily mirrors win, compressing 3's wax back in on itself, so when Chaos releases his technique a hemisphere of semi-solid wax drops to the ground. 3 sneers, well that didn't work, I guess I'll just have to pound you into the ground. Breeze breath bomb, the explosion hits 3 in the chest, but his candle champion tanks it, meaning the agent was just annoyed. Mr. 5, how could you turn traitor after all this time? 5 shrugs before blowing into his gun, reloading its volatile payload. You forget that while quite loyal to the cause, Baroque Works agents are still mostly bounty hunters and mercenaries. Without giving away sensitive information, let's just say Miss Valentine's Day and I got a better offer, he unloads into the Candleman, but 3 blocks it with his armored fist. Wait, Miss Valentine's Day's betraying us too? The lemon girl chooses this moment to join in the action. So what do we do now? Valentine's Day asks as she drops down beside Usopp. I think I have a plan, but I have a question first. Mr. Three's candle wax, while super strong, it's still wax, right? Valentine clicks her tongue before nodding. As far as I know, yes. While stronger than the real thing, substances produced by devil fruits still retain most of their properties and behaviors. Why? Because my plan involves getting this rope lit, he announces, holding the end of a length of rope. The lemon-themed blonde looks at him before shrugging and grabbing the end of rope. Oi lads, we need a light here, she yells, waving the end of rope at them. Mr. Five turns just after reloading. You got it then, he says, aiming for the rope, which Valentina luckily held away from her. Bree's breath bomb but is intercepted by Mr. Three, who blocks it with his candle armor. Did you really think that was going to work? Whatever idiotic scheme you have going on is no match for my superior intellect in Battleizer. Those fools on the candle have another minute or 2 left to live, but you won't even last that long. Candle, gum pistol, whatever Three planned to do. It was interrupted by Luffy's fist planting itself in his unprotected face. First pearl now, Mr. Three. Why make so-called invincible armor and not protect your face? Knocking the crazed artist onto his back. Done. That didn't help at all, Usopp argues until Valentine puts her hand on his shoulder. Actually he did. Mr. Three's candle fruit works in 2 ways. He can produce wax from his body and his hair functions as a wick, sustaining and producing fire. Sure, it's not as strong as the Mara no mi, but just need to cause his hair to light up and then we're done, and as he said, we need to act quickly. I got this, Artemis announces, placing her hand on the chest on the mech-style suit. White out the paint dribbles onto the ground like water, exposing the wax underneath. My turn, Valentine says, getting a boost from Mr. Five in order to jump into the air. 1 kilogram bounce, 500 kilograms stomp. Her attack shattered the wax suit and giving a glancing blow to his ribs. She's trying to hurt him, not kill him after all. The agent's eyes bulge and he screams in pain. Hair erupting into flames and igniting the oil-soaked rope Usopp had Karoo wrap around the candle death trap. As Usopp predicted, Three's wax, while stronger than steel, still maintained the properties of wax, such as melting while under direct heat, or being on fire in this case. The statue began to drip, lost its shape before finally falling apart, freeing the trapped Straw Hats, Vivi as well as Broggy. Everyone's free. Luffy cheers, and on fire, Artemis points out, causing the remaining Straw Hats and Karoo to run over and assist putting their friends out. How we get stuck with these idiots, Vic? Valentine's Day asks off to the side. The tall one made a compelling case, plus Golden Week is a good judge of character, Val, Mr. Five replies. Fair point. You bastards. Everyone turns to see a burning mad Mr. Three, his hair forming a burning 3 in his anger. You've destroyed my magnum opus, my masterpiece. Oh, you don't deserve to become part of my art. You and the traitors can drown in my candle. Luffy, on it, gum bazooka. Luffy's strike slammed into the remaining officer agent, sending him flying away with a twinkle. And we're done, Luffy sighs in relief, before flopping onto his back on the ground. Yababa. Thank you humans, for saving me, and for showing a duel of this magnitude the honor and respect it deserves, Broggy booms. Then his smile falls as he turns to the prone form of his friend, Dory. I'm sorry I didn't beat you fairly, but you fought with honor as a warrior always should, he thinks, tears flowing freely, well until Dory got up. Ow, who turned on the rain? The giant grumbles as he sits up, scaring the shit out of everyone. Dory, you're alive? Broggy asks, half happily half in confusion. I must have passed out or something. Guess you win this round. Hey, all the humans are here too, did I miss something? Nothing much, Luffy replies, causing the giant to shrug in an oh well kind of gesture. How are you still alive? Kaya asks. The axe, it's lost its edge. After all these years, it's no longer strong enough to land a killing blow like that. I doubt my sword can do so either, Dory explains. Oh, what a wonderful day, glad to have you back, Dory. Yababa. You idiot, keep it my shoulder. You nearly cut it off, yug. The giants' reunion quickly devolved into lightly punching each other while laughing, enabling the humans to finally talk. "So, we picked up some more strays?" Zoro asks, referring mostly to Artemis sitting on Chaos' lap, but also Mr. Five and Miss Valentine's Day standing behind him. "Correct. Serpens offered us a temporary position on the ship in exchange for helping to deal with your croc problem," Valentine's Day answers. "Is he allowed do that?" Vivi asks Alvida, who nods. "He's the first mate. If he does it in Luffy's name and the captain doesn't veto it, he can basically do what he likes," she responds, surprising Vivi by the level of control the Elder Straw Hat technically had, even if it was subject to Luffy's whims and final say. "Why should we believe you're not going to stab us in the back the first chance you get?" Nami asks suspiciously. Five shrugs. "You may not trust us, but Crocodile is the one we're gunning for right now, so for the moment our goals align. Afterwards, well, we'll see." "What's your dream?" Luffy asks, surprising the former agents. I want to build things. Great things that can stand the test of time," Five answers honestly, "knowing how to break things. It helps me know how to make things stronger to withstand disasters and attack," he adds. "I want to be a great chocolatier," Valentine answers. "Sweet, an architect and a chocolatier. Join my crew." "Oh, and what about you, painter girl, what's your dream?" Artemis stands a little straighter. "I'm going to rescue Mama, then I'm going to become the greatest artist to ever live." Luffy grins. "Awesome. Now what do we call you guys? We can't use your code names, or else we'd have to still be calling Vivi Miss Wednesday." Five sighs but nods. "The name's Victor," Miss Valentine's Day grins, "and I'm Valentina." "What? Your code name is your real name?" Zoro asks with a paranoid look. "Yes, so what? With Baroque Works' anonymity policy, the only person who would know is Victor if I so chose," she yells defensively. "I'm Artemis, by the way," the artist pipes in, trying to diffuse the tension. "So what now, stay on this island a year? Doesn't sound like a great plan," Alvida asks tiredly. "No, there needs to be some other way to bypass it," Vivi declares, clenching her fists and praying she was right. "So this is where you all are," a familiar voice says as a blond man exits the forest. "Sanji." The cook smiles. "Yep, it's me. So what did I miss?" "Giants fighting, got some new crewmates, and now we're stuck waiting for the pose to change," Luffy answers, bypassing at least 80% of the events the cook had been absent from. "The problem is it'll take a year for the field to be recorded, and we don't have that long. We need to get to Alabasta now," Nami clarifies, wincing as she rubs her stomach. "Well, if we can't wait for the log pose, why don't we just use this?" Sanji asks, pulling out. "Is that an eternal pose to Alabasta?" Vivi yells, grabbing the object to confirm that yes, it was keyed to the magnetic field of her homeland. "Where did you get this?" Nami asks as Vivi passes it over, knowing the navigator would need it to get off Little Garden. "Found it in a wax house. I also spoke to Mr. 0 Feet. You exposed yourself. Crocodile didn't know about you yet," Vivi yells fearfully. "Fear not, Vivi-chan. He thought I was Mr. 3 and I didn't correct his assumption. The pose was actually for him. Crocodile is calling in all his heavy hitters to Alabasta. His plan's getting closer to completion." "Then we have no time to lose. Nami, you can use that, right?" Luffy asks, to which she nods. "Yeah, this is all we'll need till we finish dealing with Crocodile. Then we can just switch back to the log pose. Let it register Alabasta's field and continue on our journey." "Alrighty then, everyone back to the Mary. The Straw Hats are heading to Alabasta." A little while later, "Okay, that's everything, right?" Luffy asks, getting nods from Nami and Chaos. "Then let's go, onward to Vivi's homeland, the island of Alabasta." Zoro and Victor pull up the anchor while Usopp and Valentina set down the sails, allowing the Mary to once again move now she has a destination. All was going well for about 10 minutes. They had almost lost sight of Little Garden, when they were attacked by a giant goldfish. "Crap, we're all going to die. Here we go again, Sesezi." "I will not die, I'm coming for you, Mama, Crocodile. Remember what the giants said, no matter what, just go straight." Well, it was fun while it lasted, kyahahaha. The Straw Hats willing sailed into the island eater's mouth, allowing it to devour the going Mary, until it was caught in a psychedelic red and blue shockwave, shooting it straight through the fish and out the other side. Not that way, more like a bullet. From the edge of Little Garden, the giants watched their friends sail away, off on their own adventures. It was while reminiscing Dory turned to his friend and former crewmate. "Hey Broggy, yes Dory, think we should have told them about the only other person to leave before letting their log reset? Nah, he probably died before reaching the next island, it wasn't worth getting their hopes up." "Yug yug yug, you're right. I mean, who's even heard of Gold D. Roger anyway?" The giants laughed knowing their friends had a job. Chet Alabasta, Rubber King and Mirror Master. Nami's sick. To the island of snow and ice. The trip from Little Garden to Alabasta was another mostly smooth sailing trip, though ironically, given Alabasta was a desert island. The climate got colder as they went along. Things were going well until the ship lurched. "Did we hit something? Usopp, go check the lower deck. Chaos, go check on Nami," Luffy orders. The two guys nod and run off. Chaos enters the cabin to see Nami slumped against the steering paddle. "Hey Nami, you okay?" he asks. The ginger groans and pulls herself up. "I'm fine, just tired I guess," she grumbles, knees knocking as she tries to stand, only the purplet's arms on her stopping her from hitting the floor. "No you're not, but even if you were you need to take a break, at least sit down before you burn out," Chaos lightly orders, trying not to show his worry for the sarcastic bitch he still readily calls her friend. "Shut up asshole, nah the boss of me," Nami groans, though her heart wasn't in on it. Sitting as he ordered, and unfortunately for any argument she had passed out almost immediately onto the table. This is bad, really bad, Chaos thinks, deciding that whether or not it was the right thing to do or not, to let Nami sleep before getting Kaya to check on her. A little later Nami groans as she comes to. Her head was throbbing, and while it took the edge off things she still felt run down and exhausted. It was then something really important slammed into the forefront of her mind. "The ship," she yells, jumping up, and instantly regretting it, but was surprising when instead of the mayhem leaving the wheel unattended should cause. Instead there was gentle whistling as Chaos kept their heading matching the eternal pose, though he stopped and turned in response to the redhead's outburst. "Hey Nami, did the break help?" he asks, stepping aside when she walks over to the bar and pose, which still pointed to the Mary's figurehead. You're steering the Mary?" "Sesezi, of course I am. Who did you expect me to let do so, Luffy? Zoro? I may not be anywhere near your level in terms of navigational skill, but I'm Nami tier, which for the record is just below God, compared to those two idiots." He smiles and Nami giggles. "Are you calling me a goddess?" Nami purrs, though whether her eye flutter was intentional or due to her fatigue age wasn't sure. Chaos smiles, making a scale motion with his hands, almost, demigod more so. Nami smirks, "Good enough." She then sighs as she sits back down, "By me. My head is killing me," she whines and Chaos' eyes widen. "Nami, what happened to your stomach?" he asks and the redhead looks down, seeing the edge of a purple splodge peeking out from under her shirt. "I'll go get Kaya. That could be bad." He then leaves as quickly as he could, leaving Nami to groan and stare up at the ceiling. "Hurry back," she whispers, shutting her eyes with the Mary now helmed by Valentina. Also not at Nami's level but better than Chaos. Kaya was free to examine Nami, with Chaos' assistance and Luffy's concerned pacing. Once she was done the others were called in. "I don't know what's wrong with her, she has a blisteringly high fever and clearly she's running low on energy. I can try to treat the symptoms but not the cause, unless we figure out what she has. All I know is it had to have happened while in Little Garden. Anyone know anything about the island?" The former Baroque Works agents shrugged, "Don't know anything, it is our first time there, same as you. Yeah, we get eternal pose via the unluckies for each job, just like the one to Alabasta we're currently using." Kaya sighs, "So we have nothing useful? Only that it was a bug bite, based on the welt it caused. Does that help?" Artemis asks. "It does a little, but only in knowing we don't have too much time. Even in the East Blue insect carrier diseases were bad, to say the least. This ship really needs a qualified doctor," Valentina mutters, getting lightly tapped on the head by Alvida. "We know that, but now's not the best time to be pointing out the obvious," she growls, causing the blonde to gulp before returning to her helmsman duties. "I'll put her somewhere comfortable, if there's nothing else we can do at the moment," Chaos says, picking her up. "Taking me to bed already, handsome? I'm afraid I won't be as impressive as you give me credit for at the moment," Nami purrs, nuzzling into his neck. Most of the crew thought Chaos was pale already, but he turned the shade of Mr. Three's wax while Luffy laughs his ass off. Luffy, we need to do something quick. Nami's become delusional, he yells, his outburst also causing Kaya to chuckle and Nami to burrow her warm nose into the cold skin of his neck, shoulder joint. Couple hours later, with the exception of a large cyclone the crew just barely managed to avoid, Valentina managed to keep them on a direct and even course, right until they found something strange. Guys, there's a weirdo standing on the water, Artemis calls from the crow's nest. What are you talking about? That's insane, Usopp yells back up. Then look, the artist responds, pointing directly in front of them, where yes, there was a man in jester-like attire and a bow and arrows standing on the water. Just what we need, more stupid shit, Vivi whispers, thought clearly not quietly enough when she sees both Chaos and Zoro smirk beside her. Think he's a doctor? Luffy asks, only for Kaya to hit him, mostly because Nami wasn't conscious enough to do so herself. The confusion lasts for several minutes, at which point a massive ship rises from the ocean, tossing the Mary back in its wake as everyone held to anything nearby to steady themselves. When the ship was steady, they saw the figurehead was that of a retarded hippo, with the Jolly Roger being a skull with a crown and its tongue caught between its jaws. So yeah, they just found their first Grand Line pirates. Don't tell me my raid ship took you by surprise, did it? A fat, grumpy-looking old man says, between munching his way through a slab of meat, and the knife it was attached to, his men surrounding the members of the crew on deck at the time. So what I miss? Sanji asks, having come out just as Waipal's men commandeered the ship. Nothing much, just some weirdo trying to steal from us, Chaos answers, looking unimpressed by the rifle pointed at his face. You think pirates I? With a crew of 7 you'll never get anywhere, Wapol laughs before throwing the sword in his mouth and chewing it up. Now, I'm looking to get to Drum Kingdom. Any of you have an eternal pose or even a log pose to that region? Nope, never heard of it. Is the island shaped like a drum? Ow, Luffy whines as Kaya pulls Nami duty and hits him. Wapol frowns, well that's a shame, but what can you do? I guess we'll just have to settle for your treasure, and your ship. The man grins widely, before opening his jaws to unimaginable size and chomping through one of the side panels of the starboard decking. Hey, you can't just eat our ship. Luffy yells, quiet you. Wapol doesn't like to be disturbed while eating, one of the men orders. But Luffy ignored him and punches him into the ground, setting off the rest of the men on board to begin opening fire, as well as alerting the other Straw Hats below deck. Usopp predictably tried to avoid most of the fighting, while Luffy tossed Waipal's goons around like the cannon fodder they were. Sanji kicked them from one side of the ship to the other. Zoro's swords proved to be too much for the idiots, and even Kaya managed to show them why they shouldn't try taking her ship. The soldiers tried to get help from their captain, but he ignored them in favor of eating more of the ship. This is our home, not a buffet, gum pistol. Bomberman kick Luffy's pistol caused him to tear out the section of the ship he'd been chewing on, separating him from the main structure, so when Vincent's kick hit him directly in the face, well the shockwave sent him flying far enough all that remained was a twinkle in the sky. Wapol, squeaked one of his lieutenants, they sent him flying, and with gonna drown, the other yells. Recall the troops, we have to rescue Wapol before he sinks to the bottom. As he commands, the hippo opens its mouth and a ladder extends, which Waipal's men gladly took to retreat, swearing revenge as they sank beneath the waves. Well, that happened, Vivi says to herself, before deciding she preferred it indoors with Nami, where things made sense. After another day of Grand Line waters, they reached a point where things were strangely calm and peaceful, something which Vivi says was proof they were nearing an island, a statement Artemis confirmed a few minutes later. Land ahoy, she calls down, smiling widely. There has to be a doctor down over there. Luffy cheers, nah, Valentine, head straight for that island. You got it, Luffy. When they reached the island, all they could see at first was snow, winter foliage and oddly shaped mountains, but they continued going inland until they reached a stream, where there was land close enough to the ship they could safely disembark. Tossing the anchor over, Zoro calls out, okay, we've arrived. Who's joining in the doctor search? I am, and me. We need all the help we can get. We'll be staying here, good luck. You're not going anywhere, pirates. Everyone tenses at the unfamiliar voice, only the realizing they were surrounded on the land by an angry mob. Shit, that was fast even for us, Sanji groans. Think they're the welcoming committee? Luffy asks, getting slapped by Alvida and Vivi. We don't want your kind here, geez, what a bunch of. Please, we just need a doctor, our friend is sick and we need medical attention, Vivi pleads, to WHCH. Some of the mob scoff. You think we're that stupid to fall for that trick? Raise anchor or we'll blow you and your ship out of the water. No, you need to understand, that's enough Vivi, Chaos says, stepping around and in front of the blue net. Now to condense everything my friend was saying into a couple sentences. You can either let us get to your doctor and have her treat our navigator, then we can be on our way. Or you can fight us, we kick your asses, your doctor treats Nami, and while they treat you guys we leave never to return. Bang Prism, ah. Sven, Dalton yells as the redirected bullet hits the other man in the shoulder. Well, I didn't expect you to actually shoot us, still that's the point of calling someone's blue. Bang, son of a bitch. Chaos hisses when Dalton shoots him in the leg, followed by himself and Vivi getting slapped in the back of the head. Hey? Idiots. Luffy shouts at the 2 feet, why did you stand in front of me? Bullets don't work on me. Why did you get in the way? I was trying to deal with the situation peacefully, Vivi begins. Which almost never works, Luffy interrupts. Is that the end goal for this journey? Do you want us to talk Crocodile down? Oh Mr. Crocodile. Stop fucking up Vivi's kingdom. Oh you don't want to? Well thanks anyway. We could do that, you know, after all Alabasta isn't really our problem, or it is simply because it's yours, princesses. Wait, are you Princess Nefertari Vivi of Alabasta? Dalton asks, to which Vivi nods. Then why are you on a ship with these ruffians? Free transport, Zoro answers. Vivi asked us to give her a ride home. We'd be almost there except the witch got sick. She's our navigator so we're kind of stuck without her. Thought don't let her know I said that. Dalton frowns then sighs, fine, I'll show you to our village. He then turns and the other let them pass. At the village, so where's the doctor? Luffy asks, apparently you guys are famous for them, or at least Vivi says you are if we're where she thinks we are. Dalton frowns, we were, but they're all gone now. What? A while back our island was attacked by an extremely dark, powerful and vicious pirate, called himself Blackbeard. It's why we acted so harshly when you arrived. When that man attacked us, our previous ruler, King Wapple fled, taking the Ashi 20, all our best doctors with him, leaving us to that monster's wrath. All we have left is Dr. Kureha, the old witch and her monster, who took up residence in Wapall's old castle. Well, guess that's where we're going. No, you're staying here, Luffy orders. Why? The captain sighs, Kaya just took a bullet out of your thigh, you're not in the best shape to go mountain climbing. Besides, at this Luffy grins. Who else could I leave in charge of these so-called ruffians in my stead? Usopp? Hey, I'd make a great captain, Usopp argues to the brothers' amusement. Chaos sighs but nods, okay. But Sanji's going with you. You can't heft Nami up a mountain by yourself. The cook nods, I was about to volunteer myself. I'll carry Nami, you make sure nothing stops us. You got that? Sanji then picks up Nami, nearly swooning when she nuzzles into his shoulder. Let's go, the quicker we do this the better chance Nami has. Onward to the castle, Luffy screeches as he runs off, Sanji groans but follows the eccentric moron that was his captain. A little later Vivi approaches the first mate, a silent tension between them after what happened on the ship. Dalton says Kureha comes down from the castle every now and then to check on the villages of the Drum Kingdom. If we catch her we can at least give her a heads up on Nami's condition, as well as send her on her way, the Blue Net explains. Chaos nods, good idea. Let's round up the others and find us an old bat. He pulls himself to his feet, to Vivi's panic. Whoa, 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 you're still injured, you can't just go walking through the snow. Sesezi. Don't worry princess, one of the benefits of my fruit is that if used correctly, it can function as a form of healing factor. I'll be good as new before we see Nami next. Vivi eyes him skeptically. If that's true, why'd Luffy bench you, specifically telling you that you couldn't go with him? Chaos flashes her a toothy grin, because Luffy understands that healed doesn't mean 100%. I'm not to overexert myself till the next island, which if we don't have any more interruptions, will be Alabasta. Despite everything Vivi smiles, they were on the last leg of their journey, they were so close to her homeland, and soon they'd take the fight to Crocodile directly. Lapins. A vicious, carnivorous rabbit creature. The small ones are about the size of a large rabbit and are really more annoying than an actual threat. The problem is those are baby lapins. The adults are about the size of polar bears and even more aggressive. It was a pack of them that Luffy and Sanji end up walking into. Clearly annoyed, they booted its kid halfway up a mountain for being an annoying little shit. As he was holding Nami, even though his feet were his weapons rather than his hands, Sanji wasn't going to risk her getting hurt from the backlash of one of his kicks, meaning he was just dodging the animals. The good news was this meant Luffy was in his element, bouncing around like a loon, punching and kicking lapins around the side of the mountain like they were just regular bunnies. He'd probably be enjoying himself if his friend's life wasn't in danger. One thing they learned was lapins are as squishy as bunnies looked, enabling both pirates to use them as a leg up on the hike. Well, more a bounce up, but same difference. As expected, that just pissed them off more. It was at this point the lapins revealed they had some form of intelligence, as after they skirted around, ahead of the pirates began jumping up and down, sending out shockwaves which traveled through the mountain, setting off a huge avalanche. As they flailed around trying to avoid being crushed under the falling snow, Luffy managed to get them all onto a tree sliding down the mountain, with the gang riding it like a sled. Well, we're not dead, but this is the exact opposite of where we need to be. We were almost at the top, so close to the doctor, and now it's slipping from our grasp, Sanji loudly complains, gritting his teeth. It's those damn bunnies' fault. If they hadn't started the avalanche, we could be there by now and Nami would be okay, when I see them next. They're there. Luffy interrupts to alert Sanji to something important: snowboarding lapins. This was a pain to deal with as they kept leaping at the trio with claws extended or jaws open ready to chomp down on their heads. But with Luffy and Sanji's strength as well as luck, they were able to avoid damage until they reached a more immediate problem. Rock. Luffy yells as he saw their tree was on a collision course for a large boulder which, unlike everything else, was parting the snow rather than being buried under it. You can't hit that. If you do, we're all going to die. What does it look like I'm doing? Luffy fired back, but he just couldn't change the course, especially not with the lapins boxing them in. Finally, a minute before collision, Sanji made a decision. Get her to safety, he says to Luffy, just before passing him Nami and throwing them backwards, saving them from the collision which he and the lapins were injured by. Sanji, Luffy yells, grabbing the rock with one hand, and after coiling his other around himself and Nami, shot it out trying to save his friend but unable to find him. When things began to settle, Luffy lay Nami on the only bit of solid land he could see, wrapping her in his coat before hopping down to look for Sanji. On the way he found the baby lapin, fruitlessly using its tiny paws to try dig out one of the adults, and he felt bad for the vicious little furball, so he yanked the adult out of the snow and continued his journey, now with both of his companions on his back. Despite everything, including nearly dying himself and a momentary run-in with Wapol and his goons, Luffy managed to haul both Nami and Sanji's mostly unresponsive bodies up to the entrance of the castle before promptly collapsing. Luckily, it didn't take long for them to be noticed. Idiot boy, hissed a woman with the body of someone in their 30s, and the face of someone in their 90s, before turning to the still open door. Chopper. This one has clear signs of frostbite and hypothermia. Prepare treatment. She stops when Luffy grabs her arm. Save my friends, he chokes out. Don't worry about me. Nami's very sick and Sanji's most likely severely injured. Help them first. The determination held in his eyes until Kureha nods, at which point Luffy smiles weakly and passes out. Later, Nami groans as she opens her eyes, still rather weak but noticeably better. She smiles and turns her head, causing her eyes to widen at the sight before her. A small, bipedal furry creature with a cute button nose and adorable pink hat. Is that some kind of reindeer? She thinks, seeing the antlers peek out of the hat, as well as the hoofs at the end of each visible limb. Hello. She croaks, causing the creature to turn pale and then run out of the room and crouching in the doorframe, though not before knocking over everything in its path along the way. The creature was clearly trying to hide, though was doing a poor job as only around half his face and even less than that of his body was actually hidden by the doorframe. I think you've got it backwards, she comments. The hiding thing, I mean. The creature freezes for a moment before slowly shuffling its way sideways, until only a single eye and the edge of his hat were visible. Now you've got it, though it's too little too late as I know you're there. Shut up, lady. The furry yells. Also, can you tell me how your fever's doing? Nami gasps. It talks, which causes the furball to jump back, crash into several objects and cause a general ruckus out of sight of the really confused navigator. "Keep it down, Chopper," a woman shouts, before stepping out of the smoke. "Well, it seems your fever is down. Tell me, are you happy?" she asks Nami, swigging from a bottle of rum. "Are we sure she's not a pirate?" "Who are you?" Nami asks before the woman puts her finger to her forehead. It's gone down a couple degrees. I'm the only doctor on this island, Dr. Kureha, or you can call me Doctorine." Okay. Hey, there were 2 others with me. They're asleep in the other room. Real tough guys for managing to even get up here the way they did. You must be real special to them, Kureha answers before she can even finish the question, then pushed up her shirt. "See this? It's why you were sick." "Yeah, I think Kaya said it was a bug bite of some sort, but she wasn't able to do anything to help me," Nami says sadly. "Good girl, she's right, you were bitten by a kestia, a tick with a wicked bite. The bacteria are mostly dormant for 5 days, though it does cause pain, swelling, fever and a whole host of other unpleasant symptoms. Based on the affected area, I'd say you had been infected for about 3 days, so it's a good thing you got here so quickly. Though the pain would have gone away in about 2 days without treatment." Nami blinks and tilts her head. "The pain would have stopped?" "Sure, cause you'd have been dead. The disease is known as the 5-day fever for a reason after all," Kureha answers bluntly, causing Nami to pale significantly. "You know you're very lucky," the doctor notes. Nami looks confused. "Why? The disease you contracted, or more specifically the kestia tick that spreads it, has been practically eradicated with the exception of a handful of prehistoric and desert islands. If I didn't have some of the antibiotics on hand, you would have died before I had time to make more of it." Nami gulps. "Seriously? Why were you walking around on a prehistoric island in a bikini?" Nami splutters. "It's a long story. A young one like myself has the time. And so do you, as there'll be another 3 days of treatment until I can allow you to leave." Nami's eyes bulged. 3 days? But we need to have Vivi in Alabasta yesterday. She moves to sit up. But Kureha shoves her back down and the navigator feels a scalpel against her throat. "Listen here, girlie. You can either lie down and get better or get up and die, and if you chose that option I might as well save you the pain and kill you now. Understand?" Nami nods slightly, at which point Kureha releases her. A moment later, loud crashes and bangs can be heard within the castle. "What's that?" Kureha chuckles. "Your friends must have finally met Chopper and, as would be expected, are causing trouble." "Who's Chopper?" "The Liddy Tony Chopper is my son. Well adopted as he's a reindeer. But that doesn't change much. He's also one of the best doctors this island has ever housed, thanks to me of course, as well as the man who made me take him in, Dr. Hireluck, one of only a handful of people on this island I ever respected. Your friends will be fine, a little battered and bruised. But Chopper will have them patched up in no time at all." "Okay, but what is he? Just a reindeer with a blue nose. Oh, and he ate the Hito no mi. So he's a reindeer human. Now get some rest, kid, there's nothing more you can do." Nami nods before closing her eyes, deciding to take advantage of this chance for a little shut-eye. She knew things would get messy very soon, just from being on Luffy's crew for this long. At ground level, a while ago, "Are you sure this is the way to Cocoa Weed?" Chaos asks as they trek through the snow. "These are the directions Dalton gave me, which is the best we can do," Vivi replies, wishing she hadn't left Karoo in Big Horn but not wanting to inflict too much of the cold on her companion. "Good thing the village is so close, or we'd never get there in time." "They didn't, motherfucker," Vivi yells, kicking the wall, and instantly regretting it. Chaos, Victor and Kaya staying what they believe to be a safe distance away from the angry princess. "This is not good, we missed the crazy old bag by minutes from what these people are saying," Victor sighs while Kaya checks on the kid the doctor had treated, the boy happy to let her do so. "Hopefully we can find a lead, get her to calm down and stop swearing in front of kids," Chaos mumbles. I heard her say she was heading to Gyosta next." The pirates perk up. "Really, where's that?" "Well, you head east towards Big Horn, then keep going for another half hour." That didn't help very much. "So what you're saying is we should have stayed in Big Horn," Vivi grumbles. The other nod and begin turning back, Chaos tossing the princess over his shoulder much to her annoyance. But it did speed them up a little. They managed to arrive in Big Horn a little behind Waipal's thugs, though from the opposite direction, just after Dalton attacked Wapol. It was then the strength and power of the Ishi 20 was shown. fixing up Wapol in a matter of moments to the point he was once more up and laughing. Damn, that could have made things a lot easier, Usopp grumbles, then jumps when the four show up behind them. Hey Usopp, what we miss? That fat guy Luffy and Victor took out that tried to eat our ship. He's landed on the island and is now eating the village. Dalton just tried cut him in half but he got put back together again. Shit. It was at this moment that Wapol noticed them, and steam puffed from his ears. So you did have opposed to Drum Kingdom. Lying to your king is treason. Trying to stop me retaking my rightful place on the throne makes it double treason. Once I reclaim my castle from that old bat, you weaklings will be my first royal executions of the year. Chaos sighs as Vivi clenches her fists. First, we're not citizens of Drum Kingdom, therefore you're not our king. Fuck, I don't even know who was the king of my former homeland. Second, we don't have opposed to this island. How were we supposed to know it was almost directly between Little Garden and Alabasta, which was our actual destination? And third, you still need to reclaim your throne and the castle from Dr. Kurha before getting to us by your own words. Wapol growls and grinds his teeth. Men, slaughter these pirates, he orders, his cannon fodder soldiers charging the Straw Hats in basically a straight line. Double Nose Fancy Cannon Special Attack, Tabasco Star Barrage. Crescent Wave Peacock Slashers Onigiri. Did they expect anything else? Really? Also, just for the record, Kaya and Alvida were also attacking, it's just they don't have named techniques at the moment. Valentina on the other hand has to play more tactically as her fruit can leave her vulnerable when she changes weights, so can't just drop into the middle of a fight. One revelation that occurred during this battle was when Dalton shifted into a minotaur-like form and started tearing through Wapol's men with his spade. So he ate a zone devil fruit, Victor comments. Quick, a rare treat in paradise, especially given he's lived in Drum his whole life, Valentine adds. What the hell is that? Zoro asks as he avoids more idiots shooting at him. Zone-type devil fruits allow their users to transform into animals, as well as a hybrid form like the one Dalton's in right now. He must have eaten the Ushi no Mi given his appearance. Correct, Dalton answers them, surprising a few Straw Hats. I ate the Ushi model bison. Now if you'll excuse me, you're getting in the way of me killing Wapol. He then leaps at the metal man once more only to be shot by Chess. You are naive, Dalton, as well as foolish. You got a lucky shot at your king. We won't let that happen, Aga and Kuromarimo taunts. You're weak, Dalton, we're going to tear that bleeding heart of yours straight from your chest, Chess adds. Then shrieks and drops his arrows from a shot to the hand. Get away from him, Kaya yells, aiming her ocelots at the men, Usopp moving to support her. You really think you stand a chance, girlie? Kuromarimo laughs before having to dodge two slashes. One from Zoro and the other from Chaos. Now who's the sneaks? Take this. Marimo's static cling. Chaos looks confused when Kuromarimo rips off one of his afros and throws it at him, until it sticks to his hand even when he tries to use his reflect powers, which more annoyed him than anything else, though ducking under a flaming arrow was unexpected. Papa, Chaos looks over and sees Artemis poking his ribs. I have an idea, bring the hairball down here and hold it still. He shrugs but does so, holding his hand to the artist. Color trap. Laughter yellow, Tada. Artemis grins, now we're both artists. Chaos sweat drops, I don't think that's how it works, he replies. Artemis puffs her cheeks, reminding him of how young she is, then gives him an unimpressed look he presumes she copied from her mama before pointing into the group. Just hit the guy with the stupid face, she orders, causing a few people to smirk and one guy to get offended. Hey, Chess yells loudly. My face is not stupid. Yes it is, Artemis replies. No it isn't, yes it is. No it isn't, isn't, bam. Perfect 10 feet, Zoro jokes as the archer is knocked to the ground, what do you think? Sounds about right, Kaya agrees while reloading, oh I'd give it a 7. He could have sent him flying much further, Alvida chimes in. Basically skating around the battlefield thanks to her fruit. Biwa ha 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 ha. Chess laughs even through the pain as his face was painted a bright yellow, unable to move or do much else besides laugh. Chess, no, Wapol yells, before sending Kuromarimo over to his court jester, advisor. Damn, I knew he was a terrible person, but nobody can laugh like that and not be pure evil, Valentine notes before jumping at a guard and slamming her 200 kilograms body into his spine. During this, Kuromarimo punches Chess with his boxing glove, smearing the paint enough to free him to Artemis' spell. Thanks Kuromarimo, that brat's paint is some really trippy shit, Chess slurs as he stands back up. Before any more insanity could occur, the ground began to rumble, causing all the locals to look to the mountain, followed by the confused Straw Hats. "What's going on?" Kaya asks. "It's an avalanche," Wapol yells, answering the question as he hops onto his hippo. "Let's get out of here." Serious mode. The animal yawns before revealing its much larger legs. "Don't leave without us, Wapol," Kuromarimo shouts before him, and Chess hop on. "Everyone find cover or shelter. Actually, maybe running would be best," Chaos hums as Artemis jumps on his back and the pirates begin the potentially useless plan of outrunning an avalanche. When the avalanche finally ended, all was quiet for a moment, before Wapol popped up and spat out his advisors, looking annoyed. "Oh, it was you I ate. No wonder it tasted awful," he grumbles. "So what now, boss? That avalanche came out of nowhere and it'll have disrupted our men and plans a bunch," Marimo asks. "We deal with them, Chess voices in confusion. "Don't you see, this is all the Straw Hats' fault. Some of them have gone up the mountain. They must have set off the avalanche in order to stop us or try to kill me. They must pay," Wapol yells angrily, his advisors nodding dumbly rather than try question his logic. A little away there was a puff as snow was displaced, Chaos and Artemis standing up after shrugging off the elder's cloak. "Why does that thing have so much space, Papa?" Artemis asks curiously. "Because I used my fruit on it, makes travel a lot easier," Chaos explains, sort of, pulling out a pipe and lighting it. "Now, let's find the others before Wapol gets away." He says that just as Artemis and him have to dodge flaming arrows. "Never mind," he sighs. Luckily, seeing others pulling themselves out of the snow. Though why Usopp and Kaya's face are bright crimson, he doesn't want to know. "Forget the small fry, we're taking back the castle. I'm going to eat the royal armory, then come back down here and level this little revolutionary army stronghold," Wapol loudly proclaims as he hops onto his trusty hippo, his minions climbing aboard not long after. "Hey, get back here, you bastard!" Chi bomb. If the noises made by Wapol and his hippo were any indication, the attack hit its target, though the explosion also covered their Eritrea, advanced towards the castle. "Damn, he got away," Victor sighs, then notices the islanders digging. "What we miss?" "They're looking for Dalton. He took a couple arrows from that weirdo, so they're worried he might be too weak to pull himself free," Valentina explains before passing them a shovel. Victor began digging while Chaos shifted hubby into something resembling Dalton's spade and used that instead. All was quiet besides the shoveling of snow until, "We got him!" one of the villagers yelled, getting the others to come running. "Oh God! I can't find a heartbeat." "Kaya!" Usopp yells, and the blonde nods before sliding into the hole that contained the bison man, frowning as she examines him. "There's nothing we can do. I can't get a pulse. I think his heart stopped," she says sadly. "He's not dead, but he will be, if you don't let us help him." The group look up to see the Ishii 20 were still around. "Hey look, there actually are doctors on this island. Why didn't we bring Nami to them?" Zoro asks in confusion. "'Cause those are the Ishii 20, Wapol's personal medical team," Alvida answers tensely. "She's right, we can't trust them, they could kill him, so he can't stand up to Wapol ever again," a villager yells. "We're still doctors. Just because we were forced to work for Wapol doesn't mean we don't still follow our oaths, or continue our medical research for the benefit of everyone," the one closest says, the others nodding in agreement. "It was all thanks to a certain quack who taught us to never give up," the oldest one, based on his gray mustache and weathered appearance, adds. "We can't afford to lose anyone else like him. We'll heal Dalton, while you go deal with Wapol," the apparent leader of the Ishii 20 declares. Vivi nods. "Agreed. Everyone, let's go. We don't know if our friends are able to handle a fight with Wapol after their journey up there. Never mind if they got caught in the avalanche," she says, getting nods of agreement from the others. "That settles it. Onward to Castle Crazy Witch." Also his motivation: "If Dalton dies, all of you die, as it's your fault. Wapol's still alive after Dalton removes his head after all." Chaos threatens the doctors before the entire crew head for the mountain, luckily getting redirected to a rope bridge before they left the village itself. A little later, what kind of Tweedledoofer makes a castle this high up a mountain? And on this kind of island too? Valentina complains as they rise. Zoro pedaling as fast as he could to get them up to the mountain. Wapol, or more likely one of his ancestors. He doesn't seem like the kind of man to put much thought or effort into plans, which a castle would require, plus it would inconvenience him to move all his stuff up here. This mechanism is clearly meant to bring supplies up to the castle, as we can't all have reindeer capable of climbing to this height like Dr. Kureha. Especially with provisions or luxuries given this would be a royal family. Chaos answers, it may be all bullshit but it was good enough for her. And we've arrived, he adds, stepping out of the transport then helping the others out. Up at the castle, earlier, with the guys forcefully sat down, requiring liberal use of heavy point and Kureha's ability to find dangerous weapons to throw with scary accuracy, Kureha told them Chopper's story. While said reindeer human hid close enough to hear them though, how he'd been treated poorly by the other reindeer for being a freak with a blue nose. Can't see red. So probably hate Rudolph because her nose glows in the dark. Then he ate a fruit which made him smarter, but even more of a freak. He tried to use his new form to approach the nearby human settlement, but all they saw was a monster, chasing him away and trying to shoot him. Sometime later he was found and taken in by a Dr. Hiralik, where the little fellow expressed his interest in becoming a doctor too. She rather enjoyed the expressions on their faces when she told them Hiralik stripped off in order to get Chopper to trust him when he said he wouldn't attack him. Chopper came into Kureha's care when Hiralik practically walked into a trap set by Wapol, claiming his 20 doctors were all sick and needed help in order to capture the last 2 doctors in Drum not under his control. Kureha basically thought, fuck em, but Hiralik was already dying and had been accidentally poisoned by Chopper while the kid was trying to help him get better, so had nothing to lose when he took his medical supplies to the castle, with a bomb in his bag. He may not have killed Wapol in the explosion, but the intent was clear as well as the message. The kingdom of Drum was dying and they needed to remove the rot in order to begin the heading process. Kureha took over Chopper's tutorage and while his skill has grown in leaps and bounds, she has grown fond of the bipolar little cutie, seeing him as the child she never ended up having in the over a century of her life. He should join our crew, we need a doctor, Luffy states. Both Sanji and Nami nod while Kureha seemed interested. Plus if he thinks he's a freak he should meet some of our friends Shishishi. Bang! Idiot! Nami and Sanji yell, the cook kicking him into the wall, while Kureha laughs, until Chopper rushes in. Wapol! He's coming! At Chopper's yell Nami and Kureha tense, Sanji frowns and Luffy clenches his fists. That guy tried eat our ship, now he's here to hurt our new friends. I'm going to kick his ass. At the front of the castle Wapol breathes deeply before sighing in relief. Finally I've returned to my home boys, Drum Castle. Hey freeloaders, get off my lawn. What was that? Sir, Kuromarimo pipes up, that was most likely Dr. Kureha. Remember the report, she's been squatting in your castle since you left. Grr, then get her out of there, she'll stink up the place with that old people smell, it'll take weeks to get rid of it. Wapol complains, then has to duck out the way of a battle axe that nearly removes his head once more. Shut it you fat bastard, I'll have you know I'm still in the prime of my life. A young 139 and don't you forget it. Wapol frowns, well Dr. Kureha, the last doctor or Drum has finally revealed herself. You wouldn't believe the number of my men I lost looking for you. Kureha flicks down her shades. Does it look like I care? Leave Wapol. The kingdom of Drum is dead. It was rotten long ago but when you left this country finally had a chance at a fresh start. Think you can tell me what to do? I'm the king. Arguing with the king is treason, and you know what that means. Wait a minute. Everyone looks behind Kureha and Chopper to see Luffy running full speed toward them. Big mouth is mine. Gum gum pistol. Luffy's fist slammed straight into a panicked Wapol's face, though it showed he wasn't back to 100% when Wapol only flew a short distance before landing with a bang in the snow, though it was still far enough to scare his 2 advisors as well as break his nose. Damn it Luffy, have you jumped the gun again? Sanji complains as he runs out after him. That guy is pissing me off. First he tried eat our ship, then he tried attack us while I had to carry you and Nami, and now he's here to hurt the old lady and the cool reindeer guy. So I'm going to kick their ass. Sanji pinches the bridge of his nose but nods and pulls out a cigarette. Well we better get to work then. You idiot, don't you know what you've done? You've struck, Chess shrieks. You just assaulted the king of Drum Kingdom, supreme world government appointed and approved sovereign of these parts. Kuromarimo adds, explains. So, Luffy asks, causing the trio to face plant? And he pissed me off, so I hit him? You idiot, hey wait, what that flag up there? That's not the proud flag of Drum Kingdom, Wapol yells. Yep, we torched it when me and Chopper moved in, that's Hieralic's flag, the kid insisted on it. The old quack died up here, might as well give him a huge-ass memorial, Kureha answers dismissively. Wapol began to laugh. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that bastard. How dare you tarnish my beautiful castle with that useless quack's flag? Take it down right now. Chopper growls. No, I won't take it down, it's all I have left. It's the symbol of his dream. The dream I intend to see through to the end, he declares, shifting into heavy point, big yeti-looking thing. That's him, sir, the monster that attacked us 6 years ago after Hiralik blew himself up. Wapol hums. Well, if that soft-hearted Dalton can beat him, you two shouldn't have a problem. Now go men, take back my castle from that crone and her pet, he orders. Let's deal with this quick, Kuromarimo shouts before tossing an afro straight at Kureha's face, only for it to be stopped by Sanji. Marimo's static cling. Didn't your mother ever teach you not to strike a lady? He asks, then starts bouncing around when the hairball refused to budge. Not helped when Marimo tore off more pieces of afro and they stuck to his arms and other leg. Watch out, those hairballs are quite dry, Chess jokes as he lights an arrow on fire. Ah shit, Sanji thinks before the afro on his leg is grazed, turning from a hairball into a fireball. The duo laugh at his misfortune, until a wall of fur and muscle barrels towards them. Chess narrowly avoids the punch, the Zone on the other hand continues his path, directly into Wapol's open mouth. Baku grab. Hey, give us back our crewmate. Luffy yells about to run over when Sanji stops him. Luffy, run over there, then grab my leg from that position. Luffy raises an eyebrow but does so. Ready? The cook asks and the light bulb goes off as Luffy grins. Gum cannonball. Luffy slams into Wapol's body at incredible speed, forcing him to spit out the once more cute-looking Chopper. Him and Luffy continue their trajectory, until they reach his hippo, who stops them but the energy sends flying way off into the distance. Wapol, his advisors scream, helping him up as Luffy runs to go check on the others. You good, Chopper? He asks with a grin. Yeah, thanks for saving me? That's what friends are for, we help each other. Friends? I have friends? Chopper thinks, tearing up slightly. Prepare to die, straw hats. Thanks to my Baku no everything I eat becomes a part of me. Now face the power of Wapol. Wapol House the Muncher transforms, a chimney popping out of his head, both his arms morphing into cannons and his body got even larger and even gained a door. Baku Factory. Wapol grabs his lieutenants and gobbles them up. Strange noises emanate from his body before the door in the front opens. Much like how his Wapol House was made from combining the things he are. Eating his men created a hybrid being retaining both of their faces but now armed with quad axes and crossbow. Now you must face King Wapol's greatest warrior, the unbeatable Chess Marimo. The hybrid spoke together through both faces, unnerving the others. Great, as if these two weren't stupid enough to begin with, now they're on top of each other. Sanji grumbles, hitting Luffy so he stops gushing about how awesome that was. This kingdom's most important rule in my reign was this. All who disobey the king must be put to death. You broke this law and so will all die painfully, but I have to deal with that eyesore that is that quack's flag first. Wapol announces before firing one of his arm cannons at the tower and flag. Kaboom! No, Chopper screams, until the smoke clears and he sees the flag still intact. You weren't real pirates, were you? Luffy asks flatly. You were just fakers, which explains why you don't understand what a pirate flag means. Wapol frowns. Meaning? You idiot, flags don't mean anything, they just identify what something belongs to. If you think that, you're dumber than you look, which I didn't think was possible. A vein pops in Wapol's head. You little shit, taste my cannons. Kaboom! There, now I've dealt with the flag and the idiot boy, who's up for lunch. That won't work, Luffy says through the smoke, which clears to show both him and Hiralic's flag were okay. A flag is a pledge to fight and risk your life. It's not something you can just laugh about and destroy. He then looks down, scanning the ground for Chopper. Hey Chopper, I'm going to kick these guys' asses for disrespecting the pirate flag, want to help? Chopper smirks as he shifts into heavy point, always. Great, just give me a moment. Luffy says, trying to jam the end of the pole into the tower roof. You can start if you want. Chopper was way ahead of him in that regard, inches from caving at least part of Waypal's fat head in, when he was stopped by the 4 fists of Chessmerimo. Damn it. Nobody gets to wobble besides through us, meaning nobody gets to wobble, period. Chessmerimo gloats as Chopper sighs and shifts into his smaller form. Gum Gum Rocket wobble and Chessmerimo panic when Luffy shoots down on a collision course with them, missing by a couple feet but still hitting hard enough he knocked both over. I said I'd be a moment. Hey Chopper, buddy, think you can deal with the 2-headed weirdo while I fight this guy? He asks, noticing Sanji's spine was fucked again. Or maybe it was just the fact Kureha was standing on it, who knows. I can do that. You think you can beat us, freak? We're undefeated? The name is Tony Chopper. The name was given to me by the greatest doctor in the world. I will show no mercy for what you have done. His memory will not be tarnished by you, Chopper says, pulling out a yellow gumball-looking thing. Rumble Ball. The effects last 3 minutes, which is long enough for me to deal with you, he says, putting it in his mouth and biting down with a crunch. You don't stand a chance, not against these, Chessmerimo says, launching 2 flaming arrows at the reindeer. Walkpoint Chopper's body shifts from his adorable form to something that is basically a normal reindeer, easily bouncing around the projectiles, to the annoyance of Chessmerimo and Wapple. Transformations, that's it? You're a zone like Dalton. 3 forms, that's it. You're a reindeer human, I presume? Heavy Point. No, I'm a human reindeer. He corrects, bulking up to his Yeti form. Same difference, Chessmerimo scoff. We've seen all your forms, so you've got no more tricks, which means we know you can't stand up to these. Quattro Hammer Jump Point Chopper transforms into a more streamlined hybrid form before using his long legs to hop out of the way with ease. What? But his hybrid form was the little thing from earlier. What's that? They ask as taught. Guard Point Chopper becomes an enormous mass of fur, tanking the blows with no visible damage to himself. What the hell is going on? You zones have a 2-form limit, where are you pulling these others out from? Chopper smiles. The Rumble Ball is a pill which enhances the power of the Devil Fruit transformation abilities. Over the last 5 years I've managed to use it to create 3 additional forms. You can do the math yourself if you can count that high. A 7-form transformation sequence? Correct, for once. Now take it in the face. Arm Point. The fur falls from his body as his new form was similar to his Heavy Point in most regards, besides a more reindeer-like face and more importantly the overly muscular and still hoofed arms, hands, which he uses to shatter the hammers with 1 shot each. No, our hammers. You'll pay for that, Chessmerimo's special surprise, Quattro Axe. The Chimera Men then charged at Chopper, who seamlessly shifted between his points as he dodged every slash, which just made Chessmerimo madder and flails more erratically. You said you could beat us in 3 minutes, but you're not fighting, you're just dodging, Chessmerimo taunts. Brain Point Chopper returns to his smaller form with a determined look in his eyes. I wasn't just dodging, I was learning and searching for your weak point, and I found it. Scope. There it is. Chess's jaw. Chopper thinks just before Chessmerimo tries to cleave him in 2, missing only because the reindeer disappears. Where'd the little bastard go? They mumble angrily before a rumble beneath them has panic run through them. Chopper's attack, boosted by the enhanced strength behind his arm point, slam their hooves into the lower face's jaw, breaking it and knocking the duo out. That was for Hiralik, you bastards. Hey Luffy, where'd Wapple go? Sanji asks. Who? The fat guy with the big mouth. Oh, I don't know. You idiot, you got distracted by Chopper's fight, didn't you? Sanji yells at him. Yep, so what do we do? Check the castle, dumbass, that's his target after all, Kureha orders. Got it, old lady. Luffy runs off just before Kureha could kick him, so she just glares at his retreating form. Meanwhile in the castle, Nami was running for her life as some fat weirdo was chasing her, not having a clue who he was or why he seemed to hate the Straw Hats, though she blamed Luffy as it was almost always him, due to being mostly unconscious at the time. Her only reprieve was when she took some stairs and Wapol tried to jump down after her, and got stuck. Shit, must have gained a little weight since I was last here. A little, Wapol grumbles, never mind, I can fix this. Baku factory. Wapol proceeds to eat himself. Then his metal mouth hops after Nami, who while very confused still knows to run for her life. Finally the bucket stops bouncing and it spits out a much thinner Wapol. Keys jangling as he once more chases after the red-headed navigator. Well, he would have if he hadn't been kicked in the face by a very pleased with himself Luffy. Found you, big mouth. Now we fight for real, Luffy announces, but gets distracted when Nami notices how much her coat he'd borrowed was wrecked and began chewing him out. Lucky she doesn't have the Baku, no mi. Hello, I'm still here, Wapol says after picking himself up. Huh, you take a lot more hits than most people I've fought recently. Oh well, still gonna kick your butt. I'll be doing the butt kicking once I devour the arsenal and my factory makes it part of my body. Wait, this isn't the armory, this is the treasury. Excuse me. He then runs off, his slimmer form making that easier than before. Hey, get back here, Luffy yells as he runs after him. Wapol sighs deeply as he stops. All this running wasn't something he was used to. Damn, finally I lost that straw hat bastard. Hey Wapol. Slam. Wapol recoils from the blow to the head, the slightly bloodied mace now resting on its wielder's shoulders. As he clicked his jaw back into place, the woman continues. I've heard some pretty bad shit about you, Wapol, from Vivi and Dalton, but right now, seeing you trying to kill an old lady and a raccoon as well as hearing you try destroy a pirate's flag, the symbol of their dreams and their pride, well, I'm going to kick your ass on principle. She hefts the mace up, swinging it back as Wapol sneers and replies. I think not. Tongue cannon. The explosion throws the slip human through a wall as well as down a staircase without her bouncing off a single step. That all you got? Where's your big talk now? I hoped for a lot more. I like my women with attitude. Well, it's more I enjoy breaking them of duh. Wapol stops when he sees at the bottom of the stairs, cradling Alvida to his chest, was the straw hat wearing boy from before, his face shadowed by the hat's brim. Luffy, Alvida gasps, blushing in embarrassment when she sees that she'd coughed a little blood on his neck and cheek. You hurt my friends, you hurt people I care about, you won't hurt any more of my nakama, he yells. Wapol winces at the pure rage flowing off this kid. Luffy gently sets Alvida down against the wall, then walks over to Wapol. Tongue cannon. Gum shotgun. Wapol's cannon blast hits at nearly point-blank range, but Luffy keeps going, slamming both of his fists into the man's metal jaw, denting it and throwing him back. What are you? He slurs through his broken jaw. I'm pissed off, that's what, Luffy growls before his next punch throws him out of the castle, flying back to the start of their fight once more. He's still alive. Luffy hears Zoro yell up to him, confused for a second before shrugging and hopping out of the hole he'd just made. Wapol pulls himself to his feet, only now noticing the others. Well, looky here. More straw hats. At least it means I can take you all out in one go. You're going to need to try harder. This will have been your third failure in as many days, Artemis points out bluntly. Even Usopp chokes around a laugh as the man nearly falls over in shock and annoyance. You listen here, you little brat. I'm the ruler of this island, appointed by the world government itself. For going against me, it puts you on the blacklist of the most powerful group in the entire world, because they run it. Do you know why a winter island is almost as good as a summer island for someone like me? Chaos asks with a smirk, clearly ignoring Wapol's threats. The sunlight may be weaker, but the snow makes up for it and more. Sanji sees the first mate's hands and arms change and despite his pain smiles. What are you? Dazzle. Gum bazooka. Luffy lands mere centimeters from the dazed and blinded Wapol, just as his arms begin to snap back, ensuring an undodgeable, point-blank bazooka, once more turning the horrid man into a twinkle in the sky. Well, he's gone, Sanji says with a smile, one mirrored by Vivi, as there was something really good about seeing that horrid man disappear, someone who gave people like her and her family a bad name. It seems something good did come from pirates coming to this island. Dalton, you're alive, Usopp yells, the bison man standing there, watching them with a sad smile. Yes. The Ishi 20 are as good as it's been said. Plus it seems they took your threat quite seriously, as they almost threw me into the cable car the moment I said I wanted to follow you up and assist you. Not that you guys needed it, of course, Dalton chuckles. That evening, so I heard your spine is currently fucked, Chaos says with a smirk as he walks in on Sanji still strapped down. Good news as she let you keep your pants. Oh fuck off, not even this crazy lady would let people in if she made me do that. True, I'd charge for entrance, Kureha teases from the doorway. Shit, another Nami, Chaos thinks as he slips out of the door before Kureha can continue working on Sanji's spinal fissure. The morning, as the Straw Hats are leaving, Papa, do you think the reindeer guy will be joining us? Artemis asks, Chaos eyebrows knit as he considers his answer. I don't know kiddo, but I'd like him too. He did a good job with Nami and seems Chopper screams, as he barrels past, around them in his walk point. Artemis jumping onto the first mate's back for fear of being run over. They were confused for a moment, until. Get back here you brat. You think I'll just let you go off and be a pirate? Well you've got another thing coming, Kureha screams as she exits the castle, it finally dawning on everyone. Well that answers that question, Chaos replies over his shoulder to a grinning Artemis, before everyone follows Luffy as he chased their newest crewmate down to the Mary. There was just one thing that gave them pause, wow. So cool, the fuck are we looking at? That's impossible? Chopper just looks on silently, his face can barely contain his smile even as tears stream down his face. Right there in front of him was the end result of Dr. Hirlick's work. The pink-colored snowfall looking just like the cherry blossoms he'd promised he would show the country. The old quack's dream had finally come true. Farewell Chopper, Kureha thinks sadly as she stands with Dalton, be the man you say you are, as well as the doctor your dad told me you'd be, and I made sure you would a Rubber King and Mirror Master, family reunion one of, Fireman Ace. The Straw Hat ship sailed its way to Alabasta. Given the lack of issues at the moment Chaos had time to fulfill his main job, being the crew's researcher, in this case his main focus being something only Dr. Vegapunk would also be working on, but that was less to do with the first mate's level of work and more the fact Dr. V was a man who worked on everything. The only reprieve he had at the moment was peeking up to see if Vivi had noticed that Luffy had decided to use her duck as fishing bait. Given the idiot was the reason they were all starving right now, he was hoping for him to get painfully shown the error of his ways. Still, at least nobody was going to understand his writing in its current form. There should be a line. Chaos looks up from his notes, Nami's navigation combined with Valentina's helmsman skills making for a good speed, then to the girl reading over his shoulder. Really, and how do you know? Artemis shrugs. Mama was teaching me. We haven't gotten too far so I may be wrong but that symbol isn't a word unless you put a slash through it. She explains. Chaos rereading the section she'd pointed out and chuckles as she was correct. That was the wrong symbol for that space. Chuckling to himself he edits it while reaching into his waistcoat for his pocket watch. It was most likely incorrect now but he'd adjust it when they reached Alabasta. Besides it did show how long they'd been sailing for. Any idea on our progress? He asks casually to which the girl shakes her head. I slept through the trip to Little Garden. I have no idea where we are, only Nami or Vivi have any clue. Land ahoy! Usopp yells from the crow's nest. Well that helps, Chaos chuckles closing the notebook and putting it in his coat. Time to get ready to disembark kiddo? Artemis nods, I'll tell the others, she says, running into the ship's main body. Nice ship you got here. A high-pitched voice purrs causing Chaos to look up again and twitched. Standing on deck was a man in a swan-themed coat, spherical outfit and ballerina flats as well as thick makeup. Luffy, we got another weirdo, Chaos shouts, watching the cross-dresser fall flat on his face in shock. Not again, the captain grumbles as the majority of the crew come out to see what's wrong now. Hello, I'm Bon Clay, and I've kind of lost my way ha ha ha, he chuckles, scratching the back of his head, then he sees the girls on the upper deck. Hey cuties, he winks and they shudder. So, what can you do? Usopp asks, to which Luffy grins and starts hopping around wanting to see. Bon Clay grins, okay then, let me show you. He says before slapping Luffy in the face, tossing him into the wall. Hey, what you do that for? Zoro growls, pulling out his swords until. Wait just a moment green guy, Luffy says, waving his hands around, I'm just having a little fun, besides, you asked what I could do so why can't I show off my devil fruit? Wow, you look just like me, Luffy gasps as he gets back up and he was right. Where Bon Clay stood, now was Luffy in his clothes. Exactly, that's the power of the main no am I. I can turn into someone with my right hand, and if I touch my face with my left hand, as he does this his body and voice blurs, buzzes, before he was back to normal. It resets back to me. Hoi hoi. He then takes a moment to lightly touch each of the lower deck spectators, Usopp, Nami, Zoro, Chopper, Kaya, right until he reached Chaos. Touch me and I rearrange all of your faces, the reflect human growls, his powers coating his eyes in a way that sent shivers down the other man's spine. Right, well I didn't need to slap you, it was just more fun that way. All I needed was to touch you with my right hand for it to work. He then cycles through the crew he'd touched, even dropping back into Luffy for a moment before stopping on Nami, and that's not all. I change my body as well as my face and voice, to demonstrate, he opens his blue dancer's shirt to show off Nami's bare chest, the clothes don't change, so no bra for fake Nami, causing the guys to stare in surprise, before not Nami gets punched in the face by real Nami, reverting him to normal and turning her hand black for a split second, though it seemed only Artemis noticed that little factoid, her eyebrows shooting into her hairline before returning to their normal position. You okay, Swan Guy? Luffy asks as the man gets back to his feet. I'm fine, Straw Hat, but I think that's enough of using my powers for today. He sighs, to the uproar of protest coming from Luffy, Usopp and Chopper. Oh, if you insist. He then began pirouetting, changing his faces randomly to the amusement of the trio. While he did so, one of the more normal faces he produced caused Vivi to tense up and clench her fists. So you saw it too? The brunette turns at the voice. Valentina? She whispers then nods. Hey Mr. 2. Get off our ship, the lemon lady screams at him, causing the ballerina to pout. That time already, Miss Valentine's Day? Oh look, my ship is back. Ta-ta babies. He does one more spin before jumping over to the ship that sailed up alongside them. Men, get back to work. Yes Mr. 2 sir, Bon Clay ma'am. That was Mr. 2, was yelled by quite a few of the Straw Hats. Yep, and now he's got your faces in his memory bank, Valentina answers, heading back to the steering pole so they keep on course. You okay Vivi? Luffy asks, stretching up to check on the princess. One of his faces, it was my father Nefertari Cobra. The king of Alabasta, Nami gasps, but how did he even get it? Kaya wonders. He probably has faces of other palace staff. All it takes is one touch and he has you, Vivi mumbles before tensing for a second, as Luffy and Alvida run their hands along her spine. Don't worry Vivi, once we beat Crocodile we won't have to worry about any of this anymore, Luffy declares with a serious look. And the next time we see Ballerina, I'll give him a mace to the junk. Think that'll help? The smooth woman asks with a teasing smile, causing a watery laugh to escape the brunette. Hey guys. The trio looks down to Nami grinning. I have an idea to help with our Mr. 2 problems, she says, pulling out a black marker. Every time Nami pulls things out of thin air I worry, at least it's not rope this time. Luffy muses, causing a few crewmates to chuckle and Nami to turn beet red. Tying you guys together was an option, Chaos added before letting Nami continue, drawing an X on her arm, which she covered with a bandage. Mr. 2 has a template of our bodies, things like scars, birthmarks and tattoos as well as the general proportions and shape. But the X is just me ink, so we can use it to identify each other as something other than a doppelganger. That's a great idea Nami. Luffy grins, jumping down and letting her put an X on him, shortly followed by all the others who were on the lower level. She got to the remaining crew members later, even Kuru, who wasn't sure Mr. 2 could even copy her form. He could do Chopper because he was part human but she was all duck. Upon docking at Alabasta, I'm hungry, going to go look for a restaurant, Luffy states before hopping off the ship and running off. Wait you idiot, we need to come up with a plan, agree on a meeting place, lots of other important logistics. Nami argues but their captain was long gone. I presume the Mary is a viable meeting option, and if not I could just follow the trail to these guys and from them. Chaos offers, waving his hands in the direction of Chopper, Artemis, Victor and Valentina. After all, leaving Luffy alone is a disaster waiting to happen. Nami finishes tiredly. Go try minimize the damages his idiocy causes, she jokingly orders, to which Chaos smiles and nods before running after the rubber boy. Everyone else, we need to be discreet and subtle, Do at least the rest of you understand the meaning of those words? Miss Nami, Artemis calls, pointing down the shore to a separate alcove. We have a problem. That's Mr. Three's ship, Vivi gasps, and she was obviously right. Given the abundance of Three's every fact, it appeared to be made of wax. Yep, and he knows the three of us have betrayed Crocodile and joined the Straw Hats, the artist says bluntly. Guess Vivi won't be the only one looking over her shoulder in Alabasta, Valentina says with a frown. Hopefully we can find Mr. Three before he can blab to Crocodile about our indiscretions, Victor offers, trying to be a little optimistic, as unlikely as that is. Otherwise I guess we'll need to find some disguises. Another reason to head into town? Alvida agrees. Can we go now, Nami? The navigator sighs. Alright. Let's go, but at least try cause less of a scene than Luffy and Chaos. Won't be difficult. Chaos is his namesake at times, and I'm surprised by that logic Luffy wasn't named Armageddon or Disaster, Sanji jokes. Do you think that's what the D stands for? Kaya asks. Honestly I don't know, but it has to mean something, Usopp answers with a shrug of his shoulders. Deeper into the city, despite the relatively high-class look to the place, there was still a shirtless man in a cowboy hat and shorts eating soup at the counter. It's good, could be heard mumbled through his meal. Thank you, sir. Though if you don't mind me asking, what is someone like you doing in Alabasta? Ace's expression pinches for a moment before continuing, I'm looking for someone. He then smiles for a few seconds and reaches into his pocket. A few someone's Actua, then collapses face first into the bowl. Oh no, he's dead. A patron screams zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. He's asleep. After a few minutes Ace pulls himself out of his food, blinks, then wipes his face and continues eating as if nothing had happened. He hoped he could find those idiots. It had been way too long since they'd seen each other. I may have Pops and the others, but you two will always be the most important, especially after Sabo, he thinks, smiling sadly while he finishes his meal, just as a familiar Marine enters the restaurant. Portas D. Ace, what's a division head for the Yonko Whitebeard doing in paradise? Smoker asks gruffly, and there's a collective shudder when the civilians realize what the tattoo on Ace's back is. Though how they mistook a skull with a crescent mustache as anything but the Jolly Roger of the Whitebeard Pirates is beyond me. Ace smiles as he turns to face the captain. I'm looking for my brothers. He answers vaguely, though from his expression he just saw no need to give any more information over to a Marine like Smoker. Anything else? That you come with me, quietly. Ace's smile twists into a smirk. No thanks, that doesn't sound that fun, so I'll pass. Smoker growls. I had a feeling you'd say something like that. He sighs, I'm here on the trail of another pirate and I really don't want to get involved in the affairs of a Yonko without reason. So just let me walk away, Ace offers. That's the thing, Smoker says, his arm starting to exude smoke. I can't. Food, was yelled as a Luffy-shaped blur crashes into both of them, sending them flying through the wall. Damn it, Luffy, can you go anywhere without causing a scene? Chaos groans as he finally catches up with his captain. I didn't cause a scene in Little Garden, Luffy argues, sitting down and proceeding to stuff his face. You pissed off some plant-eating dinosaurs enough they tried to eat you, Chaos deadpans. That counts? He then grabs a plate of meat from under Luffy's nose, though there was enough food in front of them Luffy didn't seem to notice. Straw Hat, Smoker yells as he enters the building. Hey Smokey, Luffy greets with a smile. I'm taking you down in the name of justice, he growls, reaching for his jute. That's nice, but I prefer to run away. Luffy and Chaos make a break for it. Just after the rubber boy shoves all the remaining food into his expanded mouth, Smoker and Ace running after them, but for different reasons. Jumping across rooftops, through alleys, around market stalls and somehow running into the rest of the crew, who were annoyed they hadn't managed to shake their marine tail before running over to them. They managed to evade capture, though with the addition of Lucina and Tashigi at least Smoker had more than useless cannon fodder as assistants. Jumping to the front of the mob, Smoker prepares to capture the entire crew. White blow heat haze. Smoker's attack was feet from the duo, who had not quite caught up to the others, due to them running the second they saw the size of the marine prescients chasing them. When the space between them erupted in flame, separating pirates and marine, when it cleared, Ace was standing in the center, his arm and some of the other hand's fingers taking the form of deep red flames. You again? Smoker grunts. Yes. You may have smoke, but against my fruit we would be here all day, Ace says with a serious tone. Ace, is that you? Luffy asks in shock. You guys haven't changed a bit, have you? He asks teases. You eat some kind of devil fruit? Luffy asks, causing chaos to face palm and Ace to chuckle. Sure did, the Mara no am I. I'm a fireman, hence the moniker of Fire Fist Ace. Tashigi adds in her usual expositional way, while Lucy sneers and draws her falchion. Yep. Now isn't the best time for a chat, so why don't you leave and I'll catch up later, okay? Okay. See you around, Ace. Clang. Chaos smirks as his blade clashes with Nihilok Lucina's, the towering woman's expression pure rage. You know, sneaking is easier if you aren't constantly yelling about justice. And saving your adorable little brother from the corrupting influences of piracy and big-titted archers. I hear on the Grand Line there are a lot of people with that body type around, so you may have a little trouble there, he says before shoving the brunette back, slashing her leg with a downward swing. You missed one, Ace. He points just before having to jump out of the way of another swipe. You die today. The brunette screams, nearly skewering the reflect human, but losing her blade when his kusarigama hooked into the void in the hilt of her sword, then yanked it from her grasp before kicking her back to Smoker and his group, enabling them to make an escape. What I don't get is why you're getting in my way and helping the Straw Hats, Smoker wonders out loud. Ace smiles as his body begins to fully transform into fire. Can't a guy help his little brothers out? Sounds like at least one of you understand that? I am nothing like you, Lucina scoffs. Yeah, I can see that. By the sound of things, my brothers actually want to see me. He laughs as she silently steams, knowing even with the coating on her blade she wouldn't be able to find Ace in the flames to hit him. Let's get this over with, Smoker growls, turning entirely into smoke as he charges Ace, the duo forming a fire, smoke twister in the sky which held everyone's attention long enough for the Straw Hats to escape. Now if only Luffy didn't go off in the wrong direction in a very Zoro-like manner, which meant Chaos had to go look for him as the crew were once more without their idiot captain. Hey, where'd everybody go? Luffy wonders, having set down the barrel he'd been thrown by Zoro in the alley and was now sitting on it while he tried to think. Weird. Well, looks like buying you time to escape was pointless as always, you rubber-brained idiot. Luffy looks up and grins, seeing Ace standing on the roof. Hi Ace. Hey Lou. It's been a while. Ace returns the greeting before hopping down to Luffy's level, the Straw Hat captain getting off the barrel as he does. Yep. How long's it been, Ace? Luffy asks, the two showing off as usual, this time with arm wrestling. Not sure, but you're exactly the same as I remember, taller, but that's about it. Both of you have. The brothers stare intensely as they try force the other to yield. This could have lasted for hours, but we all get bored easy, so someone kicks the barrel to pieces. Hey, I almost had him. In your dreams, cry baby. Ahem. Chaos coughs. Luffy, you still have a long way to go before you can beat Ace. Ace, don't be such a. I'm not afraid to kick you through a window again. Dayton isn't here to protect Yins. Same to you. I'll be able to kick your ass easy. Hey Ace. The fireman stops and turns to Luffy. Why are you in Alabasta? I mean, it's great to see you, but still? Ace sighs. You never got my message, did you? The one I left on Drum Island? Message? Best take that as a no, Chaos murmurs, now leaning against a wall with his hat over his eyes. Ace shrugs. It's fine, it was mostly just telling you I'd be in Alabasta for a couple days. And as we caught up you can clearly see it anyway, so no biggie. I'm here on important business. Business? Luffy repeats curiously. Yep. I'm part of the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace replies. A Yonko's crew in 3 years. Nice work, Firefly. Chaos grins, and Luffy's eyes sparkle. A Yonko, like Shanks? Cool, it sure is. This is our mark, and my pride? Ace explains, turning so Luffy could see his tattoo of Newgate's Jolly Roger. So, what do you saw about you and your crew joining up? Come on, it would be fun? Chaos raises an eyebrow but looks to Luffy. He was the captain, so it was his answer that mattered. No thanks, we're good. Ace laughs with a smile on his face. Yeah, I had a feeling. Though I do wish Pops could have met you too. Would have been a hell of a crazy day. Still, he's the greatest pirate and the greatest man I've ever met. So I'm going to make sure he becomes king of the pirates. Luffy frowns. Not if I get there first. He retorts almost childishly. causing his older brothers to chuckle. "You know the rest of the crew are waiting for you, Luffy?" Chaos asks, standing up properly once more. "We should probably head back?" Luffy nods. "Good point. Hey Ace, come meet our friends," Luffy orders, linking his arm with Ace and beginning to pull him in a random direction, which became the way to the ship with some gentle prodding from the middle sibling. "So, this crew of yours, who you got?" Ace asks, having not got a good look at the fleeing group just ahead of his brothers during th commotion. "Well, there's this of course, but there's also this really tough guy with green hair and fights with 3 swords. He wants to be the greatest swordsman. Then we have a navigator who loves money and tangerines. She even grows them on the ship and they're good. We also have a liar who's wicked with a slingshot and a gunslinger. Well, Chaos calls her that. We also have a cook who makes the best food ever, and a woman with a mace that turns people into paste in like one shot. And that's just the ones from the East Blue," Chaos comments with a grin. "Right, we also have a princess and her giant duck, a guy with exploding boogers, a lemon girl who can make herself really heavy, an artist with magic paint, and finally we got a talking reindeer as our doctor. That last one came from Drum Kingdom." Ace whistles. "That's quite a crew you got there. I know, everyone is so interesting." The 2nd Division commander meets Chaos stare and laughs. "Probably, but I bet you're the most interesting one of them all." "Stop right there." The trio follow the barked order mostly out of confusion as scruffy-looking men appear from every nearby alley. "Fire Fist Ace, your head is mine. It's my ticket to a promotion," the apparent leader of the gang states, causing Luffy and Chaos to turn to one another. "Croc's men? Baroque works? Hey, those guys with him, don't they look a lot like Straw Hat Luffy and Mirror Master Chaos?" one of the goons notice, causing their leader to double take. "Hey, you're right, that promotion is looking more likely with each passing moment. 3 dead pirates and a number is ours. So we should probably get you to your ship before they start to worry," Ace says as the trio walk around the idiots due to being distracted by greed. "Hey, you can't just walk away from us, get the men." What follows is almost predictable at this point. Many idiots underestimate the power of Luffy and those close to him and are therefore rather painfully fed dirt. The difference was it was a family bonding moment too, with Ace rather skillfully sidestepping blades and billions. Luffy bouncing around like he'd been fed caffeine, cocaine and molten sugar directly into his veins, and Chaos had foregone his blade in favor of something more physical, that being tossing them around like the cannon fodder they were. This continued right up until the main guy stepped in, nearly splitting Luffy in half before taking a fist to the face, and out the other side. Ace grins. "Nice to see someone's been keeping this dumbass alive in my absence," he teases as Chaos removes his still milky white, though now blood-covered hand from the corpse. "You really need to stop sticking yourself into people," Luffy says in the closest he's ever come to deadpan, causing the others to smirk. "Haven't had any complaints yet," Chaos replies. The other two laugh and continue the journey while the billions were frozen in fear. Reaching the shore, Luffy starts bouncing around excitedly again. "I see the ship, it's right there," he says with a grin. "Hey guys," he shouts and waves, Chaos pinching the bridge of his nose, and Ace laughs, having missed moments like this. The rubber boy loops one arm around Chaos' waist and shoots the other out to the Going Merry, catapulting both of them onto her deck, right on top of Sanji and Victor, something neither of them were happy about. "Luffy, you idiot," Sanji yells, kicking the boy off him, Chaos rolling his eyes as he helps Victor up and readjusts the Mont's glasses so they were no longer crooked. "Sorry about that, the captain's an idiot, I know," the Bomberman finishes with a chuckle, patting himself down. Only then did the brothers notice the change in garb. Nami, Vivi, Kaya and Valentina were dressed as dancers, the first two in blue and the latter in yellow. Given Alvida's usual outfit, she was able to keep it, though switched out her pants for the same skirt as the others. Artemis was spared this fate and was dressed in the bandit costume the guys were wearing, partly due to her age and also because Sanji knew if Chaos even thought he looked at the artist the same way he did every other girl on the crew, or you walked past, he'd find out what it feels like to be fisted up to the elbow, or preferable getting hilted by trap tricks and setting it off. "Nice, but why are you all dressed funny?" Luffy asks in confusion, which just gets him another punch. "We can't just walk around as we were, with you being pirates and me being the princess," Vivi explains. "Plus we needed clothes that would let us get through the desert. Admittedly, letting Sanji get us our clothes instead of say Nami was a bad idea, but it's too late to do anything about it. No. Chaos laughs at the way Sanji curls up in a corner at Vivi's blunt criticism. True. Hey Chaos. Where'd Ace go? Who's Ace? He's our big brother. Luffy and Chaos answer with a smile. It was good to have the family back together, even if it was just for a moment. Then the elder moves away from the decking, causing Luffy to look at him in slight confusion. So this is you crew? Seems like a fun bunch. Ace smiles as he lands on deck, causing the other two to grin and some of his crew to pale. Luffy laughs before turning to the others. Guys, I want to introduce you to my oldest brother Ace. Ace, this is my crew. We're the Straw Hat Pirates, cause of my hat, he says, trying to break the ice. The still shirtless fireman waves with a familiar smile. Your brother is Fire Fist Ace of the Whitebeard Pirates? 3 of the 4 former Baroque Works agents ask fearfully, while Artemis was hiding like Chopper, only the correct way, so she was mostly hidden behind Chaos. Papa, is Uncle Ace nice like Uncle Luffy? She asks quietly, though not enough Ace didn't notice her and turned to his big little brother. You have a kid already? He squeaks. Adopted, more or less. I'm trying to save her mom from crocodile. Well, she wants to and I just offered to help. Ace nods in understanding. Makes sense. The mom, is she hot? He asks, shocked when Chaos shrugs. Mom is the most beautiful woman in paradise, Artemis declares, causing the Whitebeard commander to ask what to him was an obvious question. Your mom's Boa Hancock? The full luck of the D's it seems, he says with a laugh. No, Amazon lily is in the calm belt between paradise and the East Blue. It's not technically part of the Grand Line. The artist states bluntly, surprising everyone. Damn. Hey Luffy. How's it feel to no longer be the youngest, but still be the dumbest person on the crew? Sanji asks, to which Luffy laughs. Chopper's like 10 and he's our doctor. I never stood a fucking chance. She. Anyway, thanks for taking care of my little brother. I mean, he's a handful, so I'm sure both Chaos and I appreciate you not leaving him to watch Luffy on his own. Ace says jokingly, causing a few of the Straw Hats to return a smile or nod in agreement. Handful doesn't even begin to describe it. Nami sighs, but her expression is still positive. Sure, Luffy was a moron and Chaos was insane. But they grow on you, and when you're backed into a corner, this was the crew she would want to be on. Are we sure this guy is their brother? He acts nothing like them, Usopp whispers. I'd agree with you, but Luffy and Chaos are really different too, so that doesn't exactly work in your favor, Zoro retorts, but before Usopp could try argue his point, Vivi yelps. Those are the Billions ships. Looks like we have a firefight on our hands, Victor says, himself and Usopp running to the cannons while Valentina returns to the steering pole. Don't worry guy, I'll handle this, Ace calls to them before hopping off the ship onto his much smaller vessel, confusing the Straw Hats, with the exception of Captain and First Mate who can't stop grinning in anticipation. He's going to fight them all by himself? Kaya asks fearfully. Relax, you can't work for a Yonko and fall in paradise. Ace will be fine, Chaos says, partly as a comfort. And he was right, Ace outmaneuvering the Billions ships before letting loose the move which got him his name. Fire Fist, the fireball he produced tore through all the Baroque workships with almost no resistance, leaving only his tiny boat intact. Have I mentioned how glad I am to have already jumped ship as far as Baroque Works is concerned? Valentina asks, having seen the destruction when she came out onto the deck. Okay, he's their brother, nobody else is that freakishly strong, Usopp concedes, getting a few chuckles from around the Mary. A little later, Luffy, Chaos, I got 2 things for you guys. Ace takes off his hat and pulls out 2 pieces of paper, handing one to each. That Luffy is a Vivre card, more specifically part of MY card. This will seek out its owner no matter where they are, so you will always be able to find me and know I'm okay. I know you guys worry about me as much as I you. Luffy's eyes shine as he examines the card, grinning the entire time. As for you, that's the code to get you through to the Queen Den Den Mushi on the Moby. Hopefully I'll be wrapping up this job soon and we can keep in touch when I get back to Pop's ship. Finally we can do something other than feed the snail Chaos picked up in Logia Town. At least the thing stays in his room though. Nami mumbles as Chaos accepts the Den Den number and Luffy attaches the Vivre card to the brim of his hat. So why are you out here anyway? Aren't you the head of an entire division? Why are you all alone? Ace frowns. I'm out here looking for a man who calls himself Blackbeard, Ace begins. We've heard of him, he's the one who was terrorizing Drum Kingdom a while back, Alvida interrupts. Yeah, I heard that too, it's why I was there and was able to leave the message Luffy never got. Anyway, he used to be a Whitebeard pirate, part of my division in fact until he did the unthinkable. He killed a member of our crew and fled. As the head it is my responsibility, so I can't stop until I get him. My most recent information indicates the bastard is in Yuba, so that's where I'm heading. Hey Vivi, isn't that where we're supposed to be heading? Luffy asks, the name sounding familiar to him. Why yes, Yuba is where the rebels are supposed to be stationed. Great, Ace, why don't you stick with us for a while, seeing as we're all going the same way? Luffy grins and Ace returns it. I don't see why not, be nice to spend a little more time with my brothers and their friends. He laughs as the crew toast their temporary new member. With the Marines, Captain Smoker, Captain Nylock, we're combed the city but no sign of Straw Hat or his crew. Tashigi reports, both her superiors frown. This brat is causing us a lot more trouble than he should. Lucina grumbles, fiddling with the bandage on the cut Chaos gave her. True, but there's something else that we need to consider. Both Bluenets look up in confusion. One of the women in his crew, I think it was Vivi. Tashigi gasps. Nefertari Vivi, Alabasta's princess? She asks. Lucina raises an eyebrow. But why would she be with the Straw Hats? They haven't even been a crew as long as she's been out of the public eye, so how could their paths have even crossed? Smoker sighs, a thick plume of smoke escaping his mouth. I don't know, but you're right about one thing. She didn't act like a hostage, she acted like part of the crew. Lucina sneers, but Tashigi looked confused. Captains. A random Marine interrupts their conversation. Mr. 11 was killed while we were out looking for Straw Hat, who we have not managed to locate yet, I'm afraid. We have also not been able to locate his crew or Fire Fist, sorry captains. Smoker stands, then stop, it doesn't matter anyway, we know where he's going even if we don't know where he is. At this both women perk up, this was news. Where is he going? He mentioned Crocodile, so he's heading for him. Sir Crocodile, of the 7 warlords of the sea? Tashigi gasps, and if the scowl is any indication then for once Smoker and Lucina appear to agree on something. It's one of her more moderate stances if they were all being honest. Personally I hate the warlord system. A pirate is a pirate regardless of if you give them a title or not, but Crocodile is one of the worst, and on top of that Alabasta is his territory as they call it. So that's why Straw Hat is here, Lucina nods. And maybe it's why Vivi is working with him. If she thinks he can remove the Croc from her homeland, she might see him as the lesser of two evils. It's stupid and naive to trust a pirate, but there's at least some logic behind it. That's settled then, we find Crocodile and Straw Hat will be there as well, and we might be able to get answers out of one of them or maybe even the princess herself. Rubber King and Mirror Master, braving the desert. The Straw Hats were trundling along on the path to Aramalu, the first stop on their journey to Yuba where the rebel camp was, during which Luffy and Usopp were, reluctantly, helping Sanji clean. Ace was watching in amusement. Zoro, Vincent and Alvida were training. Kaya and Valentina were relaxing and Chaos was helping Artemis with her symbols at the artist's request. According to Nami they were making good time, which may have been one of the reasons Vivi asked them to make land for a moment. Once they did she called over Karoo, who looked confused. Listen my friend, I need you to do something very important for me, okay? The duck nods and Vivi puts a letter under her hat. I need you to head to the capital and deliver this letter to my father. In it are all the information S and Igaram were able to gather on the situation, as well as telling him that I have returned home accompanied by some strange but good friends who are here to help. Got that? Quack, Karoo nods, doing her equivalent of a smile. Alright then, stay safe and conserve your water. I'll see you soon. Vivi hugs her duck who nuzzles before hopping off the ship and disappearing in a trail of dust, sand like the Roadrunner. You idiot, pace yourself. Vivi yells even though Karoo was beyond her hearing range. Sigh. Well, hopefully she makes it to the capital without incident. She'll be fine, Artemis predicts, after all. Without you on her back she'll be just another duck to Baroque works. I suppose you're right. Nami, we can get back to sailing now. On it Vivi. A little while later they reached their destination, at least as far as water travel. Everyone covering up. Much to Sanji's disappointment. with the exception of Chaos, who just flipped the hood of his cloak. Zoro had just dropped anchor when. The hell are those? The shore filled with odd dugong, turtle hybrids. A fist raised as they cheerfully bleated. Kung fu dugongs, maybe this isn't the best place to anchor, Valentina mumbles. If you want to come ashore you have to beat me, but that's never going to happen, you shell-less cowards. Chopper says. Everyone looks at him in confusion. What? I'm an animal, I understand them. Wait, did you understand Karoo? Vivi asks. Chopper nods. Yep. She reminds me of Nami actually, a sneaky, scaredy cat. But willing to fight when she needs to. The reindeer explains. The navigator, smiling and playfully, taps his hat, rather than slam his head into the deck for comparing her to a duck. Usopp smirks. Nobody calls me a coward and gets away with it, he declares as he jumps off the edge of the ship. Usopp, attack. Usopp, no, Vivi yells, but it was too late. The odd creature easily able to take out the sniper. Kung fu dugongs are really tough. They're not so tough, Luffy scoffs, taking out the boss in one punch. That's bad too, the brunette yells, but once more there was nothing she could do. Luffy was now mobbed by sparkly-eyed dugongs. When they lose a match they become the winner's pupil. Ace sighs. Only you, Luffy. This was a lose-lose situation. Maybe Valentina was right, Chaos says as he jumps off the deck. The lemon girl, surprised he'd even heard her. Really hope this works. He says mostly to himself, hey Luffy. Yeah? Luffy turns, not expecting a punch to the face. Of course Bane rubber, he just bounced back and shot forward, into a reflect armored fist. Bang, wow, nice to see he finally got it to work. Ace chuckles, sounding really impressed, confusing the others until he explained. The reflect armor can turn a devil fruit power back on itself, sometimes even removing its best qualities, in Luffy's case his immunity to blunt force damage. It just never seemed to work on demand before, it was just something like a 60% chance of success. They nod in understanding as Luffy was on the ground with a missing tooth and a busted lip. Ju Hig Mei? Luffy splutters. Best plan I had to get the dugongs off you? Chaos explains, and he was right, the new problem was. Now they're following you around. Shit? Any more bright ideas? Nami asks, a tick forming on the back of her head. Just one. Bang. One of the dugongs yelp as Chaos shoots it in the flipper. The others shake their fists angrily at the purplet before scurrying away in fear. Vivi blinks. Wait, how did you know they detested weapons as they see them as dishonorable? She asks, ignoring Artemis' amused chuckling in the background. I just thought shooting one would get them to go away, and I didn't want to kill any of them unless I absolutely had to. Think you could remove the bullet before we go, Chopper? The reindeer nods. I got it. A little later the dugongs were all at the ship again, with Chopper playing translator. You are dishonorable, but strong, and we respect that. Good luck and be gone. Well, that could have gone worse, Zoro thinks aloud as they begin their trek into the desert. Luffy waving at the happy little critters until they are out of sight. Oh yes. Vincent agrees and they continue walking until Vivi stops dead. Something wrong, Vivi Swan? Sanji asks with hard eyes. Are we in Yuba yet? Luffy asks with a grumpy look on his face. No, this isn't Yuba. We are in what remains or Aramalu, what was once known as the City of Green, she explains. This place was green, Luffy wonders, getting a light tap from Nami for his stupidity. Vivi sighs. Look around you. This is what Baroque works has done to my country. This is what my people have had to suffer through, he declares. Vincent and Valentina look down in guilt, while Artemis just looks on, trying to imagine what this ruin once looked like. Are you sure? This place looks just as desert as the last few steps we took? Zoro asks. Knowing his sense of direction this would be common, but he was sure Vivi knew her way around the kingdom even in broad strokes. Yes. Water has always been scarce on this island, but through conservation and using it sparingly we were able to make this place flourish like anywhere else in the world. But that was when we still got rain. Something which hasn't happened in 3 years. 3 years? That can't be natural. It wasn't. Never in the history of Alabasta have the rains just stopped. But there was still one place where there was rain, and more of it than usual, Alubarna, the capital city. People called it the King's Miracle, his power over the island allowing his city to remain lush and strong, until one day a cargo ship arrived, carrying dance powder. Dance powder? Luffy grimaces. That stuff is icky, he mumbles, sticking out his tongue in disgust. A powder which when burnt can summon rain. Which should be great, you can have all the water you need, Usopp declares, laughing until he sees Vivi's face. You'd think that, but the way dance powder works, it basically steals the rain from other places by making the clouds drop their load early. At this point we'd been experiencing odd weather patterns and no rain had fallen at all outside the capital. So they accused the king of using it to keep his city healthy, Ace guesses, to which the princess nods. Exactly. And that's not even mentioning that the production and possession of dance powder is illegal by order of the world government. But not its use, Kaya asks in confusion. If you can't make it and you can't own it, then you can't use it, Chaos answers. Wait a minute, that means your dad is the bad guy here, Luffy declares, then runs off being chased by an angry Sanji. Never thought I'd see the day Sanji would defend a man, Chaos mutters. Anything to get into Vivi's princess pants, Zoro replies, causing a few of the others to chuckle, Chopper to look confused and Vivi to turn beet red. Anyway, my father was framed, but that didn't matter as a large amount of dance powder was found within the palace as well. Shit, crocodiles even got men inside the capital, Usopp gasps. More likely Miss All Sunday does, she's the face of the Zero Squad after all, Valentina argues. The lack of rain combined with the destruction of the canal meant the city had no weight to get angry. Most left to try find water in the other oases and cities, leaving the city of Green to return to the sand. Tears drip down her cheeks as she finishes her story, only looking up when a pillar collapses. He's still the same, Ace smirks as Luffy walks over with a grumpy face on. Vivi, let's move, we've got work to do, rebels to stop and a crocodile in need of a good ass kicking. Vivi smiles slightly, right. I can't just stand here lost in the memories, we need to get to Yuba so I can stop the rebels. And how are you going to do that? Alvida asks. I'm going to explain what happened, how it was all Crocodile and Baroque Works doing. And he'll believe you, it's my only chance, that evening. He's freezing, I thought deserts were supposed to be hot, Luffy stutters, picking up Chopper like a stuffed toy and cuddling him, much to the reindeer's annoyance. You'd think that, but the lack of cloud cover means it's blisteringly hot during the day and freezing cold because there's nothing to hold in the heat. Vivi explains as most of their convoy huddle around the fire or Chopper. The exceptions to this were Ace. Being made of fire, he was immune to heat and able to raise his internal temperature in order to ignore the cold, as well as. Do you think if we put food on his hat we can get him to cook us some supper? Ace opened one of his eyes to see Artemis and Chaos with their hands rubbing together close to him, acting as if the Whitebeard commander was a secondary campfire. What the? Ace then chuckles. You've been wanting to do this since I told you my fruit's name, haven't you, Shimmer? He asks, to which both his brother and niece, given how easily Whitebeard adopts people, Ace takes after his pops in that regard, respond with shit-eating grins, which he actually preferred to any poor attempts at innocence. Well, we're in the desert, and it's cold, but you're made of fire. So we assumed you'd be okay with sharing the warmth. Ace rolls his eyes, and you didn't think to just ask me? Nope, then you could have said no, Artemis replies without missing a beat. Besides, you need to use it for yourself anyway. The two of yous are just mooching of you like we used to mooch off Dayton. Ace smiles, remembering the bandit, before punching Chaos in the jaw. You may be smart one, but you're also the bonkers one. He says tiredly, oh, and for a record, you can use me as your campfire, just don't touch me. He pushes his hat over his eyes and drifts to sleep. After nearly getting killed by scorpions in a sandstorm, Vivi forgetting to inform anyone of these dangers beforehand, the group continued on their journey, trudging through the desert, which the expected amount of complaining from Luffy, before settling for a break in the first bit of shade they found in a while. Now he wasn't dying of heatstroke, Luffy was bored again, so when he heard weird croaking he went to investigate and was shocked by what he saw. Guys, you need to come see this. What did you break now, Luffy? Valentina groans as the group head over to him. I found these birds, they don't look too good, Crunch snap. Hey Chopper, can you see if this thing has any diseases? Cause if it doesn't, maybe we can have Sanji or Ace cook it. It's not much, but it should stop Luffy eating all our supplies for a little longer, Chaos asks, tossing the bird to the reindeer, nearly getting flattened by it if he hadn't jumped out of the way, all the time unaware of the scared shitless expression on the remaining birds' faces. Broken neck. Body isn't even cold, but it's a desert, so that may be normal. Chopper diagnoses, probably safe to eat. Hey, all those birds are flying away. Luffy whines. The feathered bandits clearly deciding robbing these pirates wasn't worth their lives and left as quickly as possible. Come back, you all look injured. Vivi walks over to the amused reflect human. Hey Chaos. He turns, I think you are what killed that bird. Not that I'm complaining, we're more likely to survive without those birds trying to steal our belongings, but I just thought you should be aware. He shrugged and Vivi helped set up lunch, that really being all she wanted to say on the matter. Luffy being Luffy, the idiot managed to get himself lost within 2 minutes of nobody watching him, leading to another 10 minutes of cursing his name and trying to figure out where he went, when he shows up riding a camel and being chased by a giant purple lizard. Damn it Luffy, you keep causing trouble everywhere you go, Sanji complains. Zoro not far behind the blonde as they run out to save their captain. Hey guys, want to help kill it? Gum Gum pistol. Onigiri mutton shot, you know, when all 3, or even just 2 of those guys team up. I almost feel bad for whatever they're fighting, Kaya muses, Alvida nodding while she chuckles. Yeah, almost, she agrees, before rumbling shakes them out of their reprieve. I guess none of you knew these guys hunt in pairs? Vivi asks, getting a resounding yell of no, from everyone. Well, guess the monster trio aren't the only ones who get to cut loose today. Victor says with a smile, mirrored by Chaos and Ace. This is bigger than anything back home. Think you can take it? Chaos teases, his fingers extending through his armor. I could ask you the same question, Ace replies, his arm igniting in preparation. Double nose fancy homunculus fire fist. Victor's explosion stunned it. Chaos finger spikes pierced its brain case and Ace charbroiled it just to be sure. Hey Vivi, can we eat this? Luffy asks, remembering what happened with the scorpion, so wanted to be sure. But Vivi was still a little broken seeing the top predator of the island being killed so easily, twice. Hey guys, what are we going to do with this camel? Usopp asks, looking at the grumpy thing in front of him, until Chopper happily busays over and begins talking to it. Hey Chopper, you know this guy? Luffy asks, yep, he helped me when I got lost back in the other town. He's friendly and helpful. Yay, free camel ride, Luffy cheers, trying to get onto the animal's back only for it to bite him on the head and shove him away. Hey, you're a camel. You're meant to be ridden, so let me ride you. At this point Chopper plays translator again. I'm greatly appreciated for you saving me and all that, but I refuse to take male passengers. There was a moment of silence from the reindeer as the other guys of the group beat up the camel. I'm afraid I'm much too macho. Crunch. The noises made by the camel caused Chopper to curl up in a ball, while the animal in question falls to the group, tears, mucus and saliva covering its face. What did you just do? Sanji asks, before Vivi steps around to the back of the animal, where Chaos was. That shouldn't have worked, she notes, causing the purpleette to raise an eyebrow. With riding camels the males are gelded, usually. Then I guess I fixed a mistake, Chaos says with a shrug. Any chance it grew back? Alvida asks, Vivi actually chuckling at the idea. I don't think any animal can regrow its testicles, especially after the procedure is done properly. She emphasizes the last word to an amused Chaos. Sanji kid if Nami told him she'd sleep with him, Zoro mutters, earning sniggers from Victor, Alvida and Usopp, as well as a foot to the face from said cook. Still, a free ride is a free ride. Nami shrugs before jumping onto Eyelash's back. Come on, whoa. The ginger yelps as Artemis is dropped on her lap by Chaos before she could offer the spot for Vivi. Hey, what's the big idea? Artemis is a child, you're just lazy, he replies, confident Nami wasn't going to get off the camel to hit him, and risk losing her spot to one of the other girls. He was right, as Nami just grumbled before placing Artemis on the seat behind her. The crew had to take a minor detour when they ran into some sand pirates, but nothing much happened other than meeting some bitch with a grudge against Vivi, that and losing Ace for a couple hours. The sand pirates' captain, a large man with an umbrella on his head, was nice enough to us off from a small village called Edo, so that was nice of him. Hey guys, everyone stops for a moment before seeing it to be Ace riding some kind of lizard waddling towards them. Oh, so that's where he went, Luffy wonders, then is promptly distracted by the food and water his brother was hauling. Yay stuff. Yep, dig in, there's stuff for everyone, Sanji smiles. This should keep us going another while, at least as long as we stop Luffy eating everything. We'll just put him back under the cactus juice if need be, Chaos replies with a shrug, getting slaps on the knee from Chopper and Kaya. I'm kidding, don't want to risk the idiot ODing on that crap. Vivi walks up to Ace, tentatively, Ace, I'm fairly sure you didn't use money to obtain these goods, but please tell me you didn't steal from these people, who are struggling to get by as it is. Ace laughs, nah, that's not my style, besides that village over there doesn't appear to be exactly struggling. Not important anyway. I was given it by the rebel army. Vivi's yell caused more than a few of the Straw Hats to either spit take or choke on their food, water. While I suppose it's not exactly the right term, more fake rebels, it's quite a good system too. Wait, how can there be fake rebels? Usopp asks confused. Simple really, they say they're rebels and the village hires them to protect the village, something the actual rebels may do. It's not that hard, you look tough, have the confident swagger and you're golden. Like I said, I think the idea is quite smart. Nami doesn't look convinced. But it can't be that simple, surely someone would have figured it out or they'd have been found out by now. Not necessarily, Victor answers. Knowing a village, settlement or even an island is under someone's protection can scare away small-time bandits. Knowing it's the rebel army, who are strong enough they're giving the royal army themselves trouble and that keeps most of the others away. It's like how only the stupid attack islands that are warlord bases, like Crocodile in Alabasta or Doflamingo in Dressrosa. You know there's something big and powerful there to kick you to the curb. Exactly, so let's just let it go and head to your destination. You're on the clock after all, Ace suggests to the now silent Vivi. You want to do something, don't you? Alvida asks with a smirk. If they're actually doing their job they can call themselves whatever they want, but that's the problem, we don't know if they would actually protect the village they're squatting in. Chaos sighs while Artemis smirks from Eyelash's back. You want to test their resolve, don't you? Idiot? He asks with a groan, mostly when she nods enthusiastically in response. Fine, but don't be disappointed when this goes tits up. 20 minutes later the rebels step out of the city gates, intending to run as soon as they had the chance, only to almost walk right into Luffy, his expression serious for the occasion. Behind him were Chaos and Alvida, with Sanji, Usopp, Zoro and Chopper flanking them. Shit, there's nowhere to run. Prepared to be defeated dastardly pirates by the invincible rebel army, the town's mayor yells from the top of the gates. What a fat man, are we sure this island is experiencing a famine? Chaos mutters, Alvida biting her lip to stop a chuckle. So according to the bowling ball you guys are the real deal. Guess that means it's time to fight, Luffy deadpans. There was much hemming and hawing before their apparent leader steps forward. Sure you see and try fight us, but there's much more than four. Guarding this village are 100 million. 100 million. Luffy screams, till he gets face planted by Chaos and Alvida. Idiot, this is the same trick Usopp used on us, it's only slightly less moronic because he's the desperate, the reflect human growls. Oh yeah, Luffy claps, breaking character for a second before he frowns, lie to me you bastards. Gum Gum Pistol Luffy's attack shoots the blonde leader of the group through the door and partway down the path into the village. The man just lying there while the others panic. This was a bad idea. Valentina comments from behind the rock the rest of the Straw Hats were observing from behind. Yeah, but until Vivi gives the go-ahead we have to let it play out. Captain's orders, Victor reminds her. The Lemon Girl frowns. I hate that pirate rule, she grumbles to Artemis' amusement. Chaos ruffled through his cloak and pulls out a pocket watch. How long did Vivi say we needed to play this game? Alvida shrugs. Until something happens. I don't think we needed to be here. Never mind the other four. Luffy is dealing with them just fine. Chaos nods. Though as the only other crewmates with bounties it helped raise the stakes and see just what would happen. Seeing as they weren't in any rush, it's not like they have to be anywhere or something. Luffy casually strolled over to the rest of the rebels, stepping into what would be considered normal melee range and drew back his fist, only for the oldest to catch it. He looked pretty bruised and his nose was bleeding badly, but he was standing and looked a lot more ready to fight than he did a minute ago. I'll admit we're not rebels, we said we were so we wouldn't be starving anymore. We wish we could become as strong as our heroes, but we're just thugs and cowards. You may be able to beat us to a pulp, But I'm done running, I'm going to give those kids someone to look up to, he says, putting as much of his heart into his words as he still could. Luffy blinks, then smiles. I believe you, he says, then turns and yells, hey Vivi, I think this village is safe with these guys guarding it, can we go now? Idiot, Vivi and Nami yell, popping out of cover. Is the show over? Can we head to Yuba now? Artemis asks as she walks over to a laughing Chaos and sniggering Alvida, Usopp and Chopper. Yeah, I think we're done. Get up, you've spent long enough on Pervert Camel. Your mother will kill me if she finds out. Artemis laughs as she climbs on his back, not telling him about the eye on the wall in front of them. With a small wave they head off after Luffy, currently being chased by an angry Ginger and Bluenet. Too late, Papa, she saw everything, she thinks with a smile, resting her head on his shoulder, waving to Ace when he finally catches up to them. The next stage of their journey was uneventful, other than the usual ruckus Luffy, Sanji and this time Usopp caused, which was why Vivi decided to help pass the time with a story which turned out to be rather important in the end. They learnt that the rebel leader Koza was a childhood friend of Vivi's, which some assumed was the reason she believed that she could talk sense into the man. Luffy had his patented, don't give a shit, expression which usually followed someone giving a backstory, though he was soon distracted by what turned out to be a giant desert scorpion, something which also turned out to be much tastier than expected once Mara flame grilled. Are you sure we're going the right way? Kaya asks while they watch the tri-daily fight over food, this time Zoro getting involved because Luffy stole his food. The best we can do is follow Vivi's directions. It's not like anyone else in this group had even been to Alabasta before now. Chaos answers, getting shrugs from Ace and the former Baroque Works teams. I've been here before, just not Yuba. Mama works in Rainbase. Artemis adds, Chaos making a mental note to go there when they were done, if their search for Crocodile didn't lead them there first. Hey look, flying meat, Luffy yells, oh no, he caught us. Run Chip, cool, it talks too. Get back here, meat. Luffy immediately runs off, to the confusion and annoyance of his crew. I don't think it's possible, but has he gotten dumber since I left? Ace asks, getting a shake of the head from the remaining brother. He's as impulsive as ever, which while resembling stupidity, isn't, he replies before standing up and beginning to walk in the direction Luffy just disappeared in. He's gone, a young boy sighs, yay, real meat, we never get this kind of food in the Badlands. True, so eat it slowly. 10 days without food means stuffing your face is a bad idea. The Badlands, huh? Can I have some of the meat if you're not going to eat it all? The boys tense before turning to see Chaos sitting on the rock behind them, and Artemis sitting cross-legged beside them. How she got there, they weren't sure. The older-looking boy gulps and draws a pistol. Stay back, we don't want any trouble, but I will as this if I have to, he stutters. You're rude, Artemis pouts, reaching for her brush but Chaos waves it off. You know, I have a rule of not letting people try to threaten me, he states flatly. Then come and GGG, get it, says, pulling the trigger as his younger brother tackles him. Ping, word of advice, only fire at something you can hit, Ace critiques as he makes himself known as well as drawing the others to his location. He deflected the bullet with a rock, just how strong is he? The smaller boy gasps, shuddering, but the older one rushes over. Please help us, mister, I need you to find someone for us. Do this and I'll even pay you, 1 million berry, he pleads. 1 million? Nami asks with a raised eyebrow. Where would a kid get that kind of money? Alvida asks curiously, seeing Vivi shrug out the corner of her eye. Please, I can't give it to you all at once, but once I'm a grown-up I'll do it. He then pulls out a photo from his pocket. I need you to find this man. He's a bounty hunter, the name's Scorpion. Zoro looks suspicious. What's a couple of kids looking for a bounty hunter for? Doesn't matter, I'm looking for this guy too. He's the reason I was heading to Yuba, but if he's out here then that just makes things easier, Ace replies, accepting the job. We're going on another detour, aren't we? Artemis mumbles, oddly enough getting a nod from Chopper in response. So, how the fuck are we going to find this guy? Valentina complains. The desert is huge and there are basically no landmarks. We've not even made it to Yuba. Turns out finding someone isn't that hard when they're also actively seeking you out, as was discovered when Scorpion showed up on an ostrich, alongside Luffy. Hey guys, this old guy just gave me a lift on his bird. Luffy, you idiot, was yelled in stereo by almost everyone involved. So, do you think you can fight in an honorable battle, pirate? Scorpion asks, charging at Ace with his ostrich. Remember, this is serious, so don't pull any punches or it'll be boring. Luffy cheers. I wasn't planning. Ah, forget it. Ace sighs and steps forward just as Scorpion shoots a net him. The commander actually seemed amused, letting the net envelop him before using his fruit power to produce a strong enough fireball to send it back at the man, knocking him off his bird and causing him to roll around in pain from the hot corded net. Damn, well, I guess you have some skills, and if it were easy it wouldn't be any fun. Scorpion laughs, pulling out his next gadget. You've got some skills yourself. If I weren't a logia, that might have been a small problem. Ace compliments, then dodges a blast of foam which tore a hole through the rock behind him. This compressed air extinguisher foam blaster should do the trick. No problems. He laughs and continues to fire at Ace, who dodges every shot before burying his fist in the man's gut, knocking him to the ground. Ace frowns. You lied, didn't you? You never beat Blackbeard. You just said you did so I'd come looking for you? Scorpion wheezes. Correct, but while you're here I'm going to take you down. Father, stop, he'll kill you. One of the boys scream, stopping everyone in their tracks. Did he say, father? Explains why these kids know a bounty hunter. He's their dad. Scorpion grimaces. Don't worry boys, I'll be fine. Stop the fight. One of the boys yells as they both slide down the dune to their father. Please stop, we don't want to lose you. We understand what you're trying to teach us now, but we want you to stop before it kills you. We want you to be safe. Scorpion sniffles as he pulls himself to his feet. I need to do this, to show you what a man can do when he doesn't give up on his dreams. He clicks and Popo brings over a bazooka, which he points at Ace and lights. This ends here, he announces with all the confidence he can muster, until he feels small arms on his legs. Please dad, just come home. That's all we want, that's our dream. I want to go home. I'll never complain again, I just want you back, that's all I want. Seeing his boy's cry broke the resolve he was clinging to. Dropping his weapon, her pulls the two into a hug. Unfortunately, when he dropped it, the bazooka went off, shooting its projectile into the structure behind them, causing it to fall towards them. They were nearly killed except Fire Fist. Ace jumped forward, his attack either no way or outright destroying any falling rubble in this path. There was shock and awe from some of the spectators, but Chip and Dip were more worried about their dad. Hey old guy, you still alive? Luffy asks with his usual bluntness, getting a sigh from beneath the man's hat before he pulls himself to his knees. Of course I am. You think I'd leave my kids to fend for themselves? Huh? He laughs before being tackled by the boys, happy they would be going home and that their dad would be okay. A little later, are you sure you have to leave? Luffy asks with a frown. Most of the others just unhappy to see him go, mostly because it meant they were stuck with Luffy. Ace nods sadly. Yeah, Blackbeard's not in Alabasta, which was the reason I was tagging along on your trek. Luckily Scorpion heard news that Bastard has been spotted westward, so that's my next destination. Hold on to that Vivre card, Lou, and remember to call when all this is over, Sparkles. Hopefully I'll have this situation dealt with and be back on the Moby soon enough. The brothers hug, promising to be even stronger pirates when they next meet, and Ace leaves, using his powers to make light work of the desert now he was going solo. The next day, anyone else miss Ace? Especially now we're stuck with just these two? Sanji asks, but before anyone can reply, Chaos and Luffy punch him into the sand Nami style. Hey Vivi, Nami calls, ignoring the guys fighting, how much further? The brunette smiles as she turns, just a logically right over there, we just need to hold on a little longer, she declares, getting cheers from a good portion of the crew. Finally, I have sand in places I really don't want, Valentina complains. Too much information, Usopp grumbles, then has to run away from an angry lemon girl. Well, at least it's motivating him to keep moving, Kaya says to Chopper with a tired smile, which the reindeer returns. A little later Luffy was complaining again. Come on, are we there yet? Is that Yuba? He asks, pointing off into the distance. Vivi frowns. Something's not right. Oh shit. The entire area is being struck by a sandstorm, she yelps. Another one. Are they common here? Alvida asks. Alabasta? Yes. The Yuba region? No, they're quite rare, making this all the more unnerving. By the time they reached the town, the storm had luckily dissipated, but the trail of destruction was clear. This place looks just as bad as the last town we've come across, Zoro grumbles. Well, I doubt it's all the easy for a town of this size to get through a sandstorm without ending up looking like a shithole by the end. And given the current climate on the island, I get the feeling things are much harder for everyone, and recovery much slower. Chaos retorts. Luckily both were far enough away from Vivi she didn't respond to them directly. Luffy frowns as he scans the horizon. Water. Where's the water? They said there'd be water. While I only do this rarely, I have to agree with the idiot. Isn't this place supposed to be an oasis or something? Vivi nods. Yes, but it seems even this oasis has been lost, either buried or just dried up. The first option looked more likely when they noticed an old man digging, or more when he noticed them. Hello. You travelers must be exhausted from traveling in the desert heat. As you can see, this town is quite parched as well, but that doesn't mean you can't stay here and rest. I don't turn away those in need. He says politely. There are plenty of places to stay. Yuba prided itself on its inns and hospitality, don't you know? Vivi's eyes glistened as she pulled up her collar. Thanks, but we're looking for the rebel army. That was clearly the wrongness to say as the old man got angry and started throwing things at the group. The anger then moved from him to the pirates when he informed them the rebels were gone, had been for a while. Do you know where they are? Vivi asks hopefully. The man shakes his head. Those idiots could be anywhere now. With no rain in 3 years, the desert began to change. Sandstorms became for common and this town was hit with many. Eventually our oasis was lost and the town became what you see before you. With nothing of value left, the rebels packed up and left for other places, most of them in Katoria. Now it's just me here. Luffy notices Vivi look faint. Is Katoria close to here, Vivi? She shakes her head. No, it's near Nanohana, where we first made land. We'd be quite literally going back the way we came. The old man pulls himself from his pit. Vivi? Is that you? He asks, causing the collective thought of, "Ah fuck," to pass through everyone bar Vivi herself, who looked confused. It's me, Vivi. I've seen better days and I've lost a lot of weight, but it's so good to see you again. He tears up but smiles brightly, causing the brunette to gasp. Toto? It can't be. She whispers, remembering a fat man with a jolly smile. Like Santa but minus the beard. The mustache was the way it had been all those years ago, but the almost skeletal man was very different than what she'd have expected. Toto smiles. Hello, my princess. It does me the world of good to see you once more. I know whatever has happened, it wasn't you or the king's fault. He was a good man. He'd have never done this to his people. He says, tears slipping down his cheeks, matched by Vivi's own face. I believe in the king, most people do. But these rebels are stirring things up and making everything worse. What's more, they've reached a limit in power and know this is their last chance. Their next attack will be their last. Victory or death. Vivi whimpers, please princess, end this madness. Please. Toto collapses to the ground and cries. Toto, my friend, don't worry, Vivi says, placing her hand on his shoulder. We're going to fix this. On my honor I swear it. Rubber King and Mirror Master, Crocodile, here we come. Hey old guy, where's the water? I still see no water, Luffy complains. How can you live here? It's really bad. Toto sighs and stops digging. I'm still here because the oasis of Yuba still exists even if it is buried under all this sand. I won't let it break me. I'll dig up this sand and make my village livable again if it's the last thing I do. Oh, well in that case, let's get rid of all this sand and get us some water. Luffy cheers. Vivi and Toto look surprised, but happy the crew were trying to help so genuinely. And I have a great plan too, Shishishi. Nami groans. Run it by us first, you're not exactly a strategist, Lou. I just need chaos, Victor, Valentina and some rope. You still got any, Nami? The navigator sighs deeply before pulling out several feet of rope from wherever. Well, Zoro's not part of your plan, so you're not simply digging it out. Where are you playing it then? Usopp asks in confusion. Same here, I understand Victor's being part of this plan, me and Val not so much, Chaos adds. I know how strong you are and you're the tallest here. I need you to throw Valentina really high, Luffy explains, stretching his arms straight up. This is insane. Also, why did you need the rope? Vivi asks, hoping the answer made more sense than what she believed his plan to be. She's a devil fruit user, duh. If all goes right we'll have water, but that means she'll sink to the bottom if we don't have a way to get her back. Luffy explains. Now let's make sure the first part works, Victor. My nose fancy cannon, awesome big hole, Luffy cheers. See, we need to make a big hole. Then we have Valentina drop down at full power to give it that last bang. He grins madly and oddly enough some of the others joined him. As plans go, that's not terrible, Zoro admits. It could go very wrong but no point not trying. Victor walks over to Kaya and hands her his gun. Just for the job. I highly doubt you regularly carry explosive rounds on your person, he jokes. No, in fact before Logatown I didn't carry any weapons regularly. So, are we doing this? Usopp asks, having pulled out a solid handful of his explosive pellets. Luffy nods. Once the hole is big enough toss her, he orders, Nami having secured her rope around Valentina's waist, while Artemis sat between Vivi and Toto, content to watch the fireworks begin. Double nose fancy breeze breath bombs exploding star. Chi bomb gum gum bazooka. Looks like it's your turn Val. Chaos offers a hand, which she plants her heel on, smiling as he gives her a leg up. 1 kilogram bounce 10,000 kilograms press. The resulting shockwave knocked a few of the watchers over, most notably Toto's simple due to age and drought-induced weakness, though Nami and Vivi weren't far behind him. By the time they got back up, Chaos was pulling a soaked Valentina from the pit. Toto gasps. You did it, how could I possibly repay you? Letting us have some of the water would be nice, Kaya suggests, to which the old man laughs, a little harder after Nami pipes in about somewhere to sleep that wasn't sand. Of course, it's the least I can do as I wouldn't have any at all without you nice people. The next day, I wish you the best on your travels and for the road, Toto smiles, handing a small water barrel to Luffy who grins widely. Thanks old guy, we're going to kick Crocodile's ass and make this country somewhere good to live in again. He waves at the now once more smiling man, the rest of the crew doing the same. Things were quiet for about an hour, before Luffy just stopped. Hey, we don't have time for games, we need to head back the way we came and get to the rebel base to get them to stop fighting, Sanji yells. But the Straw Hat just continues to sit, joined by a tired Artemis and Chaos, though the latter was more standing nearby curiously. I quit, Luffy replies, batting aside the swirly-browed cook when he tries get in his face, to the amusement of about half the crew at any other time. Vivi, all I want to do is kick Crocodile's ass from here to the red line. That's why we're here, because dealing with him fixes your problems. Going to Kotoria and talking to the rebels won't do much, because they're not the real problem, he is. The kid can be blunt as his powers sometimes, Victor notes. Yeah, but he does cut through everything else to get to the heart of the matter, Val retorts. Luffy, you wanted things to go in such a way that nobody dies in this fight. Not any citizens, not a royal or rebel or even any of us, am I right Vivi? The brunette looks confused. Of course I want to end this fight without bloodshed and death. She's once more interrupted, this time by a hissing chuckle. Sesezi. It's almost funny how idealistic and naive you are Vivi. Wake up princess, this is a war and people die. It's already too late for everything to just be sorted with a quick chat and a how'd you do. There are already casualties. The best we can do is minimize it by taking out the root cause, Chaos states, then blinks when one of Vivi's jewels split his cheek. You bastard, she screams before leaping at him. Shouldn't we at least try break them up? Nami asks, not seeing the point of the fight, though Zoro and Alvida had already knocked Sanji out to stop him, defending Vivi. Luffy shakes his head and chuckles. Nah, Vivi needs this and it's not like Chaos is taking it seriously, so it's all good. He says with a shrug, and even just from what she's seen he had a point. Other than snapping the slasher, Chaos didn't even use his devil fruit powers. Most likely because Vivi wasn't a brawler like Alvida or Luffy, so with the exception of a lucky shot to the kidney, Chaos probably didn't really feel like he was being attacked. Especially given he grew up with Luffy, Ace and Sabo, as well as Garp's training. It made her think they were waiting either for Vivi to get tired or Chaos to get bored. There was a part of Nami that expected the fight to end with something as unsportsmanlike as a nutshot. She just didn't expect Chaos to catch Vivi's knee and flip her so she was eating sand. Are you done beating yourself up, Vivi? You can't save this kingdom all alone. Chaos asks, sitting in front of her while Chopper makes sure there was no severe damage done to either of them. Vivi sniffles, her pride more broken than anything else. What else can I do? I don't have anything else to throw at Crocodile but myself. She grumbles, then yelps as she receives 2 smacks to the head. Hey. Did the idiot make you forget the entire trip here? Alvida asks through gritted teeth. You need to let people help you, Vivi, so just let us, aren't we your friends? Luffy shouts, hoping it would get through Vivi's thick skull that way. The princess finally cracks, falling against Alvida as she cries into the older woman's chest, as she smooth woman runs her fingers through her hair. Meanwhile, Luffy smacks Chaos for being an idiot and interfering, but he just smirks and lets Artemis sit on his lap while they wait for their next move. Finally, Vivi was ready to move once more, standing with a determined and serious expression on our face. There we go, game face. So, where do we find Crocodile? Luffy asks with a shark-like smile, his eyes hidden below his hat. Rainbase, the casino there, it's the owned by Crocodile and the man's only legitimate business I could find. Technically, Baroque works as a legitimate business. Mercenary companies do pop up from time to time and there's nothing wrong with that, especially as you're often just outsourcing shit you don't want to do to people willing to get paid for it. The problem is simply the way it's being used, destabilizing the country and trying to start a civil war. Chaos adds as he and Artemis also stand. The other former agents nod, at least in understanding if not outright agreement. Anyway, Vivi interrupts as she pulls out the map. The good news is, unlike the rebels in Katoria who are basically on the other side of the island to us, Rainbase is a little north of Yuba, about a day's walk if I'm not mistaken, she says partly to herself AOWN on the map, smiling and putting a finger on it and Yuba to prove her point. Then let's get a move on. I have an idiot whose ass I want to introduce to my foot. Luffy jumps up and begins marching on, until he gets a tug on his pants from Artemis, having been sent over by Vivi to explain he was going in the exact opposite direction. Ops. Thanks, kiddo. No problem, I don't want to lose my silly Uncle Luffy. The artist grins in a way that seemed familiar but not quite the same, but Luffy stops caring, lifts up the now squealing, giggling girl and runs after the others. Later, given it was Olivia and Valentina's turn on Eyelash, you'd be right to assume Nami was going to bitch and moan the entire trip. Right until Vivi explained why Rainbase was still so full of life despite the 3-year drought. It was a gambling town, actually quite similar to Las Vegas in the real world, even surrounded by desert. Vivi didn't say any of that, but I am to help you understand. Needless to say, Nami found a lot of spare energy to continue trudging through the sand, imagining all the money she could win or steal from the people there. Hey Vivi, are we nearly there yet? Luffy asks. Now Usopp had stopped bugging him for Toto's water, mostly because Zoro had finally gotten annoyed enough by his begging and attempts at stealing it from their captain. He kicked the sniper over Eyelash. We still have a little more to go, Vivi assured Luffy, who nods and keeps walking. Hey Lou. Yeah, thanks for helping me figure out what to do. I don't know how I'd be able to repay you. Join my crew, Luffy replies without thinking, nor looking back to see Vivi's shocked face, or fetus, either will do. I hope some of the people who joined us on this trip stay, they're nice people. Except the pervert camel, he can fall in a hole when all this is over. Papa, can I stay with you when you guys beat Crocodile? Artemis asks, standing between Chaos and Victor as they walked. This will come as no surprise to you, but the best answer I can give right now is, ask your mother. Chaos answers honestly, though Kaya and Chopper chuckle behind him. Do you think any of the others will? Chaos laughs. Luffy hasn't let anyone go yet. You should have seen the amount of work he put into recruiting Nami, and she stole our ship right from under us. Not even Sanji was that difficult to have join up, and besides them it was pretty easy to get everyone else on board. Artemis nods. So pretty good record, sounds like we have nothing to worry about. Exactly, foo. More later. Finally, was the collective yell of Luffy, Usopp, Chopper and surprisingly Nami as they reached the city of Rainbase, the boys running on ahead in search of water, while Nami was wringing her hands and chuckling as she spots the enormous casino in the center of town. Meanwhile, in the Sand Cafe, Smoker, Tashigi and Lucina were sitting and waiting. Do you really think the Straw Hats are dumb enough to attack a warlord? Lucina asks, though there was less contempt than the other brunette expected. Yes, Straw Hat basically announced it when we last saw them. It's the reason they're here in Alabasta. And you think there's some kind of connection between them? Crocodile in the situation here in Alabasta? Toshigi asks to confirm. I don't know what, but there is something off here, he grumbles, lighting another cigar. Plus there's Princess Vivi being seen associating with the crew, not a good sign and especially not something the Nefertaris will want known publicly, Lucina adds, knowing how dragons work as well as how this will need to be covered up somehow. While this conversation was going on, a small commotion was going on, not that the Marines cared, until Smoker turned to get a drink and noticed a very recognizable hat out of the corner of his eye. He froze, alerting the other two that something was off, just as Luffy and Usopp feel eyes boring holes in their skulls. Pulling down the barrels they'd been chugging, they look and immediately spit take at the fact there were 3 rather competent Marines right there beside them. Run! Protect the water! Usopp and Luffy scream as they flee the scene. They're here, Toshigi alert the Marines. Lucina, see what's taking the Black Cage Corp so long to meet up with us, Smoker orders before taking off. On it, sir, Toshigi salutes. Where is Hina? She should have been here already. Lucina scowls before seeking the wayward captain and her underlings. The idiot can't have gotten lost, can she? What are the damn Marines doing here? Luffy asks as the two continue to run. How should I know? Usopp argues back, less talking more running. As the two get in sight of the others, Sangi sighs heavily. Well, they're back, but they've brought the Marines with them. The Marines? Then why the hell are they leading them back to us? Nami shrieks, beginning to panic. Not important right now, let's just get out o' here, Zoro retorts and the crew bolt. We're too big a group to actually sneak away, Vivi notes worryingly. Chaos shrugs. Then let's split up. We'll take the left, you guys take the right. Then just keep running till they stop chasing you. Or better yet, seeing as Stealth just got torched, where's Crocodile hanging out in this place? Vivi rolls her eyes but answers. The building with the alligator on its roof. It's called Rain Dinners and it's where we would have been heading had Luffy and Usopp not run off earlier. So, I'll meet up there, maybe? Anyone got a problem with that? Victor asks. Nope. See you all there? Luffy says before bouncing up into the air. Hey Smokey, bet you can't catch me. You cheeky little brat. Smoker growls before shifting into smoke and coiling around Luffy. White plume gum balloon. Luffy expands just before Smoker could tighten his grip, scattering the logia for long enough that Luffy was able to hit the ground and run off, much to the Marine's annoyance. As distractions go, Zoro was a little delayed not by his inability to understand directions but by running into Toshigi. Luckily Alvida was around to distract the sword otaku for long enough he was able to get away. The team cowards, Nami and Usopp, made it to Rain Dinners rather quickly as they ran as fast as possible in the hope of avoiding danger. Chaos managed to lose Artemis and narrowly avoid running into Lucina along with a group of marine grunts she had under her, deciding the direct approach was a good plan right about now, bumping back into Kaya on the way. Artemis wasn't actually lost, she just decided to stick close to Vivi once Luffy gave the go-ahead to split up, not having time to alert her papa, plus she knew Mama was around so she'd be safe. The other Baroque work agents were a little apprehensive about fighting their old boss on his home turf so decided to take the long way to Rain Dinners. What this meant was they were nowhere near the casino when. Guys, just run, I can't shake this guy. Luffy shouts as he barrels towards them, Smoker a little behind but still poofing. He's called the White Hunter for a reason, you know, Chaos mumbles, but they all run in just as Luffy catches up to them, galloping up the steps and into the casino proper. After convincing Luffy just yelling wasn't going to help, the 6 of them tried come up with a plan, for about 5 seconds before they were interrupted again. Straw Hat, you think I'm letting you get away that easily? Shit, it's Smokey, let's just run, Luffy orders, and unsurprisingly the other agreed. Interestingly, when in a panic Luffy appeared unaware he'd plowed through the building's security, bouncers in his mad dash to avoid Smoker, something which would have amused at least Nami and Chaos at any other time. Oh manager, so glad you were there, we have a bit of a situation. A grumpy-looking man with pointy hair explains in a flustered tone. Send them to the VIP lounge. Miss All Sunday replies with a small smirk, Crocodile's been expecting them. Oh, of course ma'am, we would have done it already if we'd known to expect these strange people. The man nods and Robin turns her gaze to the Straw Hats, Findy as well as the guy who reminds her of a completely different warlord to her current boss. They were strange, she'll give them that much. Anyone else worried or confused right about now? Chaos asks, as they're now clearly being directed to the VIP lounge. Yeah, this screams trap, Nami nods. Worry about it later. Anything that keeps us away from the Marines is welcome, Usopp pipes in fearfully. Don't they give free drinks in places like this? Zoro thinks aloud. Thought clearly he's not being listened to as they all run through the door to a plain white corridor. VIP, pirates. Hey, let's go that way, Luffy yells as they spot a sign just where the corridor splits. Luffy, this is by far the dumbest plan I've ever heard you come up with. How can you not see an obvious trap like that? Nami yells at him as they keep running. Would you like to discuss this with Smoker? Luffy asks in a surprisingly good deadpan. Like I was saying, best plan, we've got so full speed ahead. The thief quickly backtracks, speeding up so slightly to right behind Luffy, rather than between Usopp and Zoro. As when they turn and find a wall. This appears to basically just be a cul-de-sac inside the building. Well, until Smoker runs up behind them. Then the floor opens up and they all fall into the darkness. As far as traps go, a pitfall wasn't on my list of expected outcomes. Nami nods. An indoor trap hole. Got to hand it to him on originality. The thief grumbles as she sits up. I feel weak, Luffy mumbles, like Usopp having been pounding at the bars of their cage until a moment ago. Ah crap, what's wrong now? Zoro sighs, then moves to stand when Smoker smacks Luffy to the ground and pins him with his jeet. What the hell, I feel so weak, it's like being underwater, Luffy says tiredly, blinking slowly up at the Marine. The tip of my weapon is made of karyoseki, also known as sea prison stone. It's a rare mineral found in a distant corner of the ocean, also known as wano, that can weaken devil fruit users as well as negate some of their strengths. Such as you actually winning by fighting Luffy with a blunt object, Chaos guesses, or being able to hit someone like you while in your element, he adds with a smirk. Smoker growls but nods, correct. All marine cells are made with this material to stop devil fruit users from escaping. Which means you're stuck with us too, Nami gasps, realizing what Smoker wasn't telling them. He frowns, it's the only reason I'm still in here and you aren't all being carted off to the nearest execution platform, as I doubt you're worth the trip to Marineford. Crocodile raises an eyebrow at the catch, it can't be that easy, he thinks as he looks at the captured Straw Hats, and Smoker. Especially as none of them have noticed his prescience. Zoro grits his teeth and reaches for his swords, Chaos doing the same with hubby, feeling it coil around his arm. Stop it right now, you idiots, this is a bad time to fight. Plus, what good will a sword do against someone who can turn into smoke? Nami asks both angrily and fearfully. She's right, Crocodile's rough voice pierces the air. You're all going to die together. There's no need to kill each other so soon. The chair turns with a creak, revealing the smirking warlord to the group, the man unsurprised by the matching scowls on most of their faces. Crocodile, come closer so I can kick you a saw. Luffy flops onto his back, having grabbed the bars in his anger. Crocodile chuckles, the boy's stupidity was quite entertaining. You've done well to make it this far, Straw Hat, and for that I'll make sure your death is swift, as well as the rest of your crew. Once our special guest arrives, that is. Guest? Kaya asks, whimpering when Crocodile's focus turns to her, as well as his smile. Why, even as we speak my partner is out there retrieving her, shouldn't be too much longer. Meanwhile outside Rain Dinner, Vivi was dealing with a good number of millions, especially with the assistance of Artemis, none of the other three able to find the wayward princess, though they were looking, but there were just too many for the two of them to deal with. You're good, as to be expected from number agents, but it's time to give up. The boss is waiting after all, one of the millions says with a leering smirk after smacking Vivi upside the head with his rifle. Bang 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 bang. What the fuck was that? Several millions yell as the idiot was torn apart, then spotting something in the sky. That's some kind of bird? Was asked, causing Vivi to perk up slightly, as well as hold Artemis close to avoid any crossfire. The sound of machine gun fire had the edge of her lips curl upwards, but it was when the bird came into view it became an actual smile. It's a falcon, a fucking huge one. The bird paid the millions no notice as it swooped down and picked up the girls, dropping them off on the roof of a nearby building. Oh Pell, you have no idea how glad I am to see you. Vivi smiles as the massive falcon changes back into one of the royal guards. As Ayu, your father received your letter and is actually on his way quite soon to deal with Crocodile. I'm just here to scout and search for any hidden surprises, Pell explains. Like Crocodile's devil fruit powers, Artemis asks, getting a look from Pell before turning to Vivi. Don't worry about her, she's on our side. As long as you believe that. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to deal with these ruffians. He then transforms again, making short work of the millions that had been harassing Vivi. The Tori model falcon, quite impressive, don't you think, Artemis? Vivi asks the girl, who shrugs. Devil fruits are Papa's thing, just like the void is Mama's and mine is art. Do you think there's an art fruit somewhere in the world? I don't know, like you said, your Papa's the best person to ask that, Vivi answers, then turns to look down at Pell. Thank you for the help, but I need to meet up with the others and fix things. Leaving so soon? A voice purrs in her ear, causing Vivi to leap back when she sees Miss All Sunday right behind her. Miss All Sunday, she curses, causing the older woman to raise an eyebrow before her grin widens. Time to meet the boss, Vivi, it's rude to keep him waiting. At this point Pell turns and sees the oddly dressed woman with Vivi and Artemis. And who might you be? All Sunday smiles. You're quite the enigma, having one of the devil fruits that enable flight as a service rather than an exploit. But still, do you think you can beat me? Pell frowns. That isn't an answer, but I'm going to assume you're part of Baroque works, in which case I will not allow you to harm the princess. This may get messy, Artemis thinks, having seen just how vicious All Sunday can be, though that usually requires her to be very annoyed or in a rush. Trace Fleur arms sprouted from the falcon human's body, two pinning his wings together, while the third ensured his sword wasn't making an appearance in this fight. The resulting metaphorical wing clip meant Pell crash landed on the roof rather than cutting down Sunday. Didn't see that coming, did you, Birdie? Sunday teases as she uncrosses her arms. You ate a devil fruit, it's the only explanation, Pell wheezes. Dane, we have a winner. I ate the Hana no mi, which enables me to bloom body parts like flowers. You can't escape my reach even in the air, so it might be best to just let us go. Never, I won't let you kidnap Alabasta's princess without a fight, he yells before charging with his sword, aimed for her heart. Silly man, cease, Fleur, Vivi gasps as Sunday's bloomed arms lock Pell in place, two around his neck, one for each arm and another coming out of the ground to grab his ankles. Power, speed, these mean nothing to me. Once you are within my grasp, you are done. I'm sure I said this before, but we're in a little bit of a hurry. Don't want the boss to think the country has a rude Princess Tweety Pie. So let's get this over with. Cease, Fleur. Clutch, Vivi whimpers when she hears the crunch of Pell's spine, the greatest waroid by a woman who clearly wasn't even trying. Time to go, princess. I won't be made wait any longer. Coming Golden Week? Of course, Miss All Sunday, Artemis replies, hopping up and following the women towards Rain Dinner, Rubber King and Mirror Master, Sand, Gators and a Prince. Nami, can you calm the fuck down already? You might actually annoy this guy if you keep running your mouth like that. Chaos sighs deeply. The ginger hadn't stopped yelling at Luffy and Usopp since they couldn't find an escape route and decided to pass the time goofing off. And he could clearly see a twitch developing in Croc's left eye. It meant he was just as glad as the rest of them when the door to the chamber opened. Ah, Miss All Sunday, glad you finally joined us. Crocodile smiles around his cigar as the woman enters, along with Vivi, her arms pinned behind her back, and Artemis. We would have been quicker, but someone was being difficult, Miss All Sunday drawls. Sorry, Mr. Zero. I wanted another cake, Artemis says with a half smile. Miss Golden Week, it's been too long, Crocodile chuckles, and no need to stand on ceremony. Everyone here knows my real name, even you. Hello, Crocodile, Artemis repeats. That's better, Artemis. The Straw Hats tense when they see the girl flinch. When her name passed his lips, she never reacted to any of the others. And Miss Wednesday, how good it is to see you again. Sunday, release her. She hasn't done anything just yet and she's our guest for the moment. So what are you going to do now? Vivi growls and jumps from the stairs, landing just in front of him. And you? She hisses, drawing a slasher and swinging it, slicing through both his neck and the back of the chair in one go. Wow, that was so cool and scary. Princess has balls when she wants to. That was too easy. If I may interrupt, Crocodile's gruff voice asks, behind Vivi. The princess turns in time to see him reform from the dust. Know the sand that had been lying on the floor of the basement. Logia, freaking called it. He's a sandman. Crocodile smiles grimly. Correct. I ate the suna no am I. And on an island like Alabasta I'm not just a mere king or warlord, I'm a god. He then proceeds to manhandle Vivi into the chair she's just ruined. Sunday blooming hands to pin her shoulders and knees as well as discourage escape attempts while she tied the princess's hands and feet. There we go, wouldn't want you running off again now would we? Where are our plans at the moment my dear? It's precisely noon, Operation Utopia has begun, Sunday states with a smile. Good, then it is the beginning of the end. Shame you failed so miserably princess, Crocodile chuckles as he watches her struggle. What did you do? What is Operation Utopia? Vivi yells, her features twisted with hate. If you must know, as we speak Mr. 2 is ensuring no one will ever believe the kind again, as well as break the final support keeping this country from falling into total anarchy. While Nanohana burns down, the country will react exactly as expected and turn on its ruler. The guards will fight back and so many will die. And do you know what makes this all the sweeter? That everyone fighting and dying has only one thing on their minds. Protect Alabasta, and that love for their kingdom will tear it apart at its seams. You should be happy princess, this is the only goal Baroque works was ever leading to, your work has finally bore fruit. How can you be so heartless? Vivi hisses, Crocodile, Luffy yells, rushing at the bars, trying to push his way out despite their mere touch weakening him. I'm still going to kick your ass, he pants. There's something wrong with that kid, didn't he listen to what I said about the Karyoseki? Smoker sighs, getting a dark chuckle from Chaos and a reflexive sigh from Zoro. Oh, there's plenty wrong with Luffy, but his stubbornness is something that hasn't been beaten yet. And that never say die attitude, whether due to his stupidity or bullheadedness, is why he's our captain. Crocodile rolls his eyes and dismisses the prisoners. Now as I was saying Vivi, I put so much work into setting up this little rebellion. Causing droughts, manipulating the rebels and the royal guards, destroying essential infrastructure. Do you have any idea why I did all of this? And why Alabasta in particular? He asks, clearly expecting some kind of response. Vivi scoffs. As if I have a chance of being able to understand anything going about in your twisted mind, she sneered. The muttered, you understand Papa pretty well, even if you fight, from Artemis only noticed by Sunday and Chaos. With that she rocked on her chair, toppling it and her to the ground, where she begins wriggling away, much to Crocodile's amusement. And what might I ask are you doing, besides being even more undignified than before, he asks. Taking my chances, if I can make it to Alubarna before the rebels I can still stop this, I can still foil your heinous plans. I will never give up, not as long as there is life in my body and air in my lungs, Vivi declares, shuffling harder as she does so. Aunt Vivi is just as stubborn as Luffy, no wonder he wants her on the crew. He won't get away with this, Luffy shouts, his anger still rising since reaching the island in the first place. Crocodile chuckles, but otherwise ignores the rubber boy. There's no need for these dramatics Miss Wednesday, we were on our way to Alubarna ourselves and would be happy to take you. You can come with us, or you can save your friends. At that everyone perks up slightly, Vivi looking the warlord in the eye for the first time in a while, as he pulls a key from his coat and waves in her direction. The key to the cell, Vivi whispers, to which Crocodile nods slightly before releasing his hold, as well as signaling to Sunday. Just before the key hits the ground in front of Vivi, frantically trying to free herself from her restraints, the floor opens up and the key clicks against the stone far below. You don't have much time princess, the rebels are already heading for Alubarna, if you stand any chance of intercepting them you'll need to act fast. You can either come with me, or save your friends, and is now a bad time to mention the only key to their cell just fell into my banana-gator enclosure? Crocodile asks, enjoying the hopeless look in Vivi's eyes, as well as the inner turmoil. Hey guys look over there, that banana has a gator growing out of it, ow! Luffy grunts as Nami slams his head into the ground, the idiot having only now noticed the animal swimming in the area surrounding the room. Attention was returned when they heard Vivi's meep. What happened Vivi? A banana gator just ate the key. Chaos groans. It's the damn mud all over again. Well, go get him to spit it are. We need that key more than he does, Luffy orders, getting face palms from half the group. Crocodile chuckles before snapping his fingers and the door in front of him swings open. Time to go, we have much work to do today. Also, just as a heads up, this room will be destroyed in an hour. It has been useful while I was here, but there's no more need for it after today. Soon the waters of Rainbase's lake will fill this room, killing anyone still inside. Time to make your choice, my dear, your people or these pirates. Though I doubt any of them have much of a future left. Are you a betting girl, Vivi? Because much like upstairs you need to take a chance. Much like I did too. But thanks to a country of idiots like those rebels and that old skeleton in Yuba, it was not much of a gamble. Toto, wait, you know that old guy too? Why, of course, toiling away day in and day out searching for an oasis that is long dead. Actually, we fixed that, Luffy interrupts, mostly to see Crocodile's eyes bulge in shock. I guess I'll have to try harder next time, bury him along with it. Tell me, boy, do you know how sandstorms can hit a town with pinpoint accuracy repeatedly? That was you, Vivi accuses, her fists clenched on the ground. Didn't think we'd get proof you're as well as everything else, but it's good to cover all your bases, Chaos deadpans with a shrug. I will kill you, Vivi screams, getting to her feet. Sunday chuckles, good luck, child, though the saying is third time's the charm, she says, just as the floor opens up, RER into the chamber. Goodbye, Straw Hats, I'd say it had been nice knowing you, but you were a pain in my ass, Crocodile gloats as the three leave, Vivi standing but her mind torn. Oh no you don't, face me like a man, you bastard. Gum Gum ricochet. Luffy's fist shot through the bars, bouncing off the floor of the slowly filling room and slamming Crocodile straight in the face, throwing the warlord up against the wall. Holy shit, go Luffy, impossible. You've just cut our remaining time in half, you idiot. I don't think that's how that works. Nami, Chaos and Artemis grin madly. Robin's mouth twitches into a smirk for half a second and Vivi just stands there frozen in shock, as Crocodile pulls himself to his feet, spitting blood before sneering. You got a lucky shot there, Straw Hat, but at least you can die knowing you managed to strike me, he said, then opening another trapdoor and releasing one of his banana gators. As you probably guess, my dear Vivi, I did plan to kill you long before you made it to the capital. But why should I wait that long when I can just kill you now and feed my pets? So long, you sky-haired brat, he chuckles to himself, walking around the gator with Sunday. You can do it, Vivi, Luffy cheers. Are you crazy? That thing is massive and Vivi's not some kind of monster like you or those two idiots over there. Nami yells, Chaos and Zoro shrugging at the description. She only needs to beat one to get the key out and free us all. Then if the others show up, me, Chaos and Zoro can deal with them as we escape, Luffy explains, almost sounding like a good plan, except. Look out the window, Usopp shouts, the others are getting ready to eat us too. That's a lot more organized than I expected, Kaya thought aloud, seeing the massive beasts basically queuing underwater. More organized than Luffy too. Zoro adds. Vivi smiles for a second but quickly got back into the seriousness of the situation when she was forced to dodge the gator's lunge, the stairs suffering instead of her at their jaws. Though the tail swipe that followed she was less lucky with, getting tossed across the room from the attack. Vivi, are you alright? Luffy asks, Vivi shakily pulling herself up, blood dripping from a cut to her face, only to get a face full of banana gators staring down at her. So this is how it ends. I guess I won't have to see the hell Crocodile has in store for my country. Purr purr purr. Wait, there's a phone down here? Was a thought mirrored by both Luffy and the gator, or at least it must have if it actually stopped trying to kill Vivi to look for the Den Den Mushi. Turned out it was Sundays, the trio having not gotten very far as they were acting like it was just a simple stroll. Who would be calling at a time like this? She wonders as she answers the snail. Hello? Can anyone hear me? The Den Den asks. We can hear you fine. Geez, how dim were some of the millions we hired. Sunday pinches the bridge of her nose while Artemis smiles behind her at the familiar voice as they were basically listening to a separate conversation. Is this thing on? Yes, it's working fine. They should be able to hear you. Thanks. Second time using the snail. My old man doesn't have one, so there's nobody I ever need to borrow it from Sparkles to talk to. Crocodile sighs. We can hear you fine. State your business and get on with it, we're very busy. The snail pouts, then frowns. Oh, I know, I've heard that voice before, causing Crocodile to tense. Hello there, you reached the crab cafe. The warlord grits his teeth. I remember you, from Little Garden. How many straw hats are on this damn crew? We have all but the pet and the traders from Mr. Two's descriptions. Did he miss someone? He says to himself, though Sunday notes Artemis' tight grip on the back of her coat, running her fingers through her hair to try calm the girl. Meanwhile, the others were trying to keep Luffy quiet so he didn't do something stupid like reveal Sanji's identity, the level to which they would have amused Smoker very slightly at a less potentially fatal time. I'm glad you remembered, you like code names, you can call me Mr. Prince, the voice on the other end of the line replies. Got to love 20 years of lore for little moments like this. Fine, Mr. Prince. Mind telling me something useful like where you are and why you're calling? Crocodile asks. If I did that, you'd probably send your men to come kill me or else come yourself. Not that I think you could, but I'm not taking that chance. I prefer not to give away information like you just did, Mr. Zero. The snail's smile causes a tick to form on Croc's temple. Quick, save us, Mr. Prince. If you don't hurry, we're going to be gator food. Come on, get the lead out, we need to get out of this cage right now. The Den chuckles, that's my crew all right. Thanks for collecting them for me. Luffy and Zoro tend to get lost easily and often. Artemis suppressed a laugh while Zoro rolls her eyes. He doesn't get lost, everything just moves. Things were beginning to look up when a crash was heard on the other end. Not so tough, no, are you? Hey boss, we got him. He's not going anywhere in the condition we have him. Oh no, Sanji, Vivi thinks, biting her lip. Where are you? Sunday asks, hoping for a quick extraction. In front of the building with the gator on top in Rainbase, Rain Dinners, was the reply. Shit. If that idiot isn't dead, he's going to wish he was. Zoro grumbles, while Luffy was working himself into a frenzy. Chaos was sitting with his head in his hands and the other three were panicking once more. Very good, we'll be there soon. Crocodile ends the call. The click audible even from their distance before the snail goes back to sleep. Do you think this is wise? None of the millions know you're the boss? Sunday asks as she puts away her den. Crocodile shrugs. Aside from the number agents and those straw hats, nobody does. To the rest of the country, I'm just a local hero and casino owner. They're causing a commotion outside my building. There's nothing wrong with me going to see what's happened. He explains before walking again, this time with more purpose, the two girls following. Crash, Vivi. What are you doing? Luffy asks, seeing the brunette pulling herself onto the stair, which the banana gator was still wrecking in a failed attempt to get her. We still have time, I'm going to go help you know who, she calls back. You're right, he can't be dead. Nobody on this crew would kick the bucket that easily. Kaya and Usopp assure themselves and the others, the sniper holding their medic close. Plus there's Chopper, Alvida, Victor and Valentina. If you can find them, we'll be out of here in no time. Nami adds, feeling the slightest hint of optimism. Vivi smiles and nods, until she was basically tackled by a mound of sand, getting in a solid smack to her throat as it knocked her back onto the ground. I'm getting tired of your continued attempts at escape, Crocodile grunts. You want to stay and help your friends. Well, now you get to die with them. I'll be back with Mr. Prince soon enough. I would hate to keep any of you waiting, he gloats before disappearing. Come on, Vivi, wake up before the banana sees you. They've been there for me this far. Now it's my turn to help, Vivi thinks as she slowly stands, wiping blood off her face and staring down the gator. You will now get in my way again. The gator jumps at her, then recoils from Vivi, managing to slice at its unarmored tongue, then jumping first onto its back, then the stairs. I got this, guys, just hold on a little longer. Well, make it quick, we're getting close to fucked right about now, Chaos complains, mostly because the windows had just shattered, severely increasing the amount of water being pumped into the room. Right, double time, Vivi nods, running as fast as she could toward the front of Rain Dinners. The only problem being, the bridge is out. What? Vivi freezes. If the bridge is destroyed, then I'm stuck in here. I didn't do it to trap you, a man says nearby, causing Vivi to turn and smile. I did it so we wouldn't be interrupted, work thugs. You can thank Victor when we get out. He knew exactly where to hit the bridge so it would fall in one hit. Finally understand the doctor metaphor Chaos was using. Knowing how to make something helps when you want to break it too. Sanji smiles and stubs out his cigarette on the slot machine he was sitting at. So Vivi. Mind leading us to where our friends are? Us? Vivi repeats before another straw hat bounces into her field of view, her bosom actually filling Vivi's. We're here to save our idiots. Also, did you know crocodile could turn into sand? Alvida asks. When Vivi's response came out as muffled noise, she took a step back and Vivi breathed a sigh of relief, after filling them with precious oxygen. I do now, would have been useful to know before attempting to decapitate someone, she grumbles, then turns on her heels and begins running back into the depths of the casino. Come on, our friends don't have much time, she yells over her shoulder, the two others running after her. It's not, is it? 0_0. Rubber King and Mirror Master. Race to Alubarna. Luffy versus Crocodile. So what's stopping Crocodile from turning around and killing us? Vivi asks as she leads Sanji and Alvida back through the casino. Chopper's running around Rainbase. The little guy is tough when he wants to be. Beat the ever-loving shit out of the millions while proclaiming to be me. Or Mr. Prince, I suppose. Sanji explains, though Vivi pales. So you let Crocodile go after him? Vivi yelps. Alvida sighs and squeezes her shoulder. Chopper just needs to keep Croc's attention. The V's will be around to help in that regard, and it's not like we asked him to fight the guy. Just take his eyes off you and our missing crewmates. She adds, glad to see the princess relax slightly just before reaching the stairs. Meanwhile, fuck, how strong is this cage? Nami cries as the banana gator's teeth are shattered when it tried to get at its captive meat. So, can we just assume Kiroseki is some kind of magic diamond? Chaos asks, sitting beside Smoker, who actually seemed uninterested about being in a life or death situation. Why are you just sitting there? You should be trying to help us out. Usopp yells at both guys, though neither react to him directly. Smoker does speak. What do you know about Crocodile's plans? Very little. Why? Smoker frowns. The woman, his second in command, she's wanted by the world government for quite a lot. 70 mil as far as I know. Luffy nods. Chaos mentioned it back at Cactus Island. Nico Robin, 79 million berry. The Devil's Child. He also said if she wanted to hide all that she should wear a mask either as Robin or Sunday. Maybe she expects people to be too busy staring at her cleavage to remember her face. Zoro suggests mostly as a joke, getting a light kick, more a prod, to the back of the head by Chaos, and a more substantial smack from Nami. Smoker sighs. My point is that with those two working together, this could become something the entire world gets dragged into rather than a simple internal island dispute, civil war. He finishes, pointedly ignoring Chaos' coughed, Buster call, though his lips turned down into the start of a scowl, which clearly amused the younger man. I don't care, Luffy states plainly. I don't need any more reasons than I already do. I'm going to kick that bastard's ass just like I promised I would. Kid's stupid as a sack of rocks, but he's determined. I'll give him that. Smoker thinks. Probably the closest Luffy will ever get to a compliment from the Marine. We'll just have to wait and see. At least we can say it's the best for now. Bang bang. What the fuck? Was the collective exclamation from the prisoners as the banana gator was thrown into the air, landing on its back with another slam. Looks like Vivi's back, Chaos says, standing up for the first time since Sunday arrived. And with reinforcements, Vivi answers, smiling from the destroyed stairway as Sanji stood before them and Alvida was basically posing like a badass on top of the downed gator. DF user, water bad. Been waiting long? She asks, hefting her mace onto her shoulder and grinning. Nami my dear, do you love me now? Sanji asks as he does his noodle dance, causing most of the crew to sigh and Smoker to sweat drop. This crew was insane, but seriously. Damn lovesick idiot. Zoro grumbles, get us out of here and I'll show you how much I love you. Nami replies between gritted teeth. There was a time and a place for everything. Now was not the time for chivalrous pervert. Hey guys, the other gators are tired of waiting, Kaya yells as the room is now flooded with banana gators as well as water. The third from the left has the key. Smoker shouts to the free straw hats, looking confused but considering Smoker most likely wanted out as badly as their friends follow the order. Alvida's mace to the gut causing the reptile to spit out a white ball which bounced across the room. Not a key, that's for sure, Sanji sighs. You sure your hearing is any good, Smokey? Alvida asks, the water causing her to lean on her mace for stability. Wax wax ball. Release the ball cracks open like an egg, a shriveled up husk stepping out of it. Hey, it's that wax guy from the dinosaur island. What's he doing here? Luffy thinks aloud, as the entire group frown. Mr. 3 inches Vivi growls after drinking his fill. Mr. 3 stands up happy as could be. Sweet freedom. Crocodile though he could kill me. But he didn't try hard enough. It is then he noticed his surroundings. Not you again. He shrieks. Then looks confused as he finds the key sitting in the remains of his wax ball. Toss it here. Give us the key, don't make me hurt you. A room quickly filling with water, trapped straw hats, and this key? Interesting, Mr. 3 grins. Well my dear straw hats, I guess it's time for me to go. He grunts as he walks into Sanji. Hey, I'll be taking that key now, the cook demands. 3 frowns, looking from Sanji to the key and back a couple times. You want this key? Go get it, he yells, tossing the key into the water, somewhere in the middle of the gator mass. I don't know who you are, but if you're with the straw hats you're clearly an enemy of mine. Homunculus bonebreaker. Mr. 3 shrieks as a spiked finger pierces his left knee and Alvida crushes his right foot, then wraps her hand around his throat so he was looking her in the eye. I'm going to enjoy breaking every bone in your body, you wax-spewing little shit, she growls, the look in her eyes familiar to anyone who tragically passed in Whiskey Peak. Sanji, save the key, Luffy yells. The blonde nods and runs towards the hungry gators. Hold it, Chaos shouts, there's an easier way, he adds, and just as he hoped that was enough to interest the cook as well as the rest of the crew. If Alvida can hold off on murdering Waxy over there, I believe he could be of use to us, as in using his fruit to make us a key. Alvida grins, which sends a shiver down Smoker's spine. You only met Vice Admiral Medusa once. How can her smiles still get this reaction out of me? You heard him, Waxy, make them a key and I might just spare you, she growls in his ear. The numbered agent just barely managing to keep bladder control before Sanji drags him over to the door. Good, now we can leave, Nami cheers as Mr. 3 frees them. Just before the man gets kicked into the wall by Sanji, probably more likely to survive that than whatever Alvida had planned for him. One problem, the room is still full of banana. Vivi doesn't even get to finish her sentence when she's interrupted by Done. A surprisingly chipper Chaos announces as himself Zoro and Luffy deal with the remaining gators almost effortlessly. Never mind, let's go then, Usopp says with a grin. Taking Kaya's hand in his own he leads the way to the door, the blonde behind him just as happy to be free. That happiness lasted about 5 seconds, after which the passageway collapsed as well as most of the room. This is going to suck, Luffy and Chaos groan as the wave of water barrels towards the group, sweeping them out into the lake. What feels like minutes but was much less. Sanji grunts as he surfaces, pulling himself as well as both Luffy and Alvida to shore. Damn it, you two alive? I'm really not understanding the appeal of devil fruit powers right now, the cook grumbles to himself. Come on Usopp, don't die on me now, Kaya whimpers, checking on her currently unconscious friend. For such a big guy the first think his coat is most of this weight, Nami complains as her and Vivi ended up pulling Chaos onto dry land. The purplet moans weakly and rolls onto his back. The last one to surface was Zoro, along with, you stupid merino, in case you forgot that's our enemy, Sanji reprimands, but is ignored by the swordsman. I didn't want to save him, but I wasn't going to just let the man die, Zoro retorts in defense. I'd have no problems cutting him down in a fight, but this leaving him to drown would have been just plain wrong. So everyone's alive, right? The non-devil fruit users jump at the voice behind them, turning to see Artemis slowly walk over to Chaos and sit by his tea. Up now, Papa? She asks, getting a weak chuckle, water in her face and a cough that turned into a chuckle. Just need a minute, damn slave driver, if she was a real slave driver you wouldn't get that minute. Vivi smiles despite the circumstances. Victor, Valentina, Chopper, glad to see you all survived. You too, it would seem, the bomb man laughs. Roronoa. Zoro reflectively raises Watto, blocking Smoker's Jude handily. Why did you save me? The swordsman shrugged. Captain's orders, plus it didn't feel right, he confessed, noticing the marine captain's frown deepen. At this point Luffy and Usopp jump up, mostly alright. Alvida sits up and with minor encouragement Chaos stands up and wrings out his cloak over Nami and Artemis. Just because he's kind of a sometimes. I should arrest you, but you've just saved my life, Smoker sighs deeply, returning his weapon to his back. On that note, just this once I'm letting you go. "So run, you dumbass," he orders. Luffy blinks in confusion before flashing him a monkey smile. "I knew you were one of the good ones, Smokey. Don't let anyone tell you different," Luffy calls back as the crew hightail it out of there, leaving only Smoker when the Marines finally figure out what the hell is going on, the man walking straight over to the only competent people in the city. "Captain," Tashigi greets as Smoker catches up to them. "Tashigi, Lucina, have every man we have converge on the capital right now." He puffs. The swordswoman salute while the taller brunette looks confused. "But sir, the Straw Hats are," she argues, "a pittance compared to a crime syndicate destabilizing a country and trying to overthrow its world government-appointed leader." Smoker interrupts tensely. Lucina blinks. "The rebels are revolutionaries?" Smoker shakes his head. "No, they're unwitting pawns and cannon fodder for the true enemy. Baroque works, run by the warlord Crocodile himself. Until further notice, nothing is to be done about Straw Hat and his crew. Our focus is on Baroque works and Sir Crocodile. Given Straw Hat admitted to only being in Alabasta to kick Crocodile's ass, there is a chance one of problems could take out the other, but I'd much prefer they both ended up in Marine custody. Understood?" Lucina nods and grits her teeth. "It's your hunt, Smoker," she says lowly, annoyed she'd have to hold off removing that smug bastard's head for a little longer. "One more thing. I got in touch with Hina. Her ship ran into some bad weather, so was a little delayed while they adjusted course. Hopefully she'll reach us in time to actually be helpful," she adds. "Good, that puts people I trust to hold the right end of a sword at 3 inches," he mumbles to himself, then takes off in the direction of Alubarna. Back with the pirates, "Good work finding this crab chopper." Valentina praises the reindeer, who squirms happily as the crew hop onto the moving crab chopper had managed to find so they could cut their travel time down significantly, which considering they were on a timer was very good for everyone. "And this one isn't a pervert like the camel," Chaos teases, then frowns as he still couldn't tell desert sand from crocodile sand. "Ah!" Vivi screams as she's yanked off scissors by Croc's hook. "Vivi!" Luffy yells, wrapping his arms around her and kicking the sand. Sure, he probably couldn't hurt Crocodile in this form, but what he could do was break the connection between his body and the hook long enough to free the princess, though he hadn't expected the hook to crumble into sand too. "We can't just keep running in a desert. It's his element," Luffy states seriously before dropping Vivi in Alvida's lap. "Luffy, don't," Chaos warns, seeing that expression before. But the rubber captain had already jumped off the back of the crab in the direction Crocodile's hook had come from. "We need to stop this crab," Usopp shouts, about to force Chopper to pull the brakes, but was stopped by Zoro. "Idiot, he's distracting Crocodile so he can get Vivi to the capital. If we stop, the gesture is worthless." The swordsman explains, scolds. "Hurry up, Chopper," he orders, to which the doctor nods. "Luffy, we'll meet you in Alubarna. Don't take too long," Vivi yells, trying not to let the worry show in her voice. A little later, Chaos sits at the back of the crab, clenched fists on his knees, until a much smaller hand finds his wrist. "Relax, Papa. Luffy will be fine," Artemis states flatly, and despite that, Chaos laughs, being reminded of himself trying to talk Ace out of his protective older brother stress outs. Feeling the artist sit back to back with him, the tension leaks out and his hands open, now resting on his crossed legs, and he could feel it, Luffy's hyperactive energy even through the sand, both the real and Crocodile. Everything was fine, right until that energy faltered, stuttering for a moment before returning, but it was the second flicker where he lost it, the sandstorm too strong and Crocodile's prescience in the sand for him to detect Luffy even a little, and with that went any sense of calm in the purplet. It was less the strength as that speed which caught everyone off guard. Things were fine besides the general unease, and then they were nearly floored by a suffocating pressure, even causing the giant crab to stumble but keep walking, the simple creature more panicked than crushed by the pressure. He just can't. He's too stubborn to die, and he promised Vivi he'd see this through to the end, Chaos thinks as every muscle in his body tenses, wanting nothing more than to rip Crocodile's still beating heart out of his chest and crush it. His thoughts continued to spiral for a couple minutes before an air of calm filled his bones, and despite how obviously unnatural it was, it still managed to overshadow his unease and make him sit properly and relax. And when he did, he was smiling. There it was, weaker than it usually was, but it was clearly Luffy, and if he wasn't mistaken, Robin too. "Okay, what the fuck was that?" Nami practically screams, having noticed immediately both when Artemis put on and removed the green paint symbol on their first mate's back. Luffy's alive, Chaos says with a slight slur, not fully back yet. Great, but that doesn't explain why it feels like my brain was being squeezed, Sanji grumbles. Chaos sighs, because I lost him, for a moment, but it was enough. I began to panic and lost all concentration as well as the ability to detect him at all. You can track people? Vivi asks, surprised that hadn't come up before. I can track devil fruit users, or at least know when they're nearby. That's how you knew we were Paramecia, Victor realized. And Mr. 3 Inches Artemis adds, remembering what Chaos said, I could feel the heat of your wax from halfway across the island. Then you can tell us where Crocodile is, Kaya suggests. But the thinning of the researcher, strategist's lips told him that wasn't that simple. Logias are difficult, due to the way it works with their element. As well as their intangibility, it spreads out the feeling, like Smoker in Logatown, or the fact I've been tasting sand since we stepped into Rainbase. I can't pinpoint him, but I don't need to know he's on the way to Alubarna, same as us. He explains, running his fingers through his hair. Meanwhile, earlier, with Luffy. Well, looks like Vivi slipped through your fingers there, Crocodile, Sunday notes, with her usual half smile, to which the warlord shrugs in response. No matter, our agents are already gathering at Alubarna and will take out the princess the moment they find her, he replies. Crocodile, Luffy yells as he drops down in front of the two. So you're alive, Straw Hat. So tell me, why continue all this foolishness? Crocodile asks. It's not foolishness. It's not foolish to help your friends, and Vivi cares about this country and is mad at all the destruction you have caused. Did Princess may be a slightly naive optimist, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to help her. I just wish she didn't think this war could be settled without anyone dying. Croc laughed, nobody dying? And they say you're the dim one. I presume that isn't a Vivi? Nope, Luffy replies automatically. But that doesn't stop me from kicking your ass so we can end this war without Vivi killing herself trying to do the impossible. Sunday chuckles and turns to leave, stopping when Crocodile calls to her. And where do you think you're going, Nico Robin? This isn't my fight, and you promised to never use my name while I worked for you. I'll go on ahead while you deal with the little monkey, she answers, walking off into the desert. Damn unpredictable woman. You'd think threats would keep her in line, but it just makes her more fucking mouthy, Crocodile grumbles before fishing a blade from his coat and throwing it in Luffy's direction. The rubber boy seen the hilt contained an hourglass-style timer. I have 3 minutes to spare, but I doubt you'll last even that long. Take your shot, kid. With pleasure, Gum Gum pistol. The punch is dodged by Crocodile, who smirks before separating into sand. Impossible to follow in the desert. Reforming about a foot in front of Luffy, who bends backward in order to avoid a hook through the face, setting up the warlord for a Gum Gum stamp. The kick tears through Crocodile's body with ease, but as he's a Logia it doesn't exactly do anything. He reformed in seconds with the same smug look on his face as before. This is a pointless fight, boy. Even you should know that. Just give up and we can end this tedium quickly. Gum Gum Gatling. Luffy's response came in the form of rapid-fire punches, each attack punching a large hole through the Sandman's body, which was quickly repaired almost immediately after his body left the cavity. Gum Gum Bazooka. Gum Gum Battle Axe. Even with the 2 attacks tearing through his entire chest cavity and then cleaving him in 2, Crocodile still returns, only looking very mildly annoyed at the time wasting Luffy was doing. I grow tired of your games. Time to end this, Desert Spada. The sand blade shoots through the desert and is just barely dodged by Luffy, actually a little impressed by the gorge Croc's attack caused. You have good reflexes, kid, I'll give you that. Let's see if you can dodge this. Desert Girasole. Luffy yelps as the ground around him collapses, dropping him into some kind of sand whirlpool kind of structure. Panicking, he tries to run out of the sinking sand, but he remains rather low in the pit. Of all the techniques my devil fruit grants me, this is the most helpful I've found for making people disappear. There's no point fighting it. The sand will consume you and then I will go after and kill all of your friends. Crocodile gloats from the attack's edge. No, I'm not going to be beaten by this sand trap. Gum Gum Bazooka. Gum Gum Net. The bazooka, aimed at the ground, did a good job of getting him out of the trap. His attempt to catch Crocodile, not so much. You are a simple-minded fool and predictable, Crescent Cutlass. Crocodile's attack strikes Luffy in the arm, pulling the moisture from him and causing his right arm to shrivel up like a mummy. Be glad all I struck was your arm, boy. I could do this all day, systematically drying you out until you're a pile of dust. No, it's not going to end like this, Luffy yells, running over to the barrel he got from Toto and gulping it down, restoring his frail limb. You're only delaying the inevitable, Crocodile growls. You think I'm predictable? Well, how about something new? Gum gum munch munch. Luffy's mouth extends in a manner similar to a certain former king, current SBAG, biting off Croc's upper torso as he sailed through the air. Unfortunately, Croc was able to force his way out of Luffy's mouth, and boy was he pissed. Enough, your 3 minutes are up, so now you will have to die. Sables from his hand. The sand swirls, absorbing sand from the desert and growing larger until a proper-sized sandstorm was formed. The prevailing winds in this land blow north to south. If I allow this little storm its freedom and it were to catch one of those winds, it will grow exponentially until it was capable of destroying everything in its path. And do you know what would be destroyed first? No, so tell me. Croc grins. Yuba. Luffy's eyes bulge and his teeth clench. You bastard. Why are you doing this? He asks as he runs up to the warlord who just stood there almost contently. Because I can, and very soon my sandstorm will wipe Yuba off the map. Luffy would probably have reacted to that, were he not trying to process the fact he just got a hook shoved in his gut. Did you really think you stood a chance against me? He asks, not even really looking at the boy skewered on his hook. You aren't the first rookie to try fight me, and as much as it annoys me, you won't be the last. Crocodile says in a bored tone, until Luffy grabs his arm and squeezes. What? How are you still alive? He grimaces, then tosses the broken teen into the still spinning vortex. If the hole in his chest doesn't kill him suffocating under the sand or drowning in the underground waterways will. Either way, he'll finally be out of his way. Back with the others. Well, didn't think Sanji being a girl crazy pervert would actually be helpful. Chaos says with a slight amused tone. His smile large enough to show his fangs but little else. Artemis nodding as she sat on his lap, back pressed against his chest. Just wish it didn't mean I have to retract my, at least it's not a pervert like eyelash, comment. He mutters under his breath. And Kaya is a remarkable dancer for such a sickly girl. The artist adds, watching the women of the group entice their current transport scissors the moving crab to scuttle across the river. Lucky this crew had a habit of attracting perverts, as the grinning animal really liked the dancer girl outfits. Nami was the first to strip off her desert gear in favor of the dancer disguises their cook had gotten them, and seeing the love-struck reaction he gave the navigator, Alvida, Valentina, Vivi and finally Kaya followed suit, even trying their hand at dancing to add to the appeal. For a change, it wasn't just Sanji and pervert Camel, who couldn't take their eyes off the dancing girls. Victor smiled as he watches his partner practically float around the crab's back. Devil fruit related or just her normal grace? While Usopp's eyes never left his blonde best friend's form. Seems everyone's got a girl to watch. Well, except Sanji, he's watching everything that jiggles, Zoro jokes as he sits beside the duo. True, though that means you're focusing on something other than your swords, am I right? Chaos flashes a grin. I mean, I have Artemis to keep safe, so that just leaves you. Luffy wants us to keep the princess alive, so yeah, I've got her in my sights. We're not all perverts like Swirly Brow over there, he responds, both noticing Vivi looking carefree even if it was just for a few minutes. That carefree moment ended when the crab sank. Seems even SXY girls can't support a crab on water, meaning they had to swim the rest of the way, well until they ran into a giant catfish-like creature, which was another thing on the list of dangerous things in Alabasta Vivi forgot to tell them about, as in the fact they like eating people. There was one moment of good luck though, as they were reunited with the Kung Fu Dugongs, who promptly beat the ever-loving crap out of the catfish, then helped the Straw Hats up so they could use it as a raft. That was nice of them, Kaya says as the crew regained as much of their energy as they could with this momentary reprieve. They said they were just looking out for their fellow pupils, Chopper explains, translates. Wait, do they think Luffy is our master? Usopp asks in confusion. Either him or me, and given he's our captain, it's probably the best comparison they have, Chaos answers, lying on his back. Don't care, just glad we don't have to swim anymore, Nami says with a sigh. The others agree, mostly because all the DF users basically impersonated limpets for the entire short swim due to the whole "water saps them of their strength" thing, and it wasn't a pleasant experience for anyone involved. The lift, by Chopper calls as the group leave the dugongs to their own things. Now what? Now we have some small problems, mostly the fact I don't know how long it'll take to get to Alubarna from here. Even if we were to ride Eyelash, Vivi admits with an undertone of irritation. And considering the pervert carries 2 girls at the most, that leaves most of us without transport, half of which didn't have a chance in the first place. Zoro adds. The guy's still glaring at the camel. What's that? Alvida asks, pointing to what appeared to be a dust cloud flowing towards their location. Is it Baroque works? Nami asks. Is it another sandstorm? Valentina counters. Quack Vivi flashes a momentary grin, before laughing. It's something much better than that, it's Karoo and the Supersonic Duck Squad. The who? What now? The Straw Hats ask in confusion as a familiar duck appears, followed by an entire flock of them. Back with Luffy, Sunday looks down with something akin to curiosity and pity as she uses her fruit to lift the heavily injured boy from the sand trap, the extended some arms dropping him on the ground beside her. Thank you, Luffy wheezes, still clutching his perforated torso as he lays on mostly stable ground one more. Why do you fight? Sunday asks, her expression serious but mostly blank. The D's I mean. She elaborates, mostly because she was unsure as to whether Luffy's confused face was because he didn't understand the question. Was a little out of it due to blood loss, or was just that Dim should have captured and interrogated the other one? Least then I get an answer, she thinks with a sigh. Apparently you don't have a clue what I'm talking about, which is a shame, she says, mostly to herself given Luffy's condition as she catches his hat which another of her bloomed arms retrieved from the sand. I found you. Robin turns her head and sees Pell slowly walk towards her. His expression clearly one that promises vengeance. Where is Vivi? Well, look who's up and awake. That was pretty quick, but I expected nothing less from Alabasta's greatest warrior. Sunday grins as she tosses the straw hat onto Luffy's chest. I won't be beaten again, woman. I know your fruit's power and won't be tricked again, the Birdman states, raising his sword. Sunday rolls her eyes and waves him off, before walking away herself. Don't overstress your injuries, the princess would cry if you died. Why don't you do something useful and save the boy before he dies? She says as she walks over to her transport, a smaller banana gator. After all, if it wasn't for him, who knows what could have happened to your precious Vivi. She sits on the beast and turns once more to the royal guard. If she's lucky, Luffy's crew and Vivi should be almost at Alubarna by now. Thought you deserved an answer to your question as thanks for saving the kid's life. She winks at him before her gator speeds off, leaving nothing but a smoke trail of sand behind seconds later. Damn it, what can I do? Who can protect Vivi now? Pell's inner thoughts were interrupted by a hand on his sleeve, which despite his efforts wouldn't let go. What the hell? Bring me meat. Rubber King and Mirror Master, Straw Hats vs Baroque Works, for real this time. AKA Battle of Alabasta, Part 1. Okay. So we have ducks, and they're actually faster than I expected. But what are we going to do once we get to Alubarna? I doubt the rebel leader is in a mood to talk. Nami asks as the crew ride on Karoo's backup duck squad. Finding somewhere to scout would be a good idea. We're still ahead of the rebels, if only because we can't hear the pitched battle you'd expect for something like this, Usopp suggests, getting nods from the others. Vivi points ahead of them. There's a rocky bluff just over there. We'll stop and try figure out where everything is when we get there. That good enough for everyone? Yep, good. The other option was flying blind, something we've been doing too much of on this journey. The princess grumbles to herself mostly, but Zoro being the closest did hear and snorts. They've been flying blind since they entered the Grand Line, maybe earlier if he was being honest with himself, though the concept wasn't exactly new to him given his poor sense of direction after all. Outcrop, oh shit, it's the ones and fours, Vivi gasps, passing the binoculars back to Chaos. The ones could be a problem, but the fours should be no big deal. After all, we beat Mr. 3 inches, Usopp boasts. Quack, quack, quack. She says we didn't beat Mr. 3, Luffy did. Plus we only beat him and saved the others because his partner betrayed him. Chopper translates. The long nose droops when the others nod along with her, Artemis most of all. So any preferences? Zoro asks, grinning at the chance of a fight. Dibs on Miss All Sunday, Chaos declares, reminding the crew that even if they don't see her they'll have to deal with Crocodile's partner as well as him eventually. Oh no you don't, you harm one hair on her beautiful head. All Sanji begins to rant, but Chaos clearly isn't in the mood, so puts his hand on the back of the cook's head and slams him face first into the ground. Shut up, we don't have time for your perverted chivalry, go find that ballerina when we get into the city, he orders. Sanji grumbles but nods. Chaos was acting captain until Luffy comes back after all, plus Mr. 2 did seem like the kind to have a fighting style involving his legs. Well Valentina, want to try get that promotion? Victor jokes to his partner, who smirks evilly. It's on, I'm going to beat that hag into the red line, the Kilo girl declares. Vivi's sweat drops, that's nice, but we still need a way to get into the capital as well as get the ones and fours to split up. Nami smirks as she looks from the former agents to the rest of the crew and back, Karoo looking confused when she focuses on her. Don't worry Vivi, I have an idea. A little later, seems the reports about any of the Straw Hats having intelligence were exaggerating. Mr. 1-inch the blue net beside him comments, charging right at us is beyond stupid. Mr. 1 frowns at his partner. Things are rarely as they appear Miss Doublefinger, you'd do well to remember that, he says flatly, the duck riding pirates getting closer. From what little could be seen it appeared Vivi was leading the charge. Nowhere to URK. Miss Merry Christmas groans as Vivi hops off her duck. Their long legs slam the round woman face first into the ground, followed by using her as a springboard to jump over the others, the remaining ducks trampling her fully into the ground. It's a trick, Mr. 1 yells, slashing at the fake princess with his blades, tearing through the cloth. Hey Lady Deathstrike. He turns and looks up to see Chaos grinning as he dangles from the wall. You missed. Whoop 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 whoop. He cackles as he hops up and runs along the roofs. Mirror Master Chaos. One mutters before turning to the other three agents. Split up. The princess has to have been mixed in with the other pirates. They nod and begin to move, only for an explosion to go off between the ones and fours. Mr. 4. Miss Merry Christmas. We're calling you lardasses out? Valentina yells, Victor beside her with a serious expression on his face. Don't just stand there, deal with them, Doublefinger hisses, waving her hands in a shooing motion, mostly to piss off Merry Christmas, because it was fun. In Alubarna, fuck, how does someone lose a princess? Chaos thinks to himself, making his way through the streets, until he yelps and ducks a sword swing. Shit, not you again. Lucina growls, I don't know what part you play in this, but I'm taking you down. Kind of busy at the moment, any chance of a rain check? He smiles weakly, then jumps out of the way of another swing. I'll take that as a no, Chaos thinks. I will eliminate you in the name of justice, Lucina shrieks, Chaos narrowly avoiding getting his head lopped off. The Reflect human was glad his reflexes were good enough to keep the blade at bay for as long as he had. Though he'd never tell Garp that, didn't want the idiot to think his insane training regime was a good idea after all. But eventually Lucina got the upper hand and her sword stabbed through his shoulder, pinning him to the wall. Fuck, Chaos hissed, the wound burning like a hot iron had been stabbed into it, but there was also the draining feel underneath it like he had been dunked in seawater. Lucina wraps her hand around his neck, Chaos too out of it due to the sea stone to stop her when. Shit, the Marines are here too. Both turn. Well, Chaos eyes flick over to where the voices came from, and see a palace guard and rebel solider, standing at the entrance of the alley Lucina had funneled him into. They turn to one another, nod and raise their rifles, chanting, for Baroque works, as they fire. Chaos just manages to avoid biting through his tongue as Lucina reefs the sword from him in order to deflect the bullets away. The millions realize they'd fucked up when Lucina yells and tears them apart with parallel falchion, the blade slicing through their weapons as easily as their bodies. I'll need to watch out for her in the future, Chaos thinks, using the distraction to put some well-needed distance between himself and Captain Nylok. It was while slipping between streets he noticed something. Well, this could be fun, he thinks with a wide grin. Letting his fruit's power flow over his entire form. I've only gotten to use this once since we started out. Luffy will be so pissed he missed this again. Outside the city, damn it, we lost them already, Valentina huffs, kicking up the sand before sitting. It's not that simple, Val. They wouldn't be high-ranked numbers if they were that weak. They're clearly up to something. Thump thump, guys. We have a problem, Chopper yells, the other seeing the sinkholes opening up in the sand near him, then hearing Merry Christmas voice coming from the holes. I hope you didn't think we'd be beaten that easily. Time to show off our number 4 batter. She cackles, and from one of the larger hole Mr. Fore rises, swinging a baseball bat around as he does. He doesn't look so tough, Alvida comments, her grip tightening on her mace reflectively. True, but I get the feeling he's at least better with that thing than Mr. 9 was. Victor adds, still unsure what to make of these two agents. Do they have devil fruits? Usopp asks, getting shrugs from the defectors. Christmas most likely does. How else could she make these holes? But Fore, no clue whatsoever. Bark, Fore. The rotund man yells, smacking the incoming ball towards the pirates, who jump out of the way just in time to avoid the explosion. Holy shit, exploding baseballs. Usopp yelps. Yep. Definitely more of a threat than 9 ever was. Valentina confirms, though is confused by Victor's smile. What now? The Force forgot something important. Fore, another baseball. Boom. Puff. Being a bomb man means I'm explosion proof. Victor grins, and Mr. Fore has to sink below the sand rather quickly to avoid an exploding snot ball in response. Well, that means one of us is safe, but where's he getting those balls in the first place? Chopper asks, then gets tapped on the arm by Usopp. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that monstrosity over th panicked tone, pointing to a dog, bazooka hybrid monster. Does a grenade fruit even exist? Alvida wonders aloud, just before the dog thing sneezes, shooting another ball which Fore redirects towards the crew. No thanks, you can have it back, the smooth woman retorts as she smacks it with her mace, though her aim is off and the explosion takes out some ruins instead. Damn it. Impressive. Alvida turns behind her to see Merry Christmas pop out of one of the holes. I've never seen anyone be able to redirect one of Mr. Fore or lasso balls before, given their time bombs and weight as much as a cannonball, but somehow a twig of a woman like you can do that. That makes no sense. Explain, woman, explain, she screams, then has to jump into one of her holes to dodge Alvida and Usopp's attacks, the exploding star missing by an inch, which was less than the mace which came nowhere close. Shit, I just realized what this is, Valentina says with a groan. We're about to enter a fucked up version of whack-a-mole. The others stop for a moment to consider her words, and the swearing begins. Well, that's one way to look at it, plus it's delicious irony given I ate the mole fruit. Luckily, thanks to all my holes, we'll be just as hard to hit as the moles in that game, and we hit back. Bark bark bark. Fore. The rotund man drones, sending a trio of baseball bombs at the crew. I got T. Thump. The ground opens up at Victor's feet, causing him to fall into the hole, the balls flying unimpeded and clocking Usopp in the face, as well as Chopper in the chest. That was actually smart. Who knew these dumbasses had 2 brain cells to rub together? Valentina muses as her 1 kilogram form floats onto Alvida's shoulder like she ate the parrot variant of the bird fruit. But they made one little miscalculation. Everyone get away from the holes, she yells as loud as she could. What? Kaboom, stupid penguin, my body is a bomb. The only thing that would have stopped me blowing my way out of those tunnels would have been C-prism stone cuffs. Victor smirks as he pulls himself out of the now larger hole he'd fallen into, his full body detonation setting off a chain reaction throughout the entire molehill Merry Christmas had created. Go fuck yourselves and the cannon dog you rode in on. He grunts, spitting into the hole as one last attempt at clearinghouse. The explosion caused was much smaller as would be expected. Elsewhere, Sanji, due to the erratic way in which the Straw Hats split up. It's no wonder Vivi as well as each other's locations were lost rather quickly. Sanji only running into Vivi accidentally on his path to finding Bon Clay, but he was glad to run into the Okama when he did, intercepting an attack on the princess and a barely conscious Karoo, pissing him off as while not human Vivi's companion, Familiar was an honorary lady in his book, so seeing the poor duck that badly hurt sparked righteous fury in his heart. Vivi, don't you have a rebellion to stop? I'll deal with this creep. You head off and we'll let the ducks get Karoo to safety, he says, straightening his suit as 2 of the supersonic ducks try get her onto the larger one's back, To which Sanji smiles softly and lifts her. Get her out of here. It's a literal war zone and those injuries look serious. Now go. He gives the bird a light slap on the flank, emitting a small yelp before running off in a plump of dust. Now that's over, it's just you and me, dumbass. Bon Clay stands and smirks. Yes, but not for long. Nothing I fought so far has been able to stand up to more than a handful of strikes of my Okama Kempo. He boasts flamboyantly. That boast would have meant something had Sanji not been able to block his kick with one of his own almost lazily. You only fight Usopp on this island. That kick was weak. My old man kicks harder than that and he's got a peg leg. Sanji taunts as he blocks another of Mr. Two's ballet kicks. Elsewhere, Zoro once he entered the capital, Zoro took off in a random direction to the other four to enter, partly as that had been the plan, to get the agents to split up and divide their forces, but it was also proof of how easily Zoro could get lost. So here he was, standing somewhere near the middle of town, with no idea where he was, or where everyone else was either, at least until Roronoa Zoro. Ah shit, Zoro groans internally, seeing Tashigi marching over to him, hand clenched around Shiguri's hilt. Listen, this isn't the best time. Shut up, she yells in his face. I've tried to do this politely, but if you refuse to surrender those swords to most deserving hands, I'll take them by force. Yeah right, the only way you'd get these swords and more importantly be considered deserving of them is to beat me in a fight. Until then, go stick the hilt in your mouth and go annoy someone else. Zoro replies with a scoff. Then as his well-honed situational awareness kicked in, the swordsman jumps at the marine sword otaku. As Tashigi yelps, Zoro knocks her to the ground, just barely avoiding a slash from Mr. One. Deep gashes in the stone wall behind them, fairly conclusive proof of that. What the fuck was that for? Tashigi screams at Zoro, her cheeks red and blotchy. Zoro's not much better. Also get off me, you brute. A thank you would be nice. Zoro grumbles as he stands, the marine finally noticing the damage done to the wall exactly where her head had been previously, the color draining from her face. So, no problem with collateral damage, Mr. One? He asks the stoic-looking man in front of him. None. You're Zoro, right? The Straw Hat swordsman? Mr. One answers and then asks, smiling ever so slightly when Zoro nods and reaches for his swords. I was hoping to get to fight you. Vivi, as she ran through the streets, Vivi was running on fumes physiologically, seeing so many people being killed or maimed needlessly, under the orders of people she cared about. It was cutting her up inside worse than any blade. Luffy, Karoo, and all the others, risking their very lives, and for what? She thinks as tears glisten in her clenched shut eyes. Then her teeth clench, his hands curl into fists, and the anger rises from the sea of depression and pity she was wallowing in. No, I have to do this. They're counting on me. Everyone in Alabasta is counting on me. I won't let him win. Pushing herself to keep walking, Vivi turns her attention to the palace, knowing Chaka would be much easier to find than Koza, outside the capital. When Merry Christmas finally popped out of the ground, she was steaming mad, while Fore looked slightly more dopey than usual. You little shits are going down. When I'm through with you, you'll all be joining your pathetic captain in hell. She shrieks before diving into the ground once more. But wait, Luffy's not dia Usopp begins to wonder, but it devolves into screaming when Christmas grabs him from below the sand and begins to pull him along like a bumper car in reverse. Somebody do something. Shit, we can't stop the hag like this. Usopp's the only thing in that attack that's visible, Alvida whines. And hitting him negates the point of trying to save him, Valentina agrees. Get into your batter's stance, Mr. 4 inches Christmas orders, driving Usopp through a wall before turning and dragging him on a collision course for the mad batter. I can't watch, Chopper yelps. Victor, toss me, Valentina orders. The man looks confused for a second before complying, the lemon girl hitting her target perfectly. Unfortunately for both of them, Merry Christmas Moleclaws did a better job gripping Usopp than Valentina did, so she ended up getting left behind while Usopp got a 4-ton bat to the face. Usopp, you still alive? Cunt, ha ha ha. I was right, he was a weakling just like I suspected. Christmas laughs and taunts, Usopp's broken body lying face up in the sand. Ha. Ha! Ha! Fore laughs slowly as expected. I'm going to kill both of you, Alvida yells. The ki flowing off the other three showed they were pretty close to agreement with the mace wielder. There are times everybody stops when a real man must stay and fight. Instead of running, the voice wheezed and broke, as if every sound hurt. No way, you survived that. Usopp. Chopper cheers, happy his friend was able to move, though the doctor side of him grimaces at the sheer amount of damage done to the boy, as well as the amount of work he was going to need to do in order to fix it when all this was over. Usopp grins with bloody lips and missing teeth, like, right now, he stands shakily, hoping he could survive long enough to see these bastards taken down, maybe see Kaya once more too, when a friend needs them to keep fighting. You idiot, you were hit with a 4-ton bat in the face. You shouldn't even be alive. Never mind standing and blathering like that. Oh well, whatever kept you alive this time won't work again. Time for another play. Mr. 4 Inches Christmas rants before diving once more into the sand. Mr. 4 getting into his ready stance. The difference being the Straw Hats had seen this move before, and had an idea. Give him their worst, Usopp yelps as he was once more dragged across the plains. Horn point my nose. Fancy cannon with the sand kicked up from the explosion forming a makeshift smokescreen. Usopp manages to slip out of his shoes, just before Chopper catches Christmas in his new form's oversized antlers. Luckily structurally sound enough to hold the rotund mole woman. What trickery is this? Christmas shouts as she struggles. Mole Hill, intersection number 4 inches. Valentina calls, confusing 4 who shrugs before swinging his bat, slamming directly into Miss Merry Christmas face, sending her flying. 4. The man gulps, then tenses when he feels someone right behind him. New batter, Straw Hat substitution. Alvida shouts with a wide grin, before her mace slams into the man's gut, throwing him back with enough force to shatter a pillar and stop just before rolling over a passed-out Merry Christmas. We did it, Usopp cheers weakly, raising his hands before collapsing onto his back. Usopp, Chopper screams, running over as fast as possible with the others just behind him. We're gonna need a medic over here. You're the ship's doctor. Chopper blushes, oh yeah. Meanwhile, in the city he may be dressed like a weirdo and started off weak, but Sanji had to admit Bon Clay had some skills. The ballerina able to use his dance skills to dodge a lot of the cook's kicks, making it look almost effortless, much to his annoyance. Sanji still managed to get some hits in, but after stepping up his game so did he, culminating in a simultaneous throwback as they kicked each other square in the face, throwing both of them into the opposite walls of the street they were fighting in. You're quite good, Mr. Cook. In another life you might have been a dance rival to me, Bon Clay says as he pulls himself back to him feet, Sanji frowning as he spits out his cigarette. Same, you aren't as bad as I thought. Still can't beat me, but it's at least more of a challenge. Bon Clay frowns. Then it sounds like I need to use my secret weapon. The blonde scoffs. Don't care. Do whatever you want, I'll still beat you, ye crazy weirdo. Mutton, Sanji no. Nami my love. Sanji swoons, noodling over the SXY red head. Okama Kempo. Heartbreaker, Nutcracker. Sanji falls to his knees at the low blow from the ballerina. Well, seems you're much easier to read than I had expected. A real soft spot for the ladies I cook. Bon Clay laughs, switching back to Nami. Damn freak, even if the outside looks like Nami, it's still that ballet weirdo underneath, Sanji thinks as he stands up. Oh my, in this heat I really shouldn't be wearing so many layers, Nami purrs, unbuttoning her shirt, Sanji's eye nearly falling out of his head at the sight of her breasts. Oh my sweat, Nami-chan, truly the vision of a goddess. Okama chop carry point. Sanji grunts as he takes the ginger's fist to the face, before the ballerina slams both his feet into the cook's head, throwing him up against the wall. Looks like this fight will be over sooner than expected, after all that you fall to such a simple move. Sanji growls. I'll show you simple when I shove my boot up your ass. Mascara Boomerang. The blonde easily sidesteps the Okama's projectile and was this close to kicking the dancer's teeth out when. Please Sanji, don't hurt me. He transformed into Kaya. His honor code combined with Kaya's light frame. He was trying to get her to a more healthy level, but this shit takes time, stopped him in his tracks. leaving him wide open to the boomerang part of the attack. Well, this was fun, but I'm on a bit of a deadline, so. The dancer begins to spin, speeding up until it was a top-shaped blur. Round and round and round I go, when I stop. Wait a second, Okama Kempo. Memoirs of a Summer's Day. Collier shoot just as Bon Clay's spin ends. Sanji's kick hits him right in the center of his sternum, throwing him through the bulletin right behind them. I see the problem with your attacks, or at least the big ones. You can't wear another's body when you use them, Sanji taunts as the dancer pulls himself from the rubble, grinding his teeth in anger. You may have a point there, Cook. All my best techniques require this body, sculpted over years of rigorous training. But I'll tell you this much, Loverboy, running full sprint, Bon Clay transforms into Nami, leaping onto her hands before planting both feet into Sanji's shocked face. Cat Burglar has quite the flexible form. It'll do for the small stuff, which when you can't fight back is all I really need. Mr. 2. Bon Clay looks around, as does Sanji from his position on the ground, and gasps, Miss All Sunday, he stutters. She looks down at Sanji and smirks. Dealt with the prince, I see, she muses, noticing the blonde flinch at the title as she does. Bon Clay laughs, but of course, his legs may be strong but his heart is weak. Thanks to my main no I can use it to break him easily. He continues to laugh as Sunday gets closer. Good to know. She whispers in his ear. Crunch. There was a very high-pitched shriek as Mr. 2 collapses bonelessly to the ground on his back, feeling like his balls had receded all the way up to his heart. Why? He wheezes, to which Sunday gives him a smile which doesn't quite fit her face correctly, all teeth and wide eyes. Just evening the playing field, she answers before slamming her boot onto the Okama's right hand, causing enough damage to stop her a while, but not enough to maim him. At this point Sanji had gotten to his knees and was in the middle of pulling himself to his feet. Why are you helping me? Your Baroque works? He asks tensely. Fu say fu. Oh Eros, it's quite simple. I always have and always will perform acts that benefit me or amuse me. Sunday laughs. Then brings her hands up to her face. Her right palm side to Sanji while the other palm faced her, like when Alucard uses his release restraint level 1. So her right eye was framed by her hands. Fukanzanana Hansha, Sheipu Sunachi. Sanji's jaw drops as a silver sheen covers Robin's curvy body, spreading out from her hands, then her entire form loses definition. Her large bosom retracts into the hole. Her limbs extend and body shoots up like bamboo. Even her cowgirl hat changes shape. By the time color returns, Chaos was standing there with a wide toothy grin on his face. Hey Sanji, you look like shit. Bastard. Probably. Also I'm going to assume that's how you say thanks in Pervert Chef. So good luck with the fight. I need to find Vivi. Chaos chuckles and runs off, Sanji's anger bubbling away. That barbarian. Bon Clay shrieks as he finally stands up, his legs shaking for a moment before steadying himself. Well, it seems that since I can no longer use the female form to distract you, I'll just have to use something a little more heavy-duty. He then removes the swan-themed shoulder pads, no clue what else to call them, attach them to his ballet shoes and moves into a fighting stance. You don't stand a chance, Cook, not against these babies. Prima. Bombardier Bon Clay lashes out with a kick. Sanji dodges, then gulps when he sees the swan had made a perfectly circular hole in the wall behind him. Extended necks with steel beaks. It was smart to dodge that kick, as I believe the closest comparison to the damage my Prima attacks dish out are achieved with high-powered rifles. Except these beaks are much larger than the bullets in question. Bon Clay laughs. Meanwhile Sanji wishes he could go back to Nami kicking his teeth in. Collier Sanji lashes out, but the steel swan jabs itself into his collarbone, throwing him back, while the ballerina laughs and pirouettes before jumping into the air. Memoirs of a Winter Sky Boss Code. Bon Clay launches a spinning kick, but Sanji manages to dodge it, then in a moment of eye for an eye, kicks the Mr. 2 in his left shoulder. What followed was a flurry of rapid-fire kicks and dodges from both sides, and while Sanji had strength, as well as experience learning under Zeph, Bon Clay had reach as well as those spiked swans drilling into him whenever they did manage to hit him. Finally the two were barely standing, swaying in the warm desert breeze, gritting their teeth and trying to will the other to fall. Finally both dig deep and go for their finishing move. Bombardier Arabesque Vo shot. Sanji falls to his knees, then his face, and Bon Clay crashes into the building behind him, taking out some of the wall and dropping him to the ground. The blonde sighs deeply and lights a cigarette after pulling himself to a seated position. I give up, Bon Clay sighs, spread eagled on the ground in a bloody heap. Sanji's swirly eyebrow rises into his hair. You're still alive? Damn. Well Sanji, get it over with and kill me. There's no point trying to avoid it, either you will or Baroque Works will when this is all over for failing to complete my mission. So get on with it. Bentham stops when he see that rather than preparing to end him. Sanji was standing with his hand offered. The flamboyant dancer's eyes water and not from pain this time. Shut up. It was a good fight, and that's all that needs to be said, doesn't it? Sanji smiles just a little as Bentham grabs his hand and allows himself to be pulled up to a standing position. This guy may be a weirdo, but he's not bad per se. He still kicked him in the head to knock him out, but killing him seemed too far for Sanji. With Vivi, there you are wee lass. Vivi tenses, then turns to see a stocky-looking man with thick red hair and a bushy beard, as well as black arrows on the back of his hands. Mr. 6 inches, she gasps. Don't fret, princess. This will be over in seconds, came a monotone as a woman steps out from behind her counterpart. Her hair was flat and lifeless, her face devoid of emotion and her white jackets lined with disc blades. Hello Miss New Year's Eve, Artemis greets, appearing behind Vivi causing the brunette to jump. Miss Goldenweek, the two agents acknowledge with a nod. Artemis, what are you doing here? Vivi asks rather than answer. The girl responds with, Aunt Vivi, you shouldn't be along. Baroque Works are looking for you in particular after all. Vivi looks ready to respond before both jump out of the way of an arrow-shaped spike which embeds itself in the wall before being recalled. Looks like it's 2-on-2, Artemis says seriously, pulling out her brush and palette. Vivi blanches. What? No, I can't let you fight these people. Your father would kill me if he found out. The artist chuckles. Don't worry Vivi, Mama taught me well, plus I'm rank 3, they're rank 6 and you are rank 8. I should be more worried about you and New Year's. She grins in a manner similar enough to chaos to disturb the princess before running into the battle, tossing colored traps and other techniques as she goes. Vivi sighs, then has to twist out of the way of New Year's bladed rings. Okay. Guess it's you and me. Peacock Slasher Dragon Blaze Slice Artemis smiles as she bounces along the area, her red traps keeping his attacks well away from her for the moment, but she knew it was only a matter of time. This is the power of the vector fruit, isn't it? She asks, just as an arrow-tipped attack slices through her shirt's shoulder, also causing a shallow cut. Shit, she hisses. Looking up she sees how he'd managed to bypass her traps. His eyes were closed. And my vectors are going to tear you apart, he answers, opening his eyes and smirking when he spots the blood weeping from her cut. He then aims his arms in her direction, vectors forming on his skin. Seeing as I have to fire blind in order to have any chance of hitting you, might as well use my most widespread attack. Vector Storm. Artemis winces as his attack tore a large hole in the wall she ducked behind for cover. Peering out she sees Mr. 6 using several vectors to hold himself up like a spider, and Vivi was holding her own against New Year's. But the woman's variety of moves could catch the brunette off guard if she lets up for even a moment. Frowning, Artemis looks down at her palette and prepares another trap. Rolling out of cover, Artemis tosses a blue trap, followed by a green and a purple. The first dodged while the others were disrupted by vectors. She still smirked until two more managed to reach her. One shatters her palette and the other nicked her just before the ribs. Well, guess this is what a backup plan is for, she thinks almost sadly. Back to Vivi. The brunette yelps as she ducks, luckily managing to avoid being burnt or having her hair singed by New Year's now flaming disc. What the fuck? How did she? Oh, I really hope it isn't 12 rings for 12 signs. Vivi grimaces as she retaliates with her slashers, managing to cut New Year's cheek before the ring burns through her threads. The woman frowns and reaches for another ring, which she throws directly at Vivi, the princess using one of her slashers to alter the course rather than anything more severe. Snake Venom Slice, which was lucky for her as the bladed edge appeared to be coated in some kind of acid, burning, slicing through the building beside her with ease. There was a momentary reprieve when both to take cover dodged 6 a vector storm, but once that passed they were once more slicing at each other. Rooster Jet. This disc was larger than the others, which Vivi guessed was the reason it moved slower, after being tossed, than the others. That was until she flicked her wrist, the ring rotating around itself 3 times before releasing a compressed ball of air shot out, getting Vivi and her up against the wall. I'll never laugh when Dad complains about his bad back, Aga and Vivi thinks as she grimaces. Meanwhile New Year's stalks towards her, until she falls to her knees. All the suffering, all the death and destruction, because of me? She whimpers, tears leaking down her cheeks. Vivi was shocked to see the normally emotionally distant woman break down like this, but then she saw it. A curved blue line directly in front of New Year's knees, and she remembered something helpful. This wasn't her against New Year's, it was her and Artemis versus Team 6. Knocking the woman out, Vivi moves to assist Artemis when she stops, seeing Mr. 6 using his vectors as spider legs and Artemis, who had pushed back her left sleeve to reveal a jet black greave with a red eye near the elbow and an inkwell at her wrist. Let it be known, I don't want to do this, Artemis says, flicking open the ink and dipping her brush in it just before proceeding to draw on the air. What it was, Vivi was unsure, but based on what she could follow there were a lot of eyes in the design. After a few seconds she stops and slams it in Mr. 6's direction. Nightmare black, the symbol slammed 6 right in the chest, causing all color to drain from the man before falling forwards, mumbling incoherently. What was that? Vivi stutters a question, to which Artemis turns and sighs. The strongest and most dangerous of my techniques. Nightmare black traps the target in an endless nightmare other their own making, usually their past experiences or things they have inflicted on others. This continues until their hearts give out, and I'm sure Mr. 6 will be very annoyed and embarrassed he was killed with a calligraphy brush. At this point Vivi notices the brush in her hand wasn't her normal paintbrush, but one shorter and thinner. That's the same brush I write script with, chaos with. Yes, same as the ink. Papa says I shouldn't use writing equipment as a weapon, but Mama says to always use what's available in order to survive. Artemis shrugs and slips the brush into her pocket and closes the ink pot. Good to know. Also note to self, don't piss off your mom. Now come on, we need to get to the royal palace. On it, Aunt Vivi, the artist, salute playfully, running after Vivi, who smiled. She liked the idea of being an aunt, of having a family larger than just her and her father. Artemis and Chaos were both insane, but them and the rest of the crew really grew on you quickly. She sighs. Now was not the time. Now she had to get to the palace and stop this fight before everything went to hell. With the 6 dealt with, the rest was remarkably easy. Sure, it took a couple minutes for her to get the guards she ran into to allow Artemis to accompany her, but once that was done it was smooth sailing. Now they just had to convince Chaka. Are you insane? We can't do that, yells the man with the second longest nose. The brunette knew. His was larger, but Usopp's was longer. Why not? Do you really think if the palace falls Alabasta does too? Alubarna is the capital, but it isn't Alabasta. Alabasta is its people. It has always been its people. It has struggled and it has suffered, and now its people are fighting and dying with the same ideas on either side. This needs to stop, before it's too late and we go too far. Chaka's head drops, his eyes sad and lifeless. And how do we know it's not already too late? We won't know until we try. All I need is their attention for a moment. We need some way to get everyone focused on one spot. If you can do that, then I can take care of the rest, Vivi states confidently, even if her hands shook. Now do it, Chaka, destroy the palace. The rebels are going to do it anyway if they manage to get here. Why give them the satisfaction? Artemis adds, the smirk on her face unnerving a few of the palace guards, even if some understood her train of thought. Chaka looks conflicted before kneeling before Vivi. As you wish, princess. I will follow your order. He then gives a half smile. With Cobra unavailable, you are technically Alabasta's sovereign ruler after all. He then stands and turns to his men. You heard the princess, let's move it. A little later, I'm sorry about all of this, Chaka says sadly as they watch the preparations be made for Vivi's plan to work. The princess nods before giving a small smile. You've done all you could, and you've managed to hold off the rebels the past 2 years that myself and Igaram have been gone. There's nothing to apologize for, plus my friends will make sure things work end the way we hope, and this war will be over soon. When this is over, I will ensure we have a proper banquet to celebrate all you and your pirate friends have done for this kingdom. Vivi chuckles. Luffy will be happy to hear that, but we have to focus on the present for now, especially with how big this is going to be. Princess, we're ready whenever you are, one of the guards announces. Luckily the three of them were a good distance from the building. 4,000 years of history about to go up in smoke. I hope this is worth it, Chaka mutters to himself. It better, Vivi growls then yells, okay, light your fuses now. The guards gulp but attempt to do as she asks, the only problem being a localized sandstorm, which not only extinguishes their torches but send them all flying. He's here, Artemis chimes. She may not be a devil fruit detector but Crocodile's not even trying to be subtle anymore, is he? We can't have that now, can we? The gruff voice sound from the air, the sand flowing together and condensing into the smug grin of Crocodile. I mean, this is about to be my house. Can't have you blowing it up on me now, can I miss Wednesday? Crocodile. Vivi shrieks, then turns a sickly white when she sees the warlord had someone with him, and it wasn't just all Sunday this time. You Majesty. Chaka yells in shock seeing Cobra unconscious and on the ground beside Crocodile. Isn't it lovely, Miss Sunday, to have a palace like this? He asks, not paying the people below him any heed. Crocodile. Where is Luffy? Vivi demands, her rage practically flowing off of her like steam. Luffy? Oh, you mean that stupid rookie in the straw hat? Crocodile asks, grinning smugly. I hate to break it to you, but that brat's dead. He laughs as Vivi looks sick to her stomach, her clenched fists shaking. Meanwhile Artemis frowns hoping Crocodile was wrong because then Luffy can show up and kick his ass. With Zoro? You've got quite the unusual body, devil fruit related I presume? Zoro asks seeing the outer edges of Mr. One's arms shift into blades. Correct, I ate the Supa no mi, enabling me to transform my body to adopt the properties of a steel blade. I'm a full-body bladed human. Now Roronoa Zoro, prepared to die by the hands of Mr. One, Das Bonds. Mr. One explains, jumping at Zoro who blocks with his 3 swords. You're not going to win that easily, just because your whole body is a sword doesn't mean you'll beat me or stop Vivi. You mean as, Tashigi declares, her shigiri held in a ready position, causing Zoro to raise an eyebrow. You've changed your tune quick, he says, causing the woman to scoff. Not really, I still believe you're undeserving of those blades on account of being a pirate. But right now you appear to be trying to do something good. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and right now Baroque Works is the bigger threat. Plus, while almost as bad I can put up with you as long as I pretend you're mercenaries Princess Vivi hired to deal with Baroque Works and or the rebels. Zoro chuckles to himself. We nearly were if Nami had anything to say about it. But Luffy agreed to help before she could bleed the royal coffers dry. Speaking of Nami, shit, fuck, shit, Nami swears in her head, while outside her and Kaya pant from their current hiding place, hoping they finally managed to lose their Baroque Works opponent, Miss Doublefinger. Think we lost her? Kaya asks, getting the answer when a spike pierces her elbow and throws her to the ground. Kaya, Nami yells, running to her friend. As well as away from the wall they were just attacked by, oath gulp when they see the perfectly round hole in the wall, followed by several more punctured before their very eyes until it formed the outline of a doorway. This is it. We have to fight, Nami thinks, fear deadening her legs as she pulls out a blue metal pipe, hopefully Usopp's best work yet, if it isn't she's going to haunt him for the rest of time. Once complete the space between each hole cracks, the section falls and Miss Doublefinger sachets out of the door she just made. There's no point in fighting me, girls. Just give up and I'll make this quick. She raises her arm and the cuff of her jacket turned into a ring of spikes. With my toge no mi. I can end you with a simple shot to the heart or the brain. Quick, simple, you won't even feel it. I've seen what chaos can do with spikes. This isn't going to be a pleasant experience, Kaya thinks, wincing as she rests her hands on her revolver grips. Doublefinger blinks. Wait, you two are actually going to fight me? And I pegged the guys as the dumb ones of this crew? She asks and thinks, just as Nami hooks up her new bow staff. Stay away, or I will unleash the full force of the Kleem attack upon you. Nami shouts, her bold declaration causing Kaya's lip to curl. It seemed Usopp was rubbing off on them more than she'd like to admit. The fuck is that? Nami grins as she arranges the segments into a triangle. Time to get this show a-rolling. Fine tempo of the things this could have done. A puff of smoke and 2 doves was not on the list for any of them, mostly Nami given the depressed aura she was releasing. Are you alright? Doublefinger asks, actually feeling bad for the girl. Okay, so one was a dud, And now she's standing there confused. That must be a distraction technique, Nam thinks as she readies another attack. Cloudy tempo. The flowers that pop out of the end of the cleam attack was less than helpful. Kaya, I'm killing your boyfriend if we all survive this. Nami shrieks as she tosses the staff on the ground in anger. I believe it's my turn now, kids. Double stinger. Nami and Kaya bob and weave to avoid the flurry of spikes Doublefinger tries to impale the two with, decimating a wall, tearing through a barrel they shoved between them, and one shot pinned Nami until Kaya's shots had her move defensively, enabling the thief to yank herself free. We are way outclassed in this fight, Nami whimpers, her pride broken enough by the wound to her shoulder and the fact they had no actual way to hit this crazy lady. She was able to admit even that. Are you finally ready to give up then? Doublefinger purrs, swaying her hips as she stalks the two. Anger pushes fear to the side, even just for a moment. Hell no, this still has plenty of moves hidden inside it. Forecast thunder, Nami shouts, connecting the segments into a Y formation before aiming it at the blue net. Thunder tempo, that almost worked. Nami. Kaya tries to comfort her borderline homicidal crewmate. The boxing glove currently swinging from the end of the tack looked like it had been moving at some speed, it just hadn't been long enough to even touch Paula. That's not an attack, this is finger stinger. Doublefinger's spike managed to draw blood and cut her cheek before the Nami's reflexes and self-preservation instincts kick in, meaning she was running for her life once more, Kaya not far behind. Long-nosed fool, we're going to die here, and it's all his fault. Nami cries, asshole. Why can't you make a real weapon, or admit that you couldn't? These are all useless. Nami, what's that on the back? The redhead raises an eyebrow and goes to turn over the instructions. You've had your fun, it okay if I kill you now? Both Straw Hats look up, seeing Doublefinger hanging upside down directly above them. How'd she get up there? Nami asks, not that it mattered right now as she was on the way down. Hedgehog stinger as a giant spike ball of death. Of course she was. The girls gulp then run full sped away, the spike ball nipping at their heels. Kaya, window now, Nami yells and the blonde follows her, jumping through an open window in the hopes to at least slow down their attacker. It did a little, as Doublefinger had to stop and basically give it a running start, but oh well. The real help came when it burst through and both girls threw their desert cloaks on her, not because it revealed their dancer outfits, if this were Sanji it might, but because the cloaks got caught in the spikes, or maybe the other way around. Either way, Doublefinger had to retract her spikes in order to free herself from the cloth, at which point Kaya fired. The only problem was, ping, the bullet bounced off her spiked hair. Luckily that was more a parting shot as they both had already left by the time Doublefinger had actually pulled herself free and got a chance to survey her surrounding. With the girls, I'm going to kill him, Kaya sighs. What did Usopp do now? That moron made me a party favor, I asked for a weapon. These attacks on the back better actually do something, she grumbles the last part. So that's where you're hiding, Doublefinger purrs, swaying towards them. Yep, and now I've finally got this figured out, Doublefinger pouts. No more magic tricks? None, only your defeat. Heatball, we're in a desert island, hun. It's already too hot to think, also don't use that as an excuse. Cold ball. Okay, this I like. A pleasant breeze after all this running around. Thunderball, you're seriously fighting me with static cling? You do know I'm killing you first for being a pain in the ass, right? Sewing stinger. Damn it, Usopp, even your offensive attacks suck. Now we're going to die. This day can't get any war. Nami screams and falls as Doublefinger's spike pierces her leg, falling into Kaya, and both hit the ground in a heap. Well, this was a pointless fight. Doublefinger grumbles, raising her foot, and causing her show to resemble a porcupine. Stinger stomps cyclone tempo. Nami swings her tack just before she gets hit. The upper sections slam into Doublefinger and throw her back, before returning to their original position on the end of the tack like a boomerang. So the balls are useless on their own, but combined together they actually can be useful. Nami grins as she finally starts to understand how to use her new staff. Guess you're not completely useless after all, Usopp, she thinks. Doublefinger pulls herself free with a scowl, a tick forming on her forehead when she sees Nami standing around. Damn cocky brat, she thinks before 5 spikes pierce the redhead's body. Never turn your back to your opponent, unless you don't value your life. Oh, I value it very highly, thanks. Doublefinger's eyes widen as she hears that damn voice. The bitch should be dead. It was then the image of Nami faded and disappears, confusing her even more. What the? I used the cool ball, combined with the heat from Alabasta's climate and a little light I made myself. A mirage. But, how? Used properly, this is a miracle weapon. I think it works well for me. Nami grins as she lifts the climatac to her shoulder, while anger only deepens inside Miss Doublefinger.